Addressing his protege, he shouted that he should bring him the pendants immediately. Upon hearing this, Himes was shocked. He tried to influence his master's decision, saying that the artifact was made of the rarest material for a special family. In response, a nervous Gideon loudly said that he knew this, but insisted on his decision. It was not within Himes' competence to resist the master's decision, so he silently left to get the desired item, while Vincent and Arthur looked around, not understanding what kind of pendants could cause them such tension. Arthur was not going to change his mind until the very end, but he was not going to refuse in advance and still waited until the butler brought the artifact that made the boys noticeably nervous. Opening the boxes, Himes held out to Arthur pendants of incredible sophistication, which were so alluring in their appearance and radiated some mysterious animal energy. They were in the shape of a bird, which prompted Arthur to guess their origin. Vincent was the most shocked by what he saw, and Gideon, heating up the interest, let it be known that the best designers worked on their appearance so that the pendants would match the status of the royal family for which they were made. This pendant dispersed interesting animal mana, and Arthur clearly felt it on his palm. Looking closely, he said that they were definitely made from the serpent of rebirth. In response to his words, Gideon acknowledged this as true with a satisfied smile, after which, with an astonished look, he nervously asked how he had even found out about this. When the conversation turned to the snake of rebirth, Vincent adjusted his glasses and asked what kind of magical beast it was. Leaning on his butler's shoulder, Gideon, trying to add value to the pendants, explained that the rebirth snakes were a race of S-class mana beasts, as rare as dragons. According to him, they were quite famous for their unique, one-of-a-kind ability. In response, Arthur suggested that they were able to somehow preserve this ability by placing their cores inside these pendants. Gideon, snapping his fingers, confirmed his words. Just like the rebirth serpent, in times of danger, a protective shell will be created around the owner of this small artifact. This supposed defensive ability was only a small part of what the owner of this amazing pendant could boast of, because if the shell was destroyed, the mana stored inside the pendant would be released and transport the owner to the safest place known to this person. Pointing his finger at the amazing artifacts, Gideon concluded that this indicated that all the benefits of the rebirth serpent's abilities were preserved within the pendants, ensuring the safety of their owner. Arthur tried to keep his cool in the presence of the scientist, so as not to show that he was really interested. In response, he modestly asked how many times the ability of this pendant could be used. After thinking for a moment, Gideon answered that it was indeed a difficult question. As it turned out, he had already ruined 5 Phoenix cores, which were already more expensive than any other S-class core. Still, thanks to his research, he could guess that they could be used at least twice. The offer to exchange the steamboat blueprint for these artifacts was tempting, since Arthur could thus guarantee the safety of his mother and Ellie. On the other hand, he wondered if they were really made for the royal family, since in that case it could be a problem. Clutching his head and sighing heavily, Gideon confirmed his words, saying that it was the royal family who donated these rare cores to him. After that, he looked at the amazing young man and said that it didn't matter now, because what was more interesting was how such a young guy could come up with such an incredible idea and why he decided to make it public only now. Looking closely at Arthur, he asked suspiciously what he was trying to achieve by showing him such a masterpiece, not wanting to give it to a good cause. In response, Arthur said with an innocent face that he just wanted his sister to get a nice birthday present from him. Hearing his words, Vincent and Gideon felt uneasy, thinking that he was definitely lying, because the plans for an ingenious steamship are not made so easily. Continuing to twist the sheet of paper with the drawing of his creation in his hands, the red-haired trickster reminded that he was not going to reveal anything until he received an answer to the question about what purpose such a type of water transport was needed to achieve. As expected, the question put the scholar in an awkward position, since he could not reveal the kingdom's plans. Trying not to show that it was really an important thing, he replied that the curious youth would learn everything during the royal family's announcement today. Despite his attempt to end the conversation, Arthur persisted and replied that he had no doubt that a person as distinguished as Gideon would be able to provide much more information than the highly filtered speech intended for the public. Having no other choice, the scientist resigned himself to the situation and gently asked if the young man would give up the pendants if he heard everything he knew about it. Seeing that he was trying to get at least some advantage in a hopeless situation, The cunning Arthur replied that there was no point in expecting any concessions, because he was not as good as one might think at first glance. The situation, which could not be worsened in any way, was not looking good. So Gideon tried again to improve his situation by offering a deal with only one pendant of the rebirth serpent. With a falsely kind and cunning smile, Arthur made it clear that he was not happy with the change in the terms of their agreement. Seeing the indecision of the other side of the negotiations, Arthur made the old man tremble with tension at the moment when he brought a small flame to the drawing of a steam vessel. Trying to somehow soften the situation, Vincent turned to the extremely nervous scientist and said that he could not know exactly what was going on in the extraordinary head of the young man, but one could be sure that Arthur could be trusted and he would definitely keep his word. Gideon screamed, tearing his hair out of his head, that in that case he would forget about asking the royal family and provide those pendants. He had to take such great risks in order to create the ship that was so needed. Gritting his teeth nervously, he continued his speech and began to tell why they needed this type of transport. As it turns out, last year they found evidence, and are now absolutely certain that there is another continent besides Dicathan. When he started talking about the new continent, even Arthur was surprised by his words. As usual, adjusting his glasses, Vincent modestly confirmed his words because thanks to his connections, he already knew that similar rumors had been circulating among the kingdom's elite for a long time. Looking at his uncle, the surprised young man asked how he knew about this. The tension had affected Vincent as well, but he couldn't hide it from Arthur, so he wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied that one of the royal family's subordinates had let it slip. The subordinate wasn't sure of the veracity of the information and made him promise to keep quiet about it. However, now, having heard about it from Gideon's lips, he no longer doubted that the rumors about the previously unknown continent were the pure truth. Arthur wanted to know how they could be sure that there really was another continent. By suggesting that they had some kind of evidence, Arthur had hurt Gideon's feelings greatly, because in response, Gideon shouted that it was not even worth asking about it, because he was not some crazy scientist who would make such a statement without strong arguments in the form of evidence. Having scattered scientific garbage to the sides, the nervous scientist decided to sit down to tell about this alarming news. As it turned out, a few years ago, they came into possession of an artifact that was attached to a mana beast that resembled a bird, the likes of which no one had ever seen on Dicathan before. Even bird researchers could not explain its origin, because it was able to almost completely blend into its surroundings. Shocked by this statement, Vincent couldn't comprehend that there was a mana beast that could fly and blend into its surroundings. He was extremely curious about how they managed to catch this rare creature. With a smug smile on his face, the scientist replied that they were actually pretty damn lucky. As it turned out, two worthless adventurers had missed a flying squirrel and accidentally shot down the bird. The worst part of the situation was that the bird had such a complex artifact attached to it that he had only figured out what it was for last year. His conclusion confirmed their suspicions. Arthur, listening attentively to the story, asked in response not to delay in explaining what that artifact was capable of. Before answering, the scientist asked the young man if he understood that only members of royal families had access to this information. Understanding what he was getting at, Arthur slyly replied that in that case, the drawing on this paper was even more important, since even royal families did not know its contents. Even the great Gideon could do nothing against Arthur. The provocation worked with surprising efficiency, and the enraged scientist immediately responded that the artifact was capable of recording and storing moving images. Despite his words, suspicious Arthur still wanted to check with the scientist if it was true. Thus, he once again touched his pride, and he did not even know how to answer. Noticing another peak of tension between these guys, Vincent relaxed the situation, happily saying that now everything was clear. Arthur couldn't figure out how this could prove anything. To him, it seemed like a normal thing in a world with developed mana, so he thought that some unknown inventor of Dicathan could have created it. Vincent decided to answer this question. He reminded that he had mentioned earlier that he was going to introduce him to one of the most experienced inventors and craftsmen he knew. With great pride, he introduced Gideon again, saying that this master was not just experience, but even the greatest inventor in the history of Dicathan, as evidenced by the orders of the kingdoms entrusted to him personally. Looking intently at this crazy old man, Arthur asked with disbelief whether such a person could really be the most brilliant among all the scientists of Dicathan. Once again hurting the genius's feelings, Arthur made Gideon justify himself by saying that if he brought any inventor from this continent, then he would bow to him so low that his forehead would be underground. Not paying much attention to this notion, Arthur asked with some mockery whether it was true that because the supposedly best inventor among humans could barely understand the technology hidden in this artifact, the royal families immediately assumed that it was created outside of Dicothan. Tired of life and the taunts of the impudent young man, Gideon no longer had the strength to react to another provocation. Asking if it was necessary to formulate everything in such a way, he nevertheless confirmed his words with displeasure, saying that it was also worth considering the fact that the artifact contained detailed moving pictures from all three kingdoms. Nodding his head in response, Arthur showed that he still believed their assumption. His next boring reaction once again infuriated the brilliant scientist, and he asked with displeasure why he was so calm when it came to the possibility of the existence of a continent on which there were not only very skilled inventors, but also probably even more powerful magicians. In response to his emotionality, the red-haired boy gently pushed the old man away and replied that he really understood how important it was for them. On the other hand, he wanted them not to make guesses related to their lack of confidence in their own abilities. Taking the first one in his hands, he said with a smile that there would be no problems with the steam engine, because they would be able to see with their own eyes what awaited them on the new continent, which they were so worried about. The deal was successfully concluded, and Arthur, who got even more than he wanted, ended the visit satisfied with the result. On the way to the center of the capital, Vincent admitted that in his entire life, he had never seen this grumpy Gideon so inspired and at the same time depressed by someone's idea. Remembering the emotions of this supposedly brilliant scientist, Arthur was surprised that he was actually arrogant because of his unrivaled intelligence at that moment. When he explained that the steam engine would need special materials, he nervously asked to finish the drawing. Speaking about what the dialogue was like outside of Arthur's presence, Vincent mentioned that Gideon called his idea brilliant. The auction owner himself agreed with him because no matter how long he thought about it, he could not understand how one could get enough energy for the ship using ordinary steam. Seeing their reaction, Arthur already understood that the people of this world rely too much on mana, which is why the development of non-magical technologies is slowing down quite a lot. Based on this situation, Vincent was even surprised that Arthur's parents did not attach much importance to his genius. The owner of the auction house continued to talk about the benefits that Arthur's brilliant thoughts provided, while the red-haired guy himself did not pay attention to his words because he was only thinking about the benefits of this deal, thanks to which he exchanged harmless technology for useful things. Clenching his fist in anticipation of what the future held for him, he thought that he had never before even thought that there could be another, more advanced, technologically powerful continent beyond Dicothan. The thought of how excited Gideon had been during the conversation about the new continent did not leave him even after he left the workshop. With a smile on his face, he continued to think that this was really just the beginning of his journey in a new world full of secrets. At that moment, he received a message from Sylvie that she and the little bespectacled man saw him and were going to meet him. By calling Elijah the smaller guy with the glasses, she meant that the big glasses were Vincent. The auction house owner kept saying something about how he couldn't believe Ellie's birthday was coming up, but Arthur wasn't paying attention. Sylvie and Elijah were already rushing to meet them with sincere smiles. Continuing to walk towards the center where the stage was broadcasting the announcement from the royal families, Elijah expressed his excitement at being able to witness this rare event. He heard from Elder Rakdias that the three kingdoms were discussing something regarding their unification. Hearing another detail about the sudden announcement, Arthur suspected that if it was indeed true, then it was probably related to the discovery of the new continent that Gideon had recently mentioned. Winking at Elijah, Vincent said that he already knew what was going to happen, but he wouldn't give away the details in advance so that it would be more interesting for him to watch the announcement. Suddenly, the boys felt some screams and sounds of fighting. Looking across the street, Elijah was horrified by what he saw. The students of Xeris Academy were laughing at some first-year student, beating him up right on the street. The guy couldn't handle them on his own. He fell to the ground and clutched his stomach, begging them not to beat him in a trembling voice through the pain, saying that he had done nothing wrong. Despite his pleas, the cocky red-haired senior boy fixed his hair and said that it was enough for him that dwarves like him could now attend the academy. According to him, he had broken the school rules the moment he started defending himself with mana. The use of magic outside of school was forbidden, causing these bullies to accuse him of having the audacity to release mana to defend himself from their iron pipes. Swinging his arm high again before striking, the red-haired bastard yelled at the poor guy to stop using magic and get what he deserved. Within moments, Elijah had interrupted his attack, throwing him aside with the full weight of his body, screaming that it was enough. Throwing the attacker aside, he caused him real anger. Ignoring the bullies, Elijah tried to help the dwarf, who could hardly breathe due to a sharp pain in his stomach. The red-haired man was furious, he said in an angry tone, that he couldn't believe that some first-year student dared to interfere with him. Picking up the beaten dwarf, Elijah asked in confusion how he dared to do such a thing to the younger students of the academy. Despite his adequate behavior, he was unable to convey his words to the impudent, red-haired bully, who responded by slapping him in the face, causing Elijah's glasses to fly off. After such impudence, the arrogant, impudent man with a nasty look asked Elijah how he dared to interfere in this situation and interrupt his fun. Vincent, who was watching this horrible spectacle from the side, could not come to terms with what was happening. With difficulty restraining Sylvie from doing something stupid, he said that he would call the guards before things took a bad turn. As he started to walk towards the nearest guard, Arthur grabbed his arm. Vincent stopped and looked at him with confusion, saying that they couldn't just let hooligans do such chaos in the middle of the day on the main street. Looking at Arthur, he realized that he was serious, which made him feel terrified. Now he understood that his opinion no longer had any influence on this young man. Meanwhile, the bullies were about to continue their fun, this time beating up two students from the Gnome Kingdom at the same time. Elijah indeed was, but he tried to contain his anger, knowing that if he used magic in that case, then Arthur and Mr. Helsty would be in big trouble because of him. While he was trying to maintain his composure, one of the hooligans noticed a peculiarity in his shape. It was only at this point that they realized that it had the symbol of the Kingdom of Darv on it, just like the poor guy they had beaten up earlier. Noticing this, the thugs were surprised, realizing that the turn of events was even more interesting than they expected. Grabbing Elijah by the hair, the red-haired scoundrel, who was most likely the offspring of some noble family, arrogantly asked the dwarf if he also wanted to roll on the ground with his dirty-blooded brother. Although Elijah could easily get out of this situation, he did not use his magic. Pulling the gnome towards himself, the bully swung the metal pipe and shouted at him to grit his teeth. He expressed his intentions as wanting to make sure they got into adjacent beds in the hospital. A moment later, they heard a loud crunching sound, and the red-haired man looked away to see what had happened. Arthur started walking towards them, and the sound they heard was due to him breaking his cane to make something similar to their metal pipes that they dared to beat the younger students of the academy with. Looking in his direction, the arrogant red-haired bastard called Arthur a redneck and furiously asked him to leave if he didn't want to join the beaten kneeling ones. The green-haired bully standing next to him said with a sly smile that he wouldn't mind playing with him. After listening to their speech to the end, Arthur, filled with anger, replied with a suppressive look that if they called beating students games, then they should try their luck against him too. Meanwhile, a royal carriage pulled by a Amenabeast passed nearby. Inside was the prince of the human kingdom. Addressing their guard, he expressed his displeasure. Turning to the guard, he said that he could still understand the reluctance to attend the speech of his father and mother in Etiston, but he could not understand the need to maintain complete confidentiality. He said that there was not a single royal soldier with them. In response, their personal security guard explained that given how well an event of this magnitude was guarded, one would be more than enough. In addition, he believed that confidentiality was necessary for the comfortable stay of their highnesses. It wasn't just about the heir to the throne, Curtis, but also about Princess Catelyn, who had made it clear from the start that she didn't want to attract any attention. Looking at her, the guys noticed that she was not in the mood to be in such a place. Adjusting her luxurious black hair, she corrected their guard, clarifying that she had made it abundantly clear that she did not wish to come here. Despite that, she was still here. Curtis sighed heavily and decided to spur her on, telling her that it was a miracle to him that she had lived so long as a member of the royal family. Winking slyly at her, he smugly noted that she should be grateful that she had such a cool brother, because otherwise she would have locked herself in the library for the whole day as usual. In response, the resourceful princess put him in his place and even made the guard laugh by saying that it was the smug Curtis who made her go with him only because his ladylove changed her mind at the last minute. In an attempt to somehow improve his position in this discussion, where he was noticeably losing to his sister, he noted that in order for her to agree, he had to make a sacrifice and leave the grower at home, despite the fact that he had previously planned to appear with him during the announcement. Upon hearing this, His Highness's personal guard was surprised, saying that the prince's mana beast was no smaller than this carriage, and that would make his plan difficult. In addition, he thought that it was not safe, since no one had properly trained it yet. Trying to get his sister's support as an argument, the excited prince said that the grounder had become more obedient. Despite his words, Kate didn't pay any attention to him at all, because looking out the window, she saw a guy she knew, whom her uncle was trying to stop from doing something stupid. It was Arthur, and as soon as the princess saw him again, her heart sank. Nervous Vincent couldn't find a place for himself, because he couldn't influence the decision of the wild boy in any way. He had never seen Arthur so angry before, and he knew that there was nothing he could do to stop him at the moment when his emotions had completely consumed his mind. Realizing that if things continued like this, those insolent students might even die, Vincent desperately rushed forward and tried to block Arthur's path with his outstretched hand. After shouting at the hooligans that they should leave as quickly as possible before anyone got seriously hurt, he looked back at Arthur, who was consumed with anger, and said in an agitated voice that they were just kids who had started fooling around outside of their parents' sight. Although Vincent tried to save the bullies from the real monster, begging him to turn a blind eye and make sure Elijah was okay, the students of the academy did not understand. The impudent thugs began to mock the owner of the auction house, saying that the old man was trying to protect his son from them. Hearing some of their words, Vincent became seriously furious, because those ungrateful children did not even understand that he was desperately trying with all his might to protect them from serious punishment for their vile actions. Arthur, addressing his uncle in a stern but feignedly gentle tone, caught him off guard. With a forced smile, he politely asked him to step aside, but at that moment, it sounded like he was ordering him to do so to avoid trouble. Feeling incredible pressure from the angry young man, Vincent realized that all his attempts to stop Arthur's rampage were futile, and it would be much easier to deal with the consequences of his actions than to stop him at any cost. Stepping aside and politely letting him pass, Vincent mentally wished the hooligans good luck, thinking that it was all over for them. Seeing some guy with a broomstick walking towards them, with a rather frightening expression on his face, the green-eyed bully did not take the situation seriously and took the metal pipe from the hands of the girl standing behind him, saying that he would deal with the impudent boy himself. Not paying much attention to Arthur with a wooden stick in his hand, he answered his girlfriend that he would do everything quickly and would not even stain his new suit. After these words, he rushed to attack, swinging the metal pipe high. Shouting that one blow would be enough for such a weakling, he tried to strike, not understanding what kind of fight he got into. As expected, his metal pipe never caught Arthur, and the attacker himself was instantly hit in the face and sent flying to the side. It seemed that Arthur did not even raise his hand to put it on his opponent's back. The whole gang of hooligans began to take him seriously, and the red-haired girl was even horrified that one of the guys she considered the strongest missed a blow so easily. The confused, beaten dwarf was in shock from what was happening, while Elijah, sitting next to him, began to smile slyly, knowing what his incredible friend was capable of even using only brute force. Another enraged, red-haired hooligan couldn't stand still after what he saw, and nervously clutching a metal pipe, said that in front of them was a very arrogant bastard, who became like that only because he caught someone off guard. Rushing towards him, he shouted that he would show him the difference between a commoner and a true nobleman trained in the use of a sword. The arrogant redhead didn't even understand who he was dealing with. Trying to get close to him, he made many feints related to swordsmanship. As he moved around Arthur, he thought with a smug smile that his opponent was already starting to get lost, admiring the full power of his thousand-step strike technique, which had been passed down in their family from generation to generation. The pride of their family, which he was going to knock Arthur down with one blow, was his crowning strength. Moving around the enemy, the redhead acknowledged his agility because he noticed that he was able to keep up with his movements, tracking most of his changes in position. However, until the very end, he was confident of his victory, thinking that a blow from 1,000 steps away was not something that could be easily dodged. The swaying movements of his weapon were intended to capture his attention. Confident that Arthur would eventually be unable to dodge a direct hit from the metal pipe, The red-haired scion of a noble family aimed his exquisite ultrasonic slash at him. Arthur continued to play along with him, and until the very end did not react to the pipe that was aimed towards his face. Only at the last moment did he gently lean to the left, missing the blow next to his right ear. Realizing that the blow had missed, the red-haired boy felt confused. A moment later, Arthur was behind him and hit him on the ass. The red-haired bastard lost his balance and fell to the ground, clutching his butt. Arthur, who wasn't even looking in his direction, was surprised at the annoyance of things not enhanced by mana being so fragile. Throwing the broken cane aside, Arthur concluded that he had no choice but to end this childish game with his bare hands. Seeing his second comrade fall to the ground due to the appearance of some commoner, the main bully with the cheeky hairstyle looked at him in surprise. A moment later, his arrogance took over, and he said with a sly smile that it was time to put the little impudent commoner in his place. His name was Jamiel, and it turned out he was a scion of the noble Trident family. During his training in his family's craft, he learned and did not even doubt the opinion that their family technique made their fists far more dangerous than any weapon ever created by humans. Throwing the metal stick aside, he took a stance and confidently thought that he only needed one blow to end this ridiculous fight. He considered it his duty to make sure that the boy from the Academy's beginner class remembered his place in this world. In just a moment, his self-confidence was shaken. Watching Arthur approach slowly and calmly, he felt something was wrong. The overwhelming gaze of his opponent began to cause a slight tremor in his body. For the first time in his life, he felt like he was in the place of prey. Swallowing hard against the lump in his throat, he wondered how a commoner could exert such pressure on others that even his terrifying father could not boast of. What worried him even more was the fact that neither of them used a single bit of mana to influence each other. Throwing his doubts aside, he decided to dispel what he considered to be his delusion by ending this duel with one signature blow of their noble family. Arthur saw through his movements and remained calm until the very end. Aiming his blow at the red-haired bully's face, Arthur made sure he remembered this lesson for the rest of his life. For the first time in his life, Jamiel experienced a crushing defeat during a fist fight with an opponent even younger than himself. Having lost his balance from a powerful blow to the face, the heir of the noble Trident family fell to the ground. Having beaten the crap out of the leader of these ridiculous hooligans, Arthur put his hands in his pocket and walked towards Elijah and the dwarf, who had also suffered because of their sudden racist attack. At that moment, Jamiel came back to consciousness, and seeing them calmly leaving, he began to feel anger. Rising to his feet, he began to release his mana into the water, shouting that whoever dared to humiliate the heir of the Trident house would pay for it with his life. Within a moment, he continued the battle using magic outside the academy. Pointing his trident to pierce the heavens, he arrogantly decided that he could finish off his offender, restoring the honor of the heir of Trident in the eyes of all witnesses. Arthur remained calm until the very end. He raised his hand only at the last moment, but the enemy's attack was suddenly stopped by the appearance of a shield of ice. The ice shield they used to protect themselves from the water trident was created by Princess Caitlin, who could not stand aside because of what she saw. The previously reserved and modest princess could not sit still in the carriage, feeling the battle that Arthur was participating in. From the moment they first met, she did not stop thinking about him, but at first he was just another boy in her eyes, similar to her immature brother and his friends. She had formed this opinion of him in the short time she had spent with him before the alarming events inside Helstia's house began. And yet, for some reason unknown to her, her interest began to warm up. Her gaze continued to cling to his sincerity and simplicity. She assumed that this was precisely why he was not like all those childish guys whom she had come to dislike during her acquaintance with noble houses. She remembered the moment when her mother hid her from the horrific sight of his battle with their disgusting court magician for the rest of her life. For the first time in her life, she saw how someone so young could instill fear in such strong people. At that moment, he only confirmed her suspicions that he was not just a child, he was completely different from other boys her age. In the eyes of the princess, Arthur was different. Because of these memories, she could not miss the opportunity to meet him again and immediately rushed to the side where the fight between the academy students was taking place. Her brother and their personal guard rushed after her, and Curtis, inheriting the behavior of the head of the kingdom, expressed dissatisfaction. Seeing the heirs of the royal family in front of them, the scion of the house of Trident and his red-haired friend felt terrified and began to tremble with fear that they would have to answer for their actions in full. Bowing low before their highnesses, the hooligans began to regret what had happened, justifying themselves by saying that they, as friends, were simply chatting carefree when some wild commoner attacked them without reason. The lies in their words made Elijah angry, and he began to shout that their words were complete nonsense. At the same time, the prince of the Trident family continued to bow, saying that they were wrong to resist the attackers. Elijah was genuinely angry at the attempts to evoke pity from the royal heirs, but a moment later he was distracted by the fact that the previously beaten dwarf's condition began to worsen. Although Princess Caitlin listened to the words of the strange students of the academy, their words did not explain why one of the dwarves was injured. The less reasonable Curtis, looking at Arthur, asked with displeasure if the boy's words were true. His intervention in the situation, with an attempt to act like a proud heir to the throne, caused displeasure in Kate because her stupid brother, as usual, blindly believed everything he heard. Without even looking in the prince's direction, Arthur replied that the ridiculous question he had been asked was simply ridiculous. Once such insolence was heard by everyone present, the hooligans were shocked by the mere thought that the invincible youth dared to call Prince Sapan ridiculous. Unlike them, Jamal, who was more familiar with the royal family and knew how to negotiate in such cases, felt a sudden advantage on their side due to the enemy's mistake and began to laugh quietly and slyly. As expected, the reaction to Arthur's words was immediate, and the displeased guard of the heirs of the kingdom grabbed him by the shoulder and asked him in displeasure how he dared to address the Prince of Sapan with such disdain. In response to his words, Arthur grabbed his hand tightly and, looking into his eyes, coldly replied that his speech becomes rude when he hears all sorts of nonsense. The guard didn't even know what to answer. He was shocked at how strong the little boy was that he grabbed his hand without even using mana. Carefully removing his hand, Vincent stepped into this dangerous conflict and, with a sense of guilt, politely apologized to the representatives of the royal guard for his nephew's insolence. After these words, he explained that with his behavior, Arthur wanted to say that the words of those children were a lie. Seeing Mr. Vincent Helstia in front of him, the heir to the royal throne was surprised by his presence and asked what he was doing there. Standing next to the victims of the bullies, Vincent replied that they were simply going to the square to listen to the announcement of the royal families of Dickathan. But on the way, they came across a group of bullies who were beating up a poor boy from the dwarf race. Within a moment, the poor beaten man, who was suffering from stomach pain, fell to his knees and began coughing up blood. Seeing this, Prince Curtis looked angrily at the hooligans and asked with displeasure how they dared to lie to his face. At that moment, the leader of that ridiculous gang of Academy hooligans stood up and introduced himself to His Highness as the first son of the Trident family. Hearing that this guy was indeed from a noble family, and also from a very influential family, Curtis thought that the situation was becoming more and more complicated, even despite the attackers being wrong. He believed that it was safe to say that right before their eyes he had used magic that was potentially dangerous or even lethal to life. On the other hand, he also took into account that the Tridents, along with the Eurus Academy, were the main sponsors of their family. Looking at this bastard, he was forced to take into account that they did not know how House Trident would react if they learned that something had happened to their heir, and even more so if rumors began to circulate that he was accused of attacking the defenseless. The prince's reasoning was obvious, and Jamal himself understood perfectly well that he, due to his origin, was still in a winning position. With a sly smile, he thought that everything was allowed to him, and what had happened would probably go unpunished without consequences. Princess Caitlin, who was more reasonable and adequate compared to her brother, decided to voice the accusation against Jamal for using magic in a public place. But at that moment, Curtis interrupted her. Trying to somehow smooth over the situation, he took on a leading role in the conflict trial and said that no one was seriously hurt, and therefore one could turn a blind eye to what was happening. Jamal, who stood before them with his head down, was already mentally rejoicing at his seemingly unconditional victory. Considering how much gold his father had invested in this kingdom, he had no doubt that even the royal family would condemn him for what he had done. Thinking that everything was coming to an end and he would be able to return home, starting to think about a plan to take revenge on his offender, Jamal suddenly heard Arthur's voice. As it turned out, his offender had taken a two-way communication scroll from his uncle, but it was not yet clear what he had in mind. The Trident boy remained calm, thinking he would get away with it. However, when Arthur began his relationship with Cynthia Goodsky, he began to wonder about what was happening. Even so, he doubted that the kid had made the right decision. He thought that Arthur was nothing but a fool for daring to deal with the headmaster of Xyrus Academy in person, despite being some commoner. Without looking at the scroll, Mrs. Cynthia established a connection, and thinking that she was dealing with Vincent, first of all said that he knew without her that she did not like such sudden appeals. Just a moment after Arthur introduced himself, a sincere smile appeared on her face, and she, changing her tone to a more gentle one, joyfully said that she was very glad to hear from him after such a long time without personal meetings. Looking at the bullies, Arthur calmly said that he needed her to expel a boy named Jamel Trident and his group of friends from the academy for their racist taunts, beating up a dwarf, and using lethal magic in the city. After his self-confident speech, even Jamil felt a slight tremor throughout his body. In response to his words, Director Goodsky began to get nervous, especially noticing that he was talking about the heir of the noble Trident family. When she started to say that it was unlikely, Jamil stopped hiding his smug, insolent smile. He believed that even if the commoner had some connection with the director, it was impossible for her to take his side, given the influence their family had throughout the continent. Realizing that Goodsky was not taking his request seriously, Arthur responded in a more serious tone that in that case he would reconsider his decision to enroll in their academy. As soon as such a threat was made to the director, she immediately said that everything would be done. A moment later, the group of hooligans who had attacked the poor fellow heard her say that from that moment on, they were expelled from the academy. Such an influence on Mrs. Goodsky shocked the representatives of the royal family no less than the hooligans themselves, and Vincent began to smile slyly and smugly. After this situation ended, the impudent children from noble families had no choice but to accept what had happened and tremble at the thought of what would happen when their parents found out about what had happened. The Trident family member who had the communication scroll, beaten with one precise blow from Arthur, received a call from his angry mother a few minutes after his expulsion, who began yelling at him about the situation and demanding an explanation. Due to the condition of the gnome, who was brutally beaten by hooligans, an ambulance was called for him. The heir to the royal throne, addressing Arthur, asked him to apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. As a prince, he stated that he was obliged to be impartial and not to unconditionally believe the first words he heard. With a smile on his face, Arthur replied that he also wanted to apologize for his behavior, justifying his cold and even insolent speech by the fact that he had succumbed to emotions associated with anger at the impunity of the hooligans who beat up the poor guy. Curtis shook his head and said that he had every right to do so. He said that he was even glad that despite their status as hooligans, they would no longer have the right to study at Xyrus Academy among those who were truly worthy of standing up for all of Decathlon. With firm conviction, he concluded by declaring that there is no place for racism on this continent. Having dealt with the sudden problem, Curtis returned to the carriage where Kate was already sitting. Turning to his sister, who did not take her eyes off Arthur, he said that despite the vague memories, he remembered that he felt the same way at the moment when they first met this strange nephew of Mr. Helstia. By saying that his sister was ignoring him again, he was trying to convey that he didn't think Arthur was a bad guy. Suddenly, the princess finally decided to turn to Arthur. She really wanted to invite him to have a cup of tea sometime, but all the shy princess had the courage to do was hold her breath and fix her hair when she saw him. Surprised by her sudden attention, Arthur asked what Her Majesty wanted to say. Squeezing the window frame, Kate said with a sweet smile that she couldn't wait to see them at Xyrus Academy. This attitude towards Arthur on the part of the princess shocked Vincent and Elijah, and Arthur himself bowed politely, saying that he was also looking forward to this moment. As soon as their short conversation ended, the princess sat down with relief. Shocked by what happened, the heir to the throne forgot about the royal family's manners and began shaking his personal guard, asking what happened and if his heartless sister was really capable of such empathy. When the boys arrived at the central square, there was already a huge crowd, and on the stage were the royal magicians who were establishing communication with the place from which the royal families were going to make an announcement to the entire continent of Decathlon. At the site, they met the rest of the family, who had arrived at the event a little earlier. When they met, Ellie noticed that Elijah's cheek was swollen and pointed at it with a finger, asking what happened. He responded to her words with an awkward smile, saying that he didn't know what to say about it. Arthur didn't pay attention to this. His thoughts were about the fact that soon all these people would find out that beyond their continent, there was another mysterious and perhaps even hostile continent. He was waiting to see what their reaction to this news would be. What really bothered him was the fact that another continent was spying on Dicathan using a mana beast that could disguise itself and carried a recording artifact that was far beyond the capabilities of the local inventors. He had been troubled by the idea that they would only do this if they were afraid of them or had malicious intent. Now he wondered if he had done the right thing by increasing the likelihood that Dicathan would reach the new continent. On the other hand, there was a chance that it was for the best, because if they were truly hostile, they would have the opportunity to be prepared, or even to strike preemptively. His anxious thoughts were suddenly interrupted by his mother's words. She was worried that he seemed even more absent-minded than usual, but Arthur assured her that everything was fine. With a kind smile on her face, she replied that she would pretend that he was occupied with the thoughts of an ordinary 12-year-old boy. As she smoothed his hair, she said in a gentle tone that she just wanted him to know that his mother would worry all the time, but would never stop him from doing what he wanted to do. Unfortunately, despite the sincerity of her words, he couldn't promise her that she would never have to worry about him. He couldn't lie to her face, so with the sweet look of a loving son, he simply thanked her for her concern. Meanwhile, the start of the broadcast was approaching, and everyone present was delighted with the thought that some historical event related to life on the continent of Dicathan was about to take place. Suddenly, everyone present was distracted from their conversation by noise from the stage. Using orbs filled with mana, the royal mages began to set up a broadcast. A moment later, a huge screen appeared above the stage, broadcasting the place where the three royal families of the continent had gathered. The king of the human state greeted everyone present, addressing people, elves, and dwarves at the same time. After introducing himself, Mr. Blaine Glader said that most of the audience already knew him as the King of Sapin. On this momentous day, he declared that he would be speaking not just as the leader of the people, but as one of the representatives of the continent of Dicathan. Then, standing next to the rulers of the three kingdoms of their beloved continent, King Sapina said that they had all gathered here to give a speech that would change Dicathan once and for all. Seeing the historic event before them, everyone present in the capital's main square knelt down with their heads bowed. There was no doubt that this day would mark the beginning of a new era for the continent they all called home. Putting his hand on his heart, the king sadly mentioned that many viewers knew about the enmity between humans and elves. In response to his words, the representatives of the royal elven family present merely nodded their heads, after which they sat down in their seats. Blaine Glader did not forget to mention that the humans had previously viewed the gnomes as business partners, treating their interests with disdain. While admitting his guilt, he sincerely stated that this was definitely not the course they wanted to pursue. Clenching his fist firmly, he declared on behalf of all the leaders of the continent that they had met countless times over the past few years, trying to unite their eternally warring races. 2 years ago, they had agreed for representatives of all three races to register as adventurers. As for the past year, it also marked a new milestone in history when Xyrus Academy opened its doors to students from the kingdoms of Eleanor and Darv. Now the new generation of mages could truly make friends and create pleasant memories freely, despite the old restrictions. Continuing his address to the people of all three kingdoms, King Sapina said that given the ongoing hostility between them, the heads of state understand how difficult it will be for some to adjust. Despite this, they called on their citizens to forget the past and stop any manifestations of discrimination in order to think about something else besides this, something useful for the common future of the three races. Raising his hands, he solemnly declared that this was important not only for them, but also for future generations, who would be much better off in the world. Despite the prejudices and the large number of guards in the area, most people responded positively to Blaine Glader's speech, asking them to put aside their hostility towards other races. Having finished his part, King Sapina handed over the right to speak to King Eleanor. The Elven King, with a sincere smile, declared that it was his honor to speak on behalf of all those who had gathered on this unforgettable historical day. First of all, he expressed his full support for the words concerning the future of the continent that King Glader had eloquently spoken. Changing the subject to a more sudden theme, he told his listeners the news that although they had a fairly clear idea of the future, it could still be said without reservation that this continent still held much that was unknown. It was no secret to anyone that here, on their native Dicathan, there were places so dangerous that no one had yet dared to explore them, making a clearer and more precise map of the continent. Speaking of this, he asked all the listeners how they would react to the news that even more secrets and dangers could be hidden beyond the borders of their continent. Assuming that the citizens of Dicathan might think that they had disobeyed, he officially announced on behalf of all the heads of the kingdoms that they had managed to find solid evidence of the existence of another continent. The crowd reacted to these words with mixed reactions, as while Ray and Vincent remained coolly calm as they considered this information, their regular fellow citizens were worried about what the population of the other continent was like and whether there was a possibility that they were hostile. Looking around, Arthur felt a certain tension because he knew that the discussion of this news could not go too smoothly, but it all turned into complete chaos. Thanks to the two-way communication, King Eleanor saw what was happening in the crowd, so he asked them to calm down a little because in fact they themselves do not know much yet, so there are still many questions about this, and therefore it is too early to make prejudices. Continuing his speech, he said that all they knew now was that there was another continent filled with mystery, adventure, and perhaps even danger. Slowly leading the audience to the essence of the message, he mentioned that they also had evidence that the inhabitants of a previously unknown continent were trying to reach them. As soon as he mentioned that the current level of technological development of both sides was still weak, he was interrupted. The head of the dwarf kingdom suddenly interrupted his colleague and shouted for the people who were discussing this news to be silent. Within a moment of his words, silence reigned among the crowd and the chaos ceased. Apologizing for his rudeness, he continued his speech, repeating Alduin's words about how much they still did not know for sure. As a solution to the situation, he stated that in these times of uncertainty, the best thing they could do for this continent and its people was to unite. Speaking with complete seriousness, he called on people to no longer fight among themselves and to forget old grievances, even though they look different and cultural values can sometimes fuel conflicts. The king of the dwarves called on everyone to live in friendship because they were born on Dicathan. With a kind smile, he cited himself as an example, saying that he was proud of the fact that he took part in this historic day, and then expressed the hope that future generations would feel the same way as he did. Addressing the crowd, he asked them what they thought about the fact that it was time to put aside old grievances and feel part of one huge Dicatana family. Just a moment later, the previously confused and frightened crowd began to joyfully clap their hands, supporting the speech of the head of the Dwarven Kingdom. Continuing his speech as the three kingdoms' strongest mages appeared, he stated that the process of uniting their states would take time and require a huge amount of effort, so the first step toward this goal would be the appointment of 6 people. Speaking of these strongest warriors of Dicathan, he introduced them as people who, according to the royal families, are the most courageous, tactful, intelligent, and strong in each of their nations. These guys will become representatives of each of the 3 races on a continental scale. Gesturing towards the mages who had emerged, the dwarf king declared that the primary task of these 6 men would be to protect and maintain the welfare of Dicathan. They would work alongside the rulers to ensure that their home would remain protected as they entered the new era. Before the awarding of the 6 strongest began, it was said that they would henceforth be known as the 6 spears, and each spear would symbolize the bonds that unite not only their own kingdoms, but the entire continent. After these words, the rulers of the 3 kingdoms stood up and walked onto the stage, preparing for the award ceremony. For this celebration, 6 identical rings were prepared with the seal of 6 copies. Standing nearby, the rulers greeted the first member of the new squad with a smile. The king of the dwarves solemnly declared that this was Ali Triscan. The second representative of the 6 copies was Vere Ore, who received her ring from the queen of the dwarves. Next, the gnome Ulfred Varen was awarded. Aya Greffin, warrior Eleanor, was awarded by Her Majesty Priscilla Glader. The 5th recipient was the dwarf Mika Efborn, who received her ring from Queen Eleanor. And the last of the 6 copies, the candidate from the human kingdom, received his ring from the hands of King Aladin. This magician representing the people unexpectedly became Byron Wykes. Hearing a familiar name, Elijah was shocked by this and said with a trembling voice that it was Lucas's brother in front of them. Looking at the stage, the entire audience began to chant words of encouragement, while Arthur maintained a cool head. Continuing his speech, King Sapina solemnly ordered the 6 spears to defend Dicathan with honor and glory against the unknown. Addressing all aspiring mages, he asked them to strive to become one of the 6 spears in the future as a sign of the highest level of skill. Under the slogan that even the sky is not the limit, all six spears paid tribute to the people they promised to serve faithfully and truly. Byron Wykes, who was a member of a terrifying family filled with hatred for other races, certainly looked like he didn't belong here. The day of the announcement revealed great secrets that Arthur had never even thought about before, but it also brought him back to a cruel reality. Lucas Wykes, the younger brother of one of the six spears, was remembered by him as the man whose disobedience and betrayal had led to the death of most of their group. Thanks to his family's connections and power, he was even able to escape punishment for his crimes. But Arthur remembered who he was and was filled with hatred and a thirst for revenge. When he finished his adventurer's path, he was warned that trying to take revenge on Lucas was the same as signing his own death warrant, because his older brother was behind him. The first mention of Byron Wykes turned out to be a very unpleasant truth, that he had become a symbol of unification of all of Dickathan. Although this thought occupied the main place in his head for the next few days, everything changed dramatically when it was time for a more important matter. Tangled plans faded into the background because his beloved sister Ellie's birthday had finally arrived. Seeing that he was completely ready for his birthday and had already put on his suit, Sylvie jumped on his shoulder and happily said that it was time to go. Arthur picked her up and placed her back on the bed with a smile. Trying not to upset her, he apologized and said that she should stay in the room that night. As expected, she was very upset that she would miss all the fun and Ellie's birthday wishes. Trying to calm her down, Arthur gently stroked her head and told her that Vincent had warned him that some of the guests were using Ellie's party as an excuse to follow him. He explained that he had decided so only because he did not want to take risks. He asked her not to worry, promising that he would definitely send someone to bring her lots of goodies from the holiday table. His promise brought her to her senses, and a joyful smile and sparkle in her eyes appeared on her face again. Having settled this misunderstanding, Arthur said goodbye with a kind smile and went downstairs, where all the guests were gathering. Several families who were invited to the celebration had already arrived at the house. Arthur invited them into the mansion with a sincere smile, meeting them at the entrance. Families passing by reacted to him with great interest, and even the family that came with their daughter embarrassed her by asking her to be sure to ask Arthur to dance with him. Arthur expected something like this, because there were many girls his age here. At the same time, he looked around to see how Elijah was doing. He knew that he was very interested in finding a girlfriend. As it turned out, he had already found one interesting girl and was telling her, wine in hand, that he was going to enroll in Xeris Academy. Winking at her and trying to show himself from his best side, he took increasingly bold steps and even suggested that she have a bite to eat together sometime during their joint studies. Unfortunately, everything happened as usual, and he made a ridiculous mistake by spilling wine from a glass on himself at the most inopportune moment. His nervousness and clumsiness created a less than ideal situation during such an attempt to establish a relationship with a pretty girl, and even caused her to laugh awkwardly. At that moment, Arthur, trying to hold back his laughter, carefully turned away from him and began to act as if he had not seen anything, although Elijah noticed his close surveillance of what was happening. The awkwardness of the clumsy gnome's failure was corrected by Ray, who suddenly appeared on the stairs and shouted that the main figures of this holiday were about to appear before those present. Everyone got ready, and a moment later Alice and Ellie appeared, whose mother had closed her eyes. Feeling the huge number of people inside the room, Arthur's sister said with surprise that she thought they would have an ordinary, modest family party. As she carefully walked down the stairs, she wondered why she had to wear such an uncomfortable dress if there weren't going to be a lot of people there. After a few seconds, they stopped, and Alice removed her hands and said that in front of her was the reason why they had prepared so carefully for her birthday. In front of her, there was a large number of guests who happily congratulated her on her birthday to the sounds of firecrackers and applause. Her facial expression suddenly changed to one of genuine happiness, and tears of joy began to roll down her eyes. The celebration continued, and the magicians who came to Ellie's birthday began their performance, creating beautiful patterns in the air using fire and water magic. Having finished the first part, the girl's father stopped the fun and attracted the attention of all the guests by tapping a glass of wine with a spoon. Before continuing the fun, he said he would like to thank everyone present. On behalf of his precious daughter, the drunk father declared that he was honored to see such an incredible crowd gathered for Ellie's birthday. Looking at his shy daughter, he made her feel embarrassed by the words that they had been sent so many wonderful things in this life, as well as two amazing children. Continuing his speech, the drunk Ray enthusiastically declared that despite all this, there could be no greater joy for him than to see Ellie and Arthur's first dance. Hearing this, the guests began to laugh merrily and rejoice that they would see such a cute dance of children. But Ellie herself was horrified by the realization of what she would have to do in front of a large crowd. It hadn't been mentioned before, so Tabitha, standing next to Alice, whispered in surprise that she hadn't even known they were supposed to dance. She wondered if they had spent any time practicing it. The angry reaction of the mother of these children made it clear that she had only just learned about this. She was ready to kill her husband in front of everyone in order to prevent the shame of her children's ridiculous dance, which they had never done before. The whole crowd was waiting, and a frightened Ellie ran up to her worried mother to find out how to get out of this situation. Although she didn't know how to dance and was very nervous about it, her brother was more confident and extended his hand to her. With a kind, caring look, he politely asked if she would do him the honor of agreeing to dance with him once. The hesitant girl excitedly extended her hand towards him, trying to tell him that they hadn't been practicing at all, but Arthur was completely calm and nodded his head in response, reassuring her that everything was fine. Just a moment after the children held hands, the drunk and reckless father shouted that it was time to turn on the music. As soon as the first note sounded, Arthur gently pulled Ellie towards him. Placing his hand gently on her waist, he surprised her with how exquisitely he danced. Despite the fact that no one knew where he got such experience from, their dance continued and they looked truly charming. Seeing this, Tabitha was shocked and said that she thought they had not practiced. Alice tried to answer that they really were dancing for the first time, but she was so surprised that she could not utter a word. Their movements really did look gentle and relaxed. Arthur was in complete control of the dance, and his little sister could only enjoy the moment. Performing the movements, he pushed her too. At the very end of the dance, he even surprised everyone present by using wind magic to lift her to a height. After Ellie's gentle and charming landing on the ground, the audience, surprised and touched by such an incredible dance, began to applaud with incredible delight. Arthur grew even more in the eyes of the young ladies who came to this birthday party. Winking at his younger sister to show that everything had gone as planned, he rejoiced at his experience of ballroom dancing from his past life. In this way, he not only surprised everyone present, but also managed to save his father from the wrath of his mother, who feared that their children would be disgraced in front of important guests. Suddenly, Arthur heard a familiar voice, boldly calling their performance disgustingly charming. Such words could not have belonged to anyone present. As it turned out, the most brilliant scientist of Dicatina dared to say it. Gideon decided to take advantage of this event to meet the amazing boy again. Taking a glass of wine with him, he invited Arthur to go outside for a little chat. Meanwhile, another carriage stopped near the house, which was extremely different from all the previous ones in its sophistication. The green-eyed, pointy-eared maid inside the carriage said that she had heard that her mistress was quite close to Arthur Lewin. Turning to the princess, she wondered if it was okay for them to just leave a gift for his sister and drive away in silence. Looking out the window, the charming Princess Eleanor replied that she could not distract Arthur from his sister's birthday on such a significant day. Despite the incredible desire to meet him after a long time without meeting, she said that there was nothing wrong with it, because they would soon see each other at the Xeris Academy. Arthur didn't even know that Tessia was so close to him at one point. Having met Gideon, he went outside with him and began to enjoy the fresh wind with cold calm. Seeing how the arrogant young man behaved, the brilliant scientist, who doubted his own genius because of Arthur, again became enraged in his presence, due to the fact that the creator of the steam engine drawing did not pay much attention to him. Continuing to lead him to a more private location, Arthur calmly expressed the hope that the distinguished guest had not snuck into his sister's party simply to chat with him. Feeling the accusations leveled at him, the nervous scientist replied that he had even brought a gift for her. Having heard what he wanted, Arthur stopped and, looking at the scientist with some mockery, asked what he owed to the visit of the #1 inventor of all of Dicathan. After such words, Gideon, tired of such communication, said that he clearly felt the sarcasm in his words. He sighed heavily and admitted that he had simply thought that dear Arthur would be interested to know that the council had approved the design he had developed based on his drawings. At that point, the shipbuilding process had already begun, and some of the tasks had been completed. As it turned out, the kings and queens had abandoned the monarchy due to the unknown nature of the outer continent and had now turned the form of government of their kingdoms into a common council of heads of state. Reacting to these words with a smile, Arthur congratulated the scientist and said that he had no doubt that he would be generously rewarded for his work. Gideon waved his hand indifferently and said that the money, fame, and power he had acquired were not of much importance to him. He began to talk about how what he wanted was something that even the council could not give him. But at that moment, he was distracted by some guys. With a genuine smile, the bravest of these children admitted that he was a big fan of his work. Unknowingly goading him for plagiarism, they excitedly said that they had heard about the giant ship he had designed for long voyages beyond the borders of Dicathin. Trying to somehow evade their attention, Gideon realized that he had no chance to escape, so he resigned himself and, turning to Arthur, asked him to stand still and wait for his return. After that, the guys took him away, asking him along the way about the ship, what does not consume mana, and how he came up with the idea of using flammable ore as a source of energy. Looking at this, Arthur only confirmed his suspicions that Gideon was not particularly happy with his fame. The guests had already begun to slowly disperse, which meant that breathing would become easier. Only those who were truly interested in their family and Ellie's birthday remained. At that moment, he heard the voice of a young girl who was desperately running towards him. It was Lily, and she was genuinely happy to have the opportunity to meet him again. Running closer, she stopped and began to breathe heavily from her run, saying that she was very sorry that they could not meet sooner. Because she was a little late to the party, she had to stay late to first wish Ellie a happy birthday. Taking her hand, Arthur reassured her, saying that her parents had already boasted about how busy she was being as the secretary of the Xeris Academy Student Council. With his caring behavior and charming look, he made her feel embarrassed, saying that now was not the time to think about such things. After that, he said with a smile that he was glad to meet them. It had indeed been a long time since they had last seen each other, so they were genuinely happy to see each other. How tall he had become during this time surprised her greatly, because he had really changed a lot. As a result, at this moment, when Gideon was busy with his fans, they managed to have a pleasant conversation. Lily told her about her past year at the academy, while Arthur told her about the part of his adventures that could be told. After the intense stories related to the adventure, they even found topics that could be genuinely laughed at. In the end, Arthur complimented her with a kind smile, noting that the little girl who constantly hid from her parents and dined with the servants had long since grown up. The cunning uncle, who was reborn in a new world, continued to strengthen his position in the hearts of young girls. In response, the embarrassed girl decided to dwell on his words about dining with the servants, accusing him of opening her soul and showing him her priceless refuge, while he continued to laugh at her even after several years. Leaning closer to her, he justified himself by saying that it was simply difficult for him not to notice how she had previously been worried about her future, while now she was doing well at the most prestigious magical academy of Dicathin. With these words, he was actually able to justify himself, and even gave another argument, saying that even at Ellie's birthday party, there are guys who look at her during their conversation. The words that she was very popular among the guys really embarrassed the young girl, and she began to justify herself in confusion by saying that she didn't even have a boyfriend or anything like that. Trying to avoid eye contact, she modestly admitted that it was thanks to his help that everything in her life had changed so much. Arthur understood what she was getting at and why she had mentioned that she wasn't interested in all these guys. In an attempt to remedy the situation, he made a rather awkward speech, saying that in that case he would be the one to personally approve of the guy she brought home. Winking awkwardly, he continued to play his part, saying that he would be much harder to please than Uncle Vincent. His words, as expected, caused some sadness in the girl due to the thought that he not only did not understand her hints, but was also not at all interested in them becoming a couple. Looking away, she hesitantly agreed to his proposal. Fortunately, this conversation was interrupted by a man who drew attention to himself with an accentuated cough. Returning to Arthur and seeing the upset look of the young lady, Gideon decided to save the situation and the further awkwardness of his young assistant's conversation. Turning to Lilia, he asked if she would mind if he interrupted their conversation to spend a few minutes in Arthur's company. Seeing Master Gideon in front of her, Lilia bowed with great respect and agreed to his proposal. As she left, she said a sweet goodbye to Arthur, trying not to show her true emotions. As soon as Lily ran back into the house, Gideon reminded him that everyone knew and respected him. After such a modest reminder of his words, he decided to give some practical advice to the inexperienced young man, saying that he was quite popular with girls, after which he noted that this girl was in love with him. Continuing to drink the wine in small, refined sips, Arthur replied briefly that he knew about it. Surprised by the modesty of his answer, Gideon continued the conversation on the subject, saying that they were getting along well. When the old man asked if he was going to do anything about it, Arthur, looking at his glass, replied that she was the one whose life had been changed by his help. He described the feeling she was experiencing as something more akin to gratitude than sympathy. Swirling the wine in his glass, he said that she didn't understand it yet, but in the future she would be able to figure it out. She felt like a lady saved from trouble, grateful to the hero. Such a reasoned answer from the lips of the young man further suppressed Gideon's self-confidence, and he said tensely that his maturity in such matters was simply nauseating. Returning to previous topics, Arthur reminded that he certainly did not come to give him love advice. The impudent boy's words once again hurt Gideon's pride, but swallowing another insult, he decided to continue the previous conversation. He decided to continue by saying that he wanted to use the money, fame, and power that the council had given him in order to get something that he could not find anywhere else. Looking at Arthur, he briefly explained that he wanted to gain his knowledge. After these words, which foreshadowed obsessive attempts to implement something that could lead to unforeseen results, Arthur fell silent for a minute. After thinking about his answer, he admitted that he had long doubted that he had done the right thing in giving them the plans for the steam engine. Speaking of this, he expressed his reluctance to change the way the world works, any more than he had already done through some carelessness. Looking at the scientist, he assured him that Dickathan would be fine without his intervention. The guy's words worked a little differently than planned, because in response, Gideon became inspired and even said with anticipation that he probably had even more ideas in his head that could turn this world upside down. The scientist's mood suddenly changed. He was inspired and happy at the very thought that he had a source of ideas, that he looked at everything from a completely different angle. Seeing this, Arthur was not delighted, because Gideon's ears really caught only what he wanted to hear. Trying to convey to him the words that he had not understood the first time, Arthur called him by name in a more serious and cold tone, distracting him from the early enjoyment of future triumphs. Looking at the mad scientist, Arthur asked him to take the words as they sounded, after which he conveyed to him that he was not in this place to satisfy his selfish curiosity. Demonstrating his understanding of his words, Gideon threw aside his glass of wine and said with complete seriousness that these words sobered him up to the point of madness, after which he promised that he would take the request into account. Not wanting to leave empty-handed, he offered the young genius a compromise. Extending his hand, he promised that he would not ask him to invent anything that would change the world, but he would agree to consult with him from time to time as he developed his own ideas. In exchange, he offered to become his personal sponsor if he needed any artifacts, goods, or even money. The offer was quite tempting, considering how influential Gideon is. Arthur agreed to this lucrative deal to make some of his future tasks easier. After this conversation, they returned inside the building, where Ellie, Lilia, and their mothers were already looking through birthday presents. Among these presents were a lot of dresses, and even Sylvie was delighted with their appearance. As he passed by, Arthur noticed something interesting. His attention was drawn to a gift box that was different from the others in its shape. At that moment, Ellie asked to bring it to her immediately, because she had already managed to get tired of looking at the huge amount of clothes. Tearing the wrapper with incredible speed, she tried to guess what was inside, but the only clue was some letter. Taking it in their hands, the older brother and parents began to read the prophetic words of the author, that she was probably already tired of countless dresses and tea sets. The sheet said that this gift was made in the hope that she would not stand and simply admire her brother's strength. As soon as they finished reading the sheet, Ellie opened the box, which contained a wonderful bow, which caused her sincere delight. Now the wish to become stronger and be on par with her older brother made sense, because someone thought of giving her such an important thing in the world of magic. The wonderful bow delighted not only Ellie, but also everyone present. The birthday girl began to imagine that she was a beautiful, strong archer, shooting imaginary arrows at various objects inside the living room. Adjusting his glasses, Vincent noted with a knowing look that this weapon was probably part of the elven culture of Eleanor. Ray was surprised by these words because he understood that the origin of the bow was certainly as Vincent said. While Arthur was wondering if this could be a gift from Tessia or someone from her family, Ellie finished playing with her bow and walked up to her brother, holding out her hands to him. With a sweet expression on her face, she asked him to show her what he had brought her for her birthday. As expected, the request to receive the long-awaited gift seemed impolite to her mother, and she began to pull her cheeks, saying that laughter was not how a young lady should react to such remarks from her elders. Looking at this whole funny situation, Arthur responded with a good laugh. In order not to aggravate the situation, he decided to interrupt it instead by using magic, thanks to which gifts appeared in his palms. Ellie was delighted with the mysterious box and began to try to guess what was inside, while her mother was genuinely surprised that the gift was a pear, and Arthur also held out another box in her direction. Opening the box, the impatient Ellie was captivated by the beauty of the necklace, with the image of a burning bird. Pleased with how Ellie took the gift, Arthur explained that the necklaces would protect them if he or Dad weren't around. Seeing the gift from the birthday girl's older brother, Tabitha enthusiastically called the necklaces adorable and asked where they managed to find them. Shaking his head, Vincent, who could get almost anything, replied to his wife, who was interested in the necklace, that these pendants were the only ones of their kind. After opening his gift, Arthur gently placed the necklace around his little sister's neck. Looking into her eyes full of joy, he once again congratulated her on her birthday. After celebrating Ellie's birthday, her older brother began to fulfill his part of the contract with the brilliant scientist Decaton, and together with him, went more than once to the place where the construction of a steamship was taking place at that time. Walking through the huge hangar, Arthur told the scientist that he did not have to accompany him all this time, attracting unnecessary attention. In response, Gideon explained that in saying this, the brilliant young man did not take into account the fact that only employees and council members have access to this facility. Reacting sickened by his remark, the cheeky little boy said that he had already heard about it, after which, without much emotion, he said that he was impressed and very grateful to the venerable inventor for such an honor. Gideon's feelings were hurt again by this sudden, impudent speech, so he replied that the boy's face did not look delighted. According to him, all he saw before him was an ungrateful brat who was bored out of his mind in a place that millions of Dicathenians dreamed of visiting. In response, Arthur explained with some displeasure that it was difficult to maintain interest, given the number of times he had bothered him at the slightest advancement in this project. As it turned out, using the communication scrolls, he had woken him up more than once in the early morning to contact him for practical advice. Standing next to him, leaning against the steel beam, Gideon said with some sadness that all these late-night calls had not brought them any closer. In response, the still impudent youth said that an old man like him would be better off trying to find friends his own age rather than making friends with such children. As it turned out, time flew by quite quickly since Ellie's birthday, and even Arthur managed to celebrate the same holiday. Speaking of which, Gideon remembered that his sister's birthday had been a rather extravagant celebration, so he wondered if the young genius's party had been similar. As it turned out, Arthur didn't want anything like that, and his birthday was organized in a small family circle. The scientist was surprised by his words, considering what a socialite the young man had been at his sister's party. He mentioned this topic for a reason, because he had a small gift for Arthur in honor of his recent birthday. Taking the small box in his hands, Arthur asked in surprise what it was and why the old man had not bothered to properly wrap the gift. Gideon fell for his bold provocation again, and enraged shouted at him to give the gift back. But Arthur, with a cheerful laugh, said that it was just a harmless joke. Opening the box, the young man saw some interesting bracelet, after which he thanked Gideon for his care and for everything he had done for him. As he placed the gift on his hand, Gideon replied with a satisfied smile that, compared to what the little genius had done for him during this time, it was just a trifle. It turned out to be an item that hid some of his mana properties. Gideon was very curious as to why he needed to hide not one, but two elements. As he continued to drink the water, the exhausted old man jokingly said that it looked like he really did have an affinity with the four elements or something like that. When Arthur calmly confirmed this seemingly joke, the shocked Gideon could not contain his emotions, and all the water that was in his mouth at that moment was directed with great force at the face of the research assistant who approached him. Wiping his mouth, he asked if he was serious or not. Now it all became clear to him, and he confidently assumed that the fact that he needed such a bracelet meant that he planned to hide half of his elements. Pointing his finger at himself, he asked in confusion why he had told him a secret that he was going to hide from the others. Winking back, Arthur said in a friendly tone that the answer was simple, because the more he realized how special his young friend was, the more free stuff he would get. The boy's impudence caused the scientist to smile with interest, and he even called him a madman, which shocked his mind even despite his young age. Until now, he could not believe that he would find a young boy, that he would tell him about things that break the standards of this world and his ideas about reality, as if it were some kind of trifle. Speaking about the use of the four elements, he said with a smile that he would like to see proof of his words sooner or later. Arthur did not object and promised to gladly demonstrate his wonderful abilities as soon as the opportunity arose. Returning to the topic of building the ship, Arthur looked again at the scale of the work and noted that the speed at which this task was being completed was simply astonishing. Gideon responded to the rare compliment from the young genius with a smug smile. Looking at the huge, steam-powered ship, he proudly declared that almost immediately after his dear friend entered the happy days of life at the Xyrus Academy, the people of Dikaten would set off on a long voyage. Returning home through the streets of the capital, Arthur continued to be amazed at how quickly old Gideon worked. He had never thought that he would be able to not only organize all the work, but practically build a ship with a steam engine in a matter of months. On the other hand, he was afraid of the future, realizing that if that new continent turned out to be hostile, then he would not be able to afford to train half-heartedly. Based on what he heard about the Mana Beast and the technological solutions of the other continent, he was afraid that their mages were on a completely different level. In order to continue improving, he intended to gain as many benefits as possible from the artifact given to him by Gideon during his studies at the Academy, in order to bring his level of mastery of the elements of earth and wind closer to the other two. Being completely immersed in these thoughts, he didn't even notice how he hit someone's strong back. Looking at the man who reacted with displeasure to this, he politely apologized, justifying himself by saying that he had been thinking for a bit and had stopped paying attention to the road. Pretending to be an innocent child, Arthur was unable to gain the understanding of the drunk man, even though the girls next to him were asking him to let the young boy go. When he asked Arthur where his eyes had gone, that he hadn't noticed such a huge, strong man in front of him, it made him feel sick to his stomach that he was constantly running into scum like this. Trying to show off in front of his ladies, the drunkard said that given that he was a professor, it would be wrong to just let go of an undisciplined brat whose parents couldn't handle his upbringing at all. The first lesson he wanted to teach was about hair, because he paid special attention to it, saying that a real man should have a short haircut and visible muscles, like himself. Taking the elastic band off his hair and throwing it behind his back, he directed some mana into his hand. The strange professor said that he was going to start the second lesson, saying that when in front of someone of his caliber, he had to apologize on his knees. He began to press on Arthur's head with all his strength, strengthening his body with mana, trying to pin him to the ground. He was surprised because he didn't understand what was happening, when he felt a tremor in his hand because the young guy he didn't know didn't fall to his knees. Arthur, who had easily held back his pressure even without using mana, calmly replied that given how drunk the professor was during such a ridiculous show, he was willing to turn a blind eye to it. Looking at him with a piercing, oppressive gaze, he said in a serious tone that he advised him to take his hands off him without delay. At this point, seeing the professor's indecision, one of his companions pulled him back, seeing how difficult it was for him to comprehend the difficulty of the situation. The angry man with muscles instead of a brain was seriously enraged by the young man's insolence. Hugging his companions, he asked with a displeased shout how he dared to speak in such a tone to a professor of the Xyrus Academy. After mentioning these words, Arthur stopped. Thinking that his words had worked, the professor smugly said that he had made the right decision, that he had treated his words with due respect. Continuing to boast about his position, he warned Arthur that if he were to study at the academy, then he would be better off staying away from him, because there they would be allowed to beat a little discipline into him. In response, Arthur demonstratively tied his hair with an elastic band, which the professor had brazenly taken from him a few seconds ago and thrown behind his back. With his next movement, he threw the pendant that had previously hung around the professor's neck in his direction with a sly smile, after which he said that he would look forward to studying at the academy under his leadership. The pendant that fell to the ground surprised the ladies because they didn't even notice when and how he managed to tear it off the professor's neck. The man with muscles instead of a brain was amazed, because the boy not only managed to take the rubber band that he threw away, but also to steal that medallion from his neck so that even despite his experience, he could not notice it. Having finished his business, Arthur returned home. As soon as he opened the door, Ellie, with a bow on her shoulders, and Sylvie joyfully rushed at him. Using wind magic, he held them in the air with a smile and told them that their tricks wouldn't work on him. While the alliance of the two girls were taking offense at how cleverly he had dodged their sudden attack, Arthur asked where their parents were. The younger sister replied with a sincere smile that she and Elijah were in the living room, looking at the packages that were sent to them from the Xyrus Academy. Without hesitation, Ellie pulled her older brother along with her, where the inspection of gifts was already taking place. As it turned out, they had finally been sent the academy uniform, which meant that they were already on the list of students. Receiving his box, Arthur looked at it with a smile, wondering what would await him at the academy. He was happy just at the thought of becoming a student again, just like in his past life. Unlike him, Elijah had slightly different emotions, because he was sincerely glad that he would be able to study at the most advanced school of magic on the entire continent. Preparing for his studies did not give him time to think about who he would meet this time. He was awaited by both enemies and girls who had warm feelings for him due to his strength and attractiveness. The princesses of both kingdoms could not wait to meet him. With a smile on his face, Arthur looked forward to the many things this world could still teach him. He didn't even notice how the long-awaited day of the beginning of studies at the academy arrived. As usual, it was very difficult to wake him up. They couldn't be late for their first day of school, so Elijah did everything he could to wake up a sleepy Arthur. Realizing that all the dwarf's efforts were in vain, Arthur's daughter joined the cause. A moment later, Sylvie jumped high into the air, but as it turned out, her intentions were not entirely friendly towards her father's friend. With incredible fury, she rushed not at Arthur, but at Elijah. The noise of the fight was exactly what helped bring the magician to his senses. Standing up, he said that he would be ready to go out in 5 minutes. Elijah, who struggled to lift him up and was even forced to fight with Sylvie's sharp claws, was not happy with how carefree his friend seemed. While wearing the academy uniform for the first time, Arthur started a conversation with his friend. In response to his words that he still couldn't believe that such an incredible fighter chose the faculty of learned magicians, Arthur said that he simply wanted to learn more about the theory of magic. His gnome friend replied that he still didn't understand the logic, because instead he could have simply attended electives and not built his entire education at the academy around science. Arthur justified his decision as not wanting to watch the ridiculous children fighting each other all the time. In addition, he still intended to attend classes for combat mages so that the theory could be reinforced by practice. As it turned out, Elijah was worried that Arthur, like the other mage scientists, would be discriminated against by the battle mages. A little later, he clarified that, in fact, in this case, he was more worried not about him, but about the students, whom he could send to the infirmary for their behavior. With a good-natured laugh, Arthur replied that he would try to behave decently. He couldn't fail his studies, so he thought about how to control his emotions. Still, he hoped that he would not have to waste his valuable time arguing with the children, as had happened once on the day the news of the unification of the continent was announced. Having finished their preparations, they went down to the first floor and joined in for breakfast. The parents were happy that their son and his friend would finally become students of the most prestigious educational institution of Dicathen, while the younger sister felt sad because she herself would like to go to Xyrus. Seeing Ellie's indignation, her older brother calmed her down with the words that she would certainly become Xyrus' student, but to do this she should stop being lazy in her training with magic and using a bow. Taking advantage of the opportunity to be near Arthur's parents, Elijah shyly asked Aunt Alice to patch up his face a little. Seeing the fresh scratches, the woman began to laugh tenderly, realizing that this was most likely the work of Sylvie. Ray, who could not contain his joy for this event, began to talk about how proud he was of his son's upbringing, because soon he would be attending the famous Xyrus Academy. When he mentioned raising him, Alice got mad, saying that she was the one who raised Arthur when he was a child. Seeing her unusual displeasure, Ray correctly assumed that she meant that he himself only raised his children when they got into trouble. After dinner, the parents brought the children to the carriage to say goodbye. Arthur promised to visit them as often as possible, after which he put his hand on his younger sister's head and asked her to behave well, and also to look after her mom and dad. Before he left, he reminded his mother and sister to always keep the pendants he gave them with them. In response, Ellie and Alice showed off their necklaces with satisfied smiles, while Ray asked with displeasure why he had not received farewell words from his beloved son. Remembering that the irresponsible father also needed a grain of love and care, Arthur, with some mockery, asked him not to burn the house to the ground during the next training session. His son's brash speech before his departure brought back pleasant memories of their duels in Ray's mind, while his wife and her little copy agreed with Arthur's words and nodded their heads at the same time. After an hour of riding in a carriage, the boys finally reached the main gates of the academy, and Sylvie happily squealed that she couldn't wait for the moment when the first fights between the students would occur. At the entrance to the huge building of the most famous Academy of Dikaten, a huge number of students had already gathered, among whom were many confused children who found themselves in this place for the first time. The use of magic was allowed here, and those who had contracts with mana beasts used them as transport or escorts. There were students of all three races here, and they were gradually trying to find a common language. For the first time in the Academy's history, all boundaries that separated children from noble and village families were erased. The confused crowd continued to gather near the entrance, but when it was time to begin registration, the Academy staff came out to them. Addressing those who had arrived for their first year of study, a man in the uniform of an Academy professor asked them to line up one by one in front of the entrance to the central building so as not to miss the obligatory opening ceremony. Elijah and Arthur heeded the request. The line moved quite quickly thanks to the magical registration devices, so they got inside in a few minutes. All the first-year students were delighted with the incredible interior of this building. Elijah looked around and didn't even notice when it was his turn. Thanks to the magic ball, the academy worker was quickly able to obtain information about his first and last name, as well as the fact that he was a candidate for a combat mage who had an affinity with the element of earth. Having confirmed his candidacy, she began to review Arthur's file. Upon learning that he was a candidate for the position of a mage scientist with an affinity for the elements of earth and wind, she exclaimed in surprise. Arthur didn't understand what her reaction was about, so he thought there was some kind of problem. But Elijah responded by giving him a friendly nudge, explaining that she was just surprised that he had an affinity with two elements at once. The excited representative of the academy had seen something like this for the first time during her work, so she tried to hide her further emotions and invited them to go to the hall where the opening ceremony of the school year was beginning. Entering the huge room, they were surprised by its size, and Arthur thought that it looked no worse than the Helstia auction house. There were already so many students inside that it was quite difficult to find free seats, so Elijah and Arthur were forced to make their way through the overcrowded rows. When the friendly gnome started greeting everyone, some reacted negatively to his words, thinking that he was just another boring weakling nerd. Seeing people act like this, Arthur didn't want to leave Elijah as the guy who had been prejudiced against since the first day of their training. Just one look from him, and Sylvie's evil fangs were enough to put the impudent guys in their place. Feeling his strength and authority, they did not even pay attention to the fact that he was from the Faculty of Scientists, but only obediently let him go ahead. Once they found empty seats, Elijah immediately began to introduce himself to the kids sitting next to him, thus reminding Arthur of how kids around his age make friends. Watching the scene with boredom for a few more minutes, Arthur waited for the wind magic to appear. A moment later, Professor Cynthia Goodsky appeared in front of all the students with her always pleasant smile. Noticing Arthur, she immediately winked at him. The boy flinched at such suddenness because he didn't want the academy to pay special attention to him. Upon noticing Mrs. Goodsky, all the students present began to whisper among themselves about how amazing a person she was and how incredible her appearance was. The school principal wasn't going to wait for them to calm down, so she used her deviant form of magic. In just a moment, the effect of her technique covered the entire huge hall. There was silence inside, and the students felt as if their voice had suddenly disappeared. Seeing the excellent result, Arthur was delighted, because although he knew that she possessed sound magic, he did not think that it was so strong that it could cover an entire building. Having demonstrated a mind-blowing skill, Miss Goodsky apologized to the students for her rudeness, justifying such a decision by the fact that she does not have much time to wait for silence, and also that she does not like to raise her voice. In her defense, she clarified that without using such a spell, her throat would start to hurt, considering how hard it was to scream at her age. Having attracted the attention of absolutely every student, she welcomed future leaders, scientists, and the strongest warriors of all of Dicathan to this modest academy. With the following words, she introduced herself as one would introduce oneself to the director of an educational institution. The professor, trying to come up with a long, incredibly tedious speech, decided to stop at the words about how this was a very special year, unlike any previous one in the history of their academy. With this in mind, she proudly stated that since the founding of this academy, They had never had so many elves and dwarves studying there as they did this year. All the races present were delighted by her words and immediately clapped in support of the director's speech. Continuing on this theme, she admitted that she had decided that the best students in the academy would be the ones to greet them. Pointing her hand to the other side of the stage, she asked them to greet the members of the Academy Student Council, who would be guiding them and giving them the necessary advice. As it turned out, the Student Council was mostly made up of people who were in their senior years. To her surprise, Uncle Vincent's daughter was already there, even though she was only in her second year of school. As soon as Elijah saw Lilia, he excitedly began to nudge Arthur, saying that they should support her appearance. The appearance of the Student Council president was the most interesting for the public, because the boys, seeing such a charming beauty, held their breath, while a blush appeared on their childish faces due to warm feelings. As expected, Elijah was delighted with this young lady and asked with great curiosity who she was. Her appearance even interested Sylvie, because a joyful expression appeared on her cute face. Arthur couldn't allow himself to show excessive emotion, so he just smiled from the pleasant memories that came flooding back. All this was connected with the fact that the Student Council president was the beautiful Princess Eleanor. The excitement surrounding Tessia's appearance caused a lot of noise among the students, who began discussing her stunning attractiveness, discussing the rumors that she had been living on campus since last year as a direct student of Principal Goodsky. Everyone was dreaming that she would look in their direction, and the noise of the hall stopped exactly at the moment when the Princess of the Kingdom, Eleanor, began her speech. After greeting the new students of the academy, she sincerely congratulated them on entering the best educational institution for the study of magic on the entire continent of Dikathen. She was a freshman like everyone else present, but she made no secret of the fact that she had a privilege that gave her the opportunity to observe life at the academy for a year before entering. First of all, in her welcoming speech, she mentioned that, in addition to her studies, she had seen how bonds were created on this land, and also that she had witnessed discrimination against scholar mages by combat mages. Speaking about this, she expressed concern that it was hard to imagine what racial differences would lead to if even minor differences in their uniforms could create a rift between students. Taking the opportunity, she stated that the students of the new generation should, for the sake of themselves and the entire continent, discard the way of thinking of the old generation, which gave rise to hostility between different races. She wanted the students to do the same, just like the royal families who had gathered together to form a council to unite for the future of this continent. Luckily, the crowd responded to her candid speech with full support and a standing ovation. Arthur, enjoying such bold behavior of his previously shy friend, quietly clapped his hands together with Sylvie in support. His dragon daughter couldn't sit still, and calling Tess Mom, offered to go downstairs to say hello. Trying to stop her from doing something rash, he asked her in surprise why she thought Tess was her mother. Their conversation was interrupted by Elijah, who began to behave extremely strangely. As it turned out, looking at the Princess of the Kingdom, Eleanor, he said with complete seriousness and a blush on his cheeks that he had fallen in love. Arthur and Sylvie reacted to these words with rather dark incomprehension, causing him to nervously ask why they were trying to kill him with sharp looks. Sighing heavily, Arthur replied that while they were walking here, he had already managed to reveal his feelings 4 times to 4 different girls. Still, he couldn't help but agree with his friend's words about her being different from the others. Moreover, he was pleased to see her, and even said that she had really changed a little during this time. Stubbornly putting on his glasses, Elijah, who was not indifferent to the princess, latched on to Arthur's words, saying that his words about how she had changed sounded as if he was familiar not only with Princess Catelyn and Prince Curtis, but with her too. He was extremely unhappy and expressed this by saying that his invitation to the party of beautiful people was lost somewhere in the mail. Trying to calm him down with the help of Sylvia, he reminded him that now he calls absolutely all the girls he meets beautiful. Distracted from this weirdo, Arthur looked again at Tess, whom he had already managed to miss during all this time. Even though her feelings were mutual, she didn't look up or even try to find him among the rows filled with freshmen. When the congratulatory event was over, the guys went outside, and Elijah, who had been watching every second of the speech of the Student Council president and director Goodsky with delight, began to complain that it was damn boring. Looking at Arthur, who was not listening to him at all, he noticed that the eyes of all the beauties walking nearby were riveted on him. His friend was just playing with Sylvie, and it was hard for Elijah to figure out if he didn't notice the girl's attention or if he just didn't care. This even made him a little furious, because he would have liked to be in his place. After walking a few more meters, they stopped because of the shouts of two students who started a verbal altercation. Some other red-haired bully started insulting the gnome, calling him a shorty who hopes for God knows what by wanting to become an amplifier. Their conflict attracted the attention of a small crowd, and Elijah, whose feelings were hurt by such mockery of the dwarf, invited Arthur to come closer to observe what was happening there. Seeing the blatant racism right after the welcoming event, Arthur was not particularly happy to see the blatant racism, knowing that it would not be easy for Tess to be president among such idiots. Nicholas Drayle, the impudent man who had bullied the dwarf, goaded him into agreeing to duel with him. Brosnan Burr, that was the name of this poor fellow, belonging to the race of the dwarf kingdom, nevertheless agreed to this proposal and, pouring a small amount of mana into the chest artifact, said that he was declaring a duel. In response, Nicholas did exactly the same as the provoked boy. Pouring mana into his Xyrus Academy chest artifact, he accepted the challenge to a duel with a sly smile. In just a moment, magic flared up around them and barriers appeared next to them, protecting the environment and other people from their techniques. Looking at his chest artifact, Arthur finally understood what it was made for. The red-haired guy, who probably belonged to some noble family due to the fact that he had a spatial ring and even a good weapon, began to laugh self-confidently, looking towards the dwarf. In response, Brosnan took out from the spatial ring a weapon familiar to gnomes, a two-handed axe. Anticipating a good fight, Elijah enthusiastically began to loudly support the dwarf, causing some discomfort among those around him due to his excessive emotionality. Arthur didn't intend to guess the outcome of the fight, so he decided to check the level of their mana core. The brash man named Nicholas was so confident because he was already at the dark red core stage, which was not a bad result for an ordinary freshman. On the other hand, the dwarf was at the very beginning level, being a black core stage booster. Although there was a slight difference in the development of their mana cores, it could only play a role if they weren't at a beginner level. In this battle, everything depended on their skills and how much time they devoted to their training. Burr was the first to attack, and the smug redhead went on the defensive, starting to use earth magic. To block his opponent's path, he took a stance and plunged his twin blades into the surface. Sharply raising his daggers into the air, Nicholas raised two huge stone walls that were supposed to slow down or ideally stop the enemy's attack altogether, ensuring that he could conveniently close the distance against the amplifier. Elijah was shocked by such use of the blade in combination with earth magic, while Arthur came to the conclusion that if Nikolai was able to control this magic like that, then this speaks not only of his talent, but also that he trained hard to achieve such mastery. Despite the agility of his opponent, the dwarf desperately rushed forward, chopping obstacles with a huge axe. Having approached his opponent closely, he swung high to strike. Using the earth tremor technique, he wanted to bid farewell to his opponent with one precise blow, but Nicholas was agile enough to avoid the blow. The red-haired fighter quickly appeared behind him and began a counterattack, delivering a whole series of cuts, which the dwarf stubbornly parried. Seizing the opportunity, Burr took advantage of the strength of his weapon and delivered a powerful counterattack that sent Nicholas flying back to the other side of the area their barrier was protecting. Thanks to persistent training, the red-haired daring guy managed to maintain his balance. Seeing this, the dwarf had no intention of giving him the advantage of being able to change strategy, so he immediately rushed after him. Seeing this, Nicholas grinned slyly and again stabbed his twin daggers into the surface to use some kind of trick. He waved his arms and threw dirt at the gnome. The drill didn't have time to dodge, and because dirt got into his eyes, visibility became limited. Saying that Nicholas was fighting like a coward, he opened his eyes and saw that it was too late to defend himself. His opponent managed to get close and use the earth column technique, which dealt a serious blow to the opponent's stomach. This unexpected attack knocked the gnome out of the barrier, and he, experiencing severe pain, began to cough. Approaching him and thrusting one of his daggers into the ground, a smug Nicholas said that it made no difference how he fought, because victory was victory. The crowd began to slowly disperse, and those who supported the red-haired scoundrel continued to watch the mockery, clapping their hands in satisfaction. Looking at this with disgust, Elijah thought about how Nicholas did not plan to stop, although the duel was supposed to end with the destruction of the barrier. He was right, because the madman, having strengthened his leg with mana, directed it at the hand of the dwarf lying on the ground, smugly saying that it would be interesting to see how his training would go with a crushed hand. Realizing that something terrible was about to happen, Elijah decided to stand up for his comrade. He wanted to intervene in their conflict, preventing a small disaster on the very first day, becoming a real hero among the first years. His quest to become popular with girls was doomed to failure. Because Arthur intervened in the situation with his own method, he simply shouted that he saw the student council president approaching them. Fearing that the student council might be approaching, Nicholas began to look around anxiously. Arthur, who had made such a fuss, began to play the innocent, saying that he had most likely made a mistake, while Elijah, with a reasonable look, said that he had completely deprived him of the chance to become a star. The impudent man who dared to interrupt Elijah's moment of glory did not consider it heroic, saying that he was simply trying to scare the boy who was waving swords. At that moment, the one in question suddenly tugged him by the shoulder. With an angry expression on his face, the red-haired Nicholas, calling Arthur a nerd, said that he was asking for a fight with him, daring to interfere in his duel. Arthur, posing as an innocent weakling, asked him to calm down with a kind smile, saying that discrimination was bad. After these words, he expressed his belief that the duel had ended long before he was about to injure the dwarf. Tossing him aside, Nicholas called him a skinny first year and angrily said that he himself decided when the duel ended. Sighing heavily, Arthur doubted that duels were arranged in this way here, while the impudent senior, returning to the gnome lying on the ground, threatened that he should not catch his eye outside of class. Just when it seemed the conflict was over, Sylvie decided to make a change and spat on Nicholas's neck. Feeling the moisture on his neck and hair, the high school student became really angry. Looking around with an expression of serious anger on their faces, he began to stare at Arthur. In response, Arthur, with the same stupid expression on his face, said that it was not him, but his funny mana-beast. This excuse could not stop Nicholas, and with an angry cry, accusing Arthur of insolence, he began to take his blades out of the spatial ring. What was able to stop the fool from truly disgracing himself in front of the crowd was the gentle voice of a student who asked how he dared to do such a thing in front of a crowd of first-year students. Looking towards the recognizable voice, Nicholas realized that his impunity was over. The onlookers who had gathered there for the spectacle understood that the fighting had come to an end and would soon be replaced by severe punishments for those who disturbed the peace inside the academy courtyard. Arthur and Sylvie looked around with interest to see who had decided to interrupt Nicholas's rampage. As it turned out, it was Tess, accompanied by Lilia and another member of the student council. They found themselves nearby, just walking in such company and discussing what their next meeting would be like and what issues would be raised. Despite the heated discussion between the two student council members, their president was lost in her thoughts about how she hadn't been able to find Art during the speech. She wondered if he had missed the ceremony or if he was just in a corner where she hadn't noticed him. Thinking about how to react to their long-awaited meeting, she chose a model of behavior between several options. Expecting him to be struck by her appearance after so many years away from her, she wanted to act either unapproachably cold or more friendly, to the point that he would begin to feel insecure. On the other hand, she did not rule out the possibility that he might find her earlier, and in that case it would be worth choosing a completely different model of behavior. All these thoughts about the long-awaited meeting filled her with feelings and did not give her peace. Seeing how thoughtful she looked, the student council member decided to distract her by catching her off guard with his question. Looking at the frightened and very confused Tessia, who had never been like this before, the student assumed that she was not feeling well. When he suggested canceling the remaining meetings, she asked him not to make a big deal out of it, saying that she was fine. With a kind smile, she said that they couldn't waste time, because on the first day of training at the academy, they had too many plans to postpone them to other days. Looking around, she noticed a small gathering of students and the beginning of a conflict between a first-year student and some red-haired bully. Noticing her gaze, Clive introduced the red-haired boy as Nicholas of the Drayle family, saying that he was one of the most promising students who had entered last year. Looking at Arthur, he said that this was most likely a first-year student. The vice president couldn't remember the red-haired boy being in any of the promising students groups from the nobility, so he assumed he was a commoner. Having looked at the red-haired guy, the girls immediately understood who he was. As soon as Nicholas started the conflict, Lilia and Tessia shuddered at the thought that if he angered Art, then it would be the end for him. Fortunately, nothing terrible happened, because they actually intervened in this conflict in time. The appearance of the student council president seriously scared the poor guy, who was about to swing his daggers at a first-year student who was on a completely different level. The beautiful princess of the kingdom, Eleanor, looked completely serious and demanded an explanation. In response, the scion of a noble family, trying to gain the right for himself thanks to the first words of the investigation, nervously shouted that it was a misunderstanding because he himself had only accepted the duel of the impudent gnome, while the red-haired first-year student had intervened in their showdown. In turn, Arthur, instead of unnecessary words, simply took his hand out of his pocket and greeted his old friend with a smile, calling her Tess in a friendly manner. At that moment, Lily rushed towards him and excitedly asked what happened and why he almost started fighting. Noticing their closeness, the princess was surprised that they knew each other. When Lilia explained that Arthur's father had been working with her father for several years and that they had been friends all this time, the awkward red-haired boy sowed confusion by saying that they had lived together for some time. Seeing Tess's reaction, Lilia, disturbed by Arthur's words, said that he had misled her. Things got even worse, and Tess's head was filled with mixed thoughts, because Arthur justified his words with displeasure, saying that it was the pure truth. While the red-haired heartthrob was playing with the princess's feelings, the student council vice president looked sternly at Nicholas and asked what all this meant. In response, Nicholas, feigning guilt and regret, answered in an uncertain tone that he simply wanted to scare him with a fight, and that was all. Clive, struggling with his decision, was about to let him go, but Tess intervened, saying that a second-year student had pointed his weapon at someone outside of an official duel, which was already considered a violation of academy rules and was severely punished. Moving closer to him, she explained that if he swung his weapon but stopped it just before it touched her, it would guarantee him a temporary suspension from classes. Speaking of the case in which he would touch even the tip of her hair, she threatened him with the words that in such a case, expulsion from the academy would be the last thing he should worry about. Having scared the bully enough, she looked at him piercingly with her mind-blowing green eyes, asking again how he dared to do such a thing on the academy grounds. Her words worked just fine, and Nicholas, trembling in front of the crowd of onlookers, did not know and was afraid to even move. A moment later, he bowed low and with a trembling voice turned to Arthur, speaking of his sincere apology, justifying himself by saying that he had acted recklessly out of anger. Arthur didn't even look in his direction, but only hummed some song contentedly, thereby exciting the second-year student even more, causing him to harbor a deep resentment. Finishing this absurdity, Tessia, turning to the offender, warned that his actions would be reported during the student council, after which she asked him to leave. Looking around at the onlookers gathered around, she said that it was time for them to leave too. Putting her hand to her head, she turned to Arthur and, trying to act cool, asked why he was starting a fight on the very first day. Remembering her grandfather's words about how he tries not to stand out, she couldn't understand what had happened to him, that he had decided to easily beat up a senior student on the very first day of his studies. While Elijah tried to keep Sylvie from hugging her mother, Arthur coldly asked if she was serious about drawing conclusions based on the last 5 seconds of this conflict. Tessia, believing that such a cold conversation was taking place during their long-awaited meeting, continued, wondering if he really didn't know what consequences he would have to face if something went wrong. In response, Arthur explained with a cold gaze that Nicholas had intended to seriously injure the dwarf after his protective barrier had been destroyed during the duel. Pointing his finger at the poor guy who was being beaten up and being helped by his 2 friends, he said that if Nicholas hadn't been distracted, the dear student council president would have had much more serious problems to deal with. Observing this verbal altercation, Elijah intervened, asking Arthur to calm down, because the president was also partly right. An attempt to show oneself from the best side turned into not the best result. Arthur simply turned around and began to walk away silently in the other direction, while Sylvie, following her father, began to escape from Elijah's grasp. Placing her hand on his shoulder, Lily silently let him know with a supportive look that he had done all he could. At that same moment, another guy who was present during this conversation decided to intervene in the conflict between the president and the first-year student. Grabbing Arthur by the shoulder, he asked him not to be so rude to Mistress Tessia. He asked with a displeased tone if he really grew up in a barn, since he didn't know the proper manners in the presence of a princess. Seeing that Clive was on the verge of making a mistake he didn't even realize he was making, Tess tried to stop him. The vice president glanced at her and said that he couldn't just let it go because it was vulgar and unacceptable for someone of his status to address her in such a manner. He had no doubt that all this happened because the red-haired student had not been taught manners. Sighing heavily, Arthur told the vice president that he was tired of people grabbing his shoulder like that. Considering this to be an unheard of impudence, Clive wanted to say something to him, pointing out his rudeness as a commoner, but after a moment he fell silent due to a sudden feeling of loss of balance. Arthur, looking at him with a cold and stern gaze, did not say a word as he used the slightest bit of his magic. At that very moment, before Elijah, Tess and Lilia's eyes, the student council vice president appeared in the air. He suddenly started spinning due to the wind magic that Arthur used in such a way that he didn't even have time to notice. A few seconds later, Clive fell on his butt with a thud. An excited Lily immediately rushed towards him. Trying to find out if he was okay, she heard nothing, because he was too concerned about the pain in his butt. Elijah, who did not want to become an accomplice due to his close friendship with Arthur, simply grabbed Sylvie and began to run away from the scene, looking down at the ground. Because of the way this conversation went, Tessia missed her opportunity to meet Arthur in one of the planned scenarios. She couldn't utter a word as he hid his hands in his pockets and began to slowly walk towards the campus. Having finished her business regarding the student council, the princess returned to her room. She couldn't find a place for herself, and even once hit her head against the wall due to the suffering associated with thoughts about how she screwed up during the long-awaited meeting with her childhood friend. When she was alone, she could stop suppressing her emotions. Falling onto the bed, she could no longer hold back. She grabbed a pillow and covered her face with it so that the students in the other rooms would not hear her desperate cry of disappointment. She did not understand how everything had happened this way and how luck could have turned its most unpleasant side to her. Feeling deeply disappointed, she began to shout that she did not understand what exactly she had done wrong. As she discussed the events with herself, she came to the conclusion that she had simply been trying to help him, fearing that if he had gotten himself into trouble, then not only would he have been stripped of his library access, but all his privileges at the training center as well. On the other hand, she supposed that she might have gone a little overboard, since he wasn't the one holding the weapon and initiating that conflict. A multitude of thoughts haunted her. Leaving out details about that situation made her feel even worse for the uncertainty of not knowing how it had come to be that he was living with Lilia. Continuing the discussion with herself, she came to another strange conclusion, believing that it was all Teacher Goodsky's fault that she made him the student council president. She believed that if it weren't for that, she wouldn't have to think about how to treat all students equally impartially. Imagining a situation where she was an ordinary student, Tessia thought that in that case, their reunion would be like a meeting of a couple in love who would immediately start hugging each other the moment they met. Thinking about this, she felt even more tired, associated with a hard day. She was pulled out of her anxious thoughts by a knock on the door, followed by Clive telling her he had come to check on her. He was worried that she had looked haggard at all their meetings since meeting that cheeky first year. Not wanting to talk about it, she hurt his pride by saying that he was the one to worry about, since he was the one who was dropped on his tailbone. Continuing to discuss the matter, Clive, dissatisfied with the situation, began to ask who they were dealing with and how he dared to address her in such a rude tone, although she had simply given him advice. When the conversation turned to a direct complaint to the director, Tess shouted that the matter had already been settled. Having stopped talking to her unexpected visitor, whom she had not even let into the room, Tess fell back onto the bed, thinking about the mess that was happening on the very first day. The blush on her face did not disappear due to the incomprehension of how Arthur could become so senselessly handsome during this time. The young beauty did not even guess that this was due to the fact that at her age hormones were already starting to play, which changed the attitude towards guys. At that moment, the jealousy that was typical for girls kicked in, and she began to think with anxiety about how many of his classmates would fall in love with him in the near future. Her latest cry of disappointment seriously scared Clive, and this time he probably already decided that trying to establish a conversation with the president at a time when she was in a bad mood was far from the best idea. Back in the room, Elijah was overcome with emotion and couldn't stop talking about how huge the campus was. He couldn't even imagine that he would have to spend a whole day just to see everything. Looking at his friend, who was not a man of many words, he asked with a smile if he was really still thinking about that flight of their vice president. When Arthur replied that it was more than that, Elijah remarked that he had rarely seen him so wound up, as he would usually just ignore something like that and walk on by. In fact, there was some truth to this, and Arthur even admitted that Tessa's words were also true. He himself could not understand why exactly he was so irritated. Trying to forget what had been done, he was distracted by a sudden knock on the door. They weren't expecting anyone, and when Arthur opened the door, he unexpectedly saw the most influential person in this educational institution. Cynthia Goodsky greeted him by name. After some friendly words, she asked the owner of the room if he would allow her to enter for a little conversation. Hearing a familiar voice, Elijah decided to look out to see who had decided to make such a late visit to their humble place of residence. Seeing Director Goodsky in front of him, he froze in place in surprise. A moment later, he bowed low and said emotionally that it was an honor for him to meet her in person. Looking at the interesting young man, Mrs. Goodsky remembered that his name was Elijah, after which she said with a kind look that she had heard many good things from Vincent about the kind of young man he was. Gently pushing aside Elijah, whose smugness had skyrocketed, Arthur invited the director to enter their modest room. Remembering that their relationship was different from the usual relationship between students and the headmaster of the academy, Elijah decided that he did not belong here, and they needed to be alone. As he left, he said he would bring them something to drink, which earned him some respect from Mrs. Goodsky. Once alone, they began a conversation, and the first thing the director did was remind them that she had asked them to call her simply Cynthia. Arthur had no intention of doing this, and did not even hide the fact that he felt it was wrong. Understanding his position, Miss, Cynthia decided to change the topic of conversation and looked at Sylvie and said that his mana beast had changed noticeably. Besides, she couldn't help but sense another change, which concerned Arthur himself. When she said that she felt an affinity from him only with the earth and wind, suggesting that he was using some kind of seal, Arthur silently raised his hand, showing an artifact capable of doing this. With a heavy sigh, Director Goodsky admitted that she couldn't hide the fact that she was a little upset about this, because she had hoped to show him off everywhere as her little successor with an affinity for the four elements. Looking at his hand, Arthur decided to explain this by approaching the issue from a different angle. He had planned to tell her about it when he had a chance to meet her in person, but only now was the right moment to reveal the truth that he had made himself a problematic enemy. He said in all seriousness that he would prefer to make it so that there would be no reason to suspect that he was the same guy they had met during the adventures of the adventurers. Reacting to his words with a sly laugh, Ms. Cynthia, who already knew what he was talking about, remarked that it sounded extremely funny when someone at his age called the brother of one of the copies, and what's more, the heir to one of the most influential and powerful families, just a problematic enemy. With some sarcasm, she expressed her playful concern about who would become the real enemy for such a young monster in the future. In response, Arthur supported this game and said with displeasure that she was saying terrifying things to a child who had just begun life at the academy. Since the conversation turned to the topic of student life, Arthur also said that he needed her help with something. Realizing that this was something that only she could provide him with, Mrs. Goodsky asked what the curious young man wanted. The request in question was about his desire to attend the senior mana theory classes, especially the classes that taught deviant magic. After thinking for a moment, Cynthia replied that it wasn't that hard to do, after which she admitted that she had previously thought that the main reason he had been so slow in enrolling in the academy was his desire to fit in with his peers. In response, Arthur explained that he would attend regular classes with students his age and would treat the advanced classes as extras. As a deviant, he was eager to learn more about mana control, considering that he himself had reached a ceiling of possibilities. He even felt a bit awkward, because another reason was that in his previous world, there was nothing like deviant magic. Still, Mrs. Cynthia did not refuse, saying that she would even give him a pass to allow him to watch the training battles of the best students. Arthur was surprised by her sudden generosity. Realizing it was a one-sided deal, he treated her words with caution, asking what the catch was. At that moment, Elijah burst into the room emotionally. He accidentally overheard part of the conversation at the door, and as soon as he entered, immediately pointing his finger at Arthur, he furiously accused him of behaving rather rudely to the director, suspecting that there were ulterior motives behind her kindness. Seeing his serious concern, Mrs. Cynthia decided to relax the situation by saying that she really had something in mind and that it was all for a reason. Having calmed down the hot-tempered boy a little, who was now busy preparing tea, Mrs. Cynthia assumed that he already knew that they had organized a student council to solve internal problems among students, including the issue of racism. Continuing to talk about this topic, she introduced the students from the student council as the shields of the academy. As it turned out, this was not enough for her, and she decided to create the so-called swords of the academy and sincerely wanted to see Arthur inside this newly created disciplinary committee. Arthur was surprised by this decision and wondered why she thought there was a need for it. In response, the director reminded him that he had already seen that this academy was full of young magicians with raging hormones who were convinced that they were kings in this life, which in turn often led to problems. In this regard, she decided to create a disciplinary committee that would maintain a stable peace and ensure compliance with the rules on the territory of their academy. Asking a logical question about why there would be a place in the public moral committee for a first-year student who wasn't even a combat mage, Arthur himself found himself embarrassed by her words about being free to make any rules she wanted in her academy. He sighed heavily and decided to give up on the extra theory classes. It was easier for him to just learn it from the books in the library than to attract attention to himself by interfering in other people's conflicts. As it turned out, Miss Cynthia felt comfortable in such negotiations, and as an argument said that the junior courses did not have access to these books, and that even as a senior, he would still have to show his abilities as a deviant. Continuing to manipulate the situation, she asked him if he thought that over time his problem would lose its relevance. Arthur was truly furious at the director's cunning games, and Elijah, watching their tense conversation, in which they seemed to be trading favors with each other, could not understand why they looked not like a director and a student, but like some old friends. Returning to the topic, Cynthia clarified that in addition to the fact that the members of the disciplinary committee are selected according to their strength, due to which he will have peers for sparring, they will also all be given access to a private training center on the academy grounds. When it came to the fact that the participants would be selected based on strength, Arthur decided to ask a very logical question, which Cynthia Goodsky had predicted long before they met for this conversation. She immediately reassured him of his fears, saying that although the Wykes family had insisted on giving the place to Lucas, she had found a reason to refuse them in the hope that her favorite student would become part of the disciplinary committee. Looking at her with particular suspicion, Arthur asked with distrust whether she had really prepared for everything in advance, thinking through possible objections. In response, the director said that she had already learned from her own experience that it was quite difficult to resist his decisions without careful preparation. She still prevailed, and Arthur expressed hope that the training center in question would be one of those rich in mana. The director's preparation for this conversation was truly on another level, and she proved it once again. Using her spatial ring, she took out a gift for Arthur and tossed him a black box with a yellow ribbon and an identification mark on the outside, next to which was some kind of small kunai. As she left, she explained that she had also taken the liberty of ordering a disciplinary committee uniform for him in advance. As Elijah said goodbye to the director, bowing low in great respect, Arthur, looking at the box, felt a little annoyed that she already knew in advance that he would agree. As it turned out, it was impossible to escape the director's intense gaze, and at the end she even asked him to quickly make peace with the student council president. Ignoring Elijah's presence, she even mentioned with a sly smile that it wasn't good to be angry at her childhood friend for so long. As expected, this information shocked the dwarf even more than anything before. Looking at the carefree Arthur, who was trying not to show any concern regarding this topic. To unwind a little and relax the atmosphere, Arthur placed his mana beast on Elijah's head, and during a walk around the academy grounds, he apologized for not being able to tell him about this earlier, due to the circumstances. Remembering his childhood friend, who was a muscular, clingy girl, Elijah tearfully thought that his life was full of bullying. By describing the appearance of the impressive blonde, he made Arthur feel sympathy. Continuing to follow his friend, Elijah did not forget to complain that after such close communication with the princesses, all he could do was flirt with the gods. When Arthur tried to calm him down by saying that he hadn't flirted with anyone, things got worse because Elijah began to suspect that he was emitting some kind of pheromones that attracted pretty girls. During this awkward conversation, they entered the dining hall, which just happened to be filled with quite a few students, including first years. Elijah literally clung to him, hoping that he would get at least a little bit of the amazing pheromones that attracted even princesses. Feeling awkward, Arthur carefully ran away and began walking towards the empty table. Looking around, he began to notice the strange looks of the students. They all looked at him with special attention, with some kind of prejudice. This concerned not only those who had already taken their place and did not want to share it with him, but also those who had just taken food. Noticing these glances, Elijah assumed that the gossip about him had already spread. Trying to support him by saying that it was nothing to worry about, Arthur reacted extremely strangely, boasting that he was now very popular among the students. Luckily, they managed to find a large table that was completely free. Communicating on various topics, they were a little distracted from the tense dialogues associated with misunderstanding and even discontent on the part of Elijah. At that very moment, some arrogant guy suddenly approached them, apologizing for interrupting their dialogue, and confessed that he couldn't help but notice that he was wasting his time on someone who wasn't worthy of it. Introducing himself as Charles Ravenpur II, the boy from the famous family proudly assumed that Elijah already knew about him. Calling himself magnanimous, he smugly declared that he would allow him to become part of his entourage, after which he assured him that he would not regret it. Most likely, Elijah missed all of his words because what he was really thinking about was the last name, which he heard as Raven Poop. Within a moment, they, along with the red-haired scoundrel, began to choke with laughter. And while Elijah apologized for having heard incorrectly, Arthur began to mock regarding the certainty that no noble family would name itself after bird droppings. Charles, who could not stand the ridicule directed at him, became so angry that he angrily threw their food all over the dining room, shouting that it was enough. Looking at Elijah, he angrily asked how he dared to mock the nobility, even though he had done him the honor of deliberately taking time out from his own business to invite him into his group so that he would no longer have to deal with the problematic scum of a scientist. The bird dropping's disgusting words made Elijah question why he should be around someone who would blatantly insult his best friend. Referring to how everyone in this academy was a mage, he called on the impudent nobleman to take off his crown. In response to these words, two of Charles's sycophants suggested that he lived in a cave, since he did not know the difference between battle mages and scientists. In response, Elijah did not deny that he lived in a cave, after which he recalled the words of the student council president that they should not treat people like him differently. While they were trying to resolve the conflict with words, Charles thought that attacking Arthur was the knight's move. So with a smug smile, he pointed his fist towards his face. With a heavy sigh, Arthur instantly parried the blow, and the attacker's hand flew back. Charles was surprised. He didn't understand what hit him, because he couldn't even see it. Unable to comprehend reality, he looked at Arthur, who began to get up from the table, and thought that he was most likely just lucky. Believing that he had simply blinked at that moment, and being absolutely certain that some poor scientist could not move that fast, the fool accelerated his strike with mana and tried to hit his attacker again. At that moment, Elijah suddenly appeared in front of Arthur, with his arms outstretched, trying to stop Charles. Arthur didn't understand his motive, because he probably knew that he could easily dodge this attack using magic. Elijah's determination was fully appreciated, but the situation resolved itself in a most unexpected way. A moment later, vines appeared in front of them, enveloping the body of the ridiculous nobleman, completely restricting his movements and lifting him into the air. It happened very suddenly, and Charles, trying to break free, began to scream in confusion to be slowly lowered to the ground. While being bound by these vines, he couldn't believe that there was a student with deviant abilities who could use such powerful magic, so he assumed that it was the teacher's doing. Elijah couldn't believe his eyes because these vines seemed very familiar to him. Looking around, Arthur confirmed his suspicions. Nearby was a beautiful elf with silver hair who did this to the troublemaker. Smiling, Art thought that Tess had intervened in their conflict at the right time. The problem partly remained, and he had to think about how to deal with the inadequate nobleman. He couldn't use magic because that would only get him and Elijah into trouble, but he had some clever way in his head. Charles, realizing that Arthur was up to something, began to desperately threaten, saying that he would not get away with it, because his mother would soon find out about everything. A moment later, he fell silent, feeling the cold gaze of the student, whom he considered an ordinary, worthless scholar from a common family. The pressure exerted by the scientist, whom he considered a scumbag, shocked him, and he could not understand why he no longer resembled his former self. Walking slowly towards Charles, he, without looking up, called him one of those brats from a noble family who likes to beat his fist in the chest and boast about his wealth and power. Looking at the arrogant scoundrel, he called his actions a disgrace to their families. In response, Charles, enraged by such a speech, began to justify himself, saying that there was nothing shameful in showing such scum as he his rightful place. His self-confident words about how his parents would be proud of his actions made Arthur decide to check what he said. Watching this, Elijah began to worry that his friend was about to break down and still bring them serious problems, even despite his friendship with the director. Extending his hand towards Charles, the red-haired scholar asked him for permission to be honored and teach such an important nobleman one important lesson. The tied-up hooligan thought he was in an advantageous position, so he replied that they wouldn't do anything to him since he was unarmed and tied up, and there was a whole crowd of witnesses around them. The words that Arthur would not be able to get away with using magic outside of a duel did not stop him. In a moment he said that his valuable lesson would be more cruel to him than any bodily harm, after which with a deft movement he lowered his pants to the ground. Charles clearly did not expect this turn of events. He was in incredible shock when he felt his pants and underwear fall to the ground. The crowd of witnesses who were supposed to see the breakdown of law and order saw something that did not look very much like Charles's dignity. Everyone started laughing at him, causing him to get really mad, while Arthur slowly walked towards the exit of the Academy's dining hall. Saying that he would be back soon, he warned Elijah of his departure and calmly continued walking. As he stepped outside, he felt the presence of the princess. Tessia sat around the corner and enjoyed the pleasant evening breeze. It was noticeable that she was a little nervous before their second meeting. Looking at her, Arthur decided to sit down next to her with a smile on his face. The first words were words of gratitude for her help, but Tessia denied them, saying that he did not need it and he himself would have coped with this task perfectly well. Trying to somehow calm her down, Arthur calmly said that even despite her words, she had already managed to help him avoid trouble twice that day. After his words, they continued to sit awkwardly next to each other in silence. Arthur was a little confused because he couldn't understand what he should say in such a situation. As it turned out, their thoughts were completely identical. And at that moment when Tess sighed heavily, plucking up her courage, Arthur pulled himself closer to her to apologize. As soon as he began to say these words, Tess suddenly jumped up and accidentally hit him in the teeth with her head and shouted an apology. Their identical thinking led them to the fact that instead of timely apologies, they simply smashed each other's heads. While Tess held her head, Arthur tried to check if his tongue, which he had bitten, was still there. Trying to somehow improve the atmosphere, he said with a smile that he heard his jaw crack. Tess didn't say a word in response. The silence was broken only by her quiet whimpers. Arthur was surprised and asked if she was really crying. The tearful girl, looking carefully in his direction, said that it was painful. When the red-haired man wondered if it really hurt that much, she responded by pulling her head towards him and pitifully telling him to see for himself how swollen her head was. Putting his hand on her unfortunate head, Arthur pressed her to himself. Tess calmed down a little and admitted that she thought he hated her. In response, Arthur tenderly said that he would never hate her, even if he was angry at times. As it turned out, this was not enough for her. For the first time in that time, looking into his eyes, she sincerely said that she did not want him to be angry with her. Sighing, Arthur nevertheless admitted his guilt, saying that he knew how much she cared for him when he got into trouble, after which he apologized for losing his temper at the moment of their first meeting in a long time. In turn, Tessia admitted that she was also wrong at that moment when she allowed herself to yell at him in front of all those people. Pressing herself even closer to him, she felt better, and still admitted that it was difficult for her because she had not yet fully mastered everything that concerns the post of student council president. At that moment, Elijah, who was walking nearby and accidentally saw Arthur, immediately told him that Ravenpup was still able to free himself from the vines and pull up his pants. He was cheerful and regretted that Arthur had not seen his face after it was all over. A moment later, he noticed that Arthur was not sitting there alone, but Sylvie, who finally had the opportunity to meet her mother, rushed towards her. Elijah had a very unusual reaction to the fact that his friend was sitting and tenderly hugging the princess on a bench near the cafeteria. He was simply in shock and, fearing to disturb Arthur, quickly ran away from this place. Tessia didn't have time to notice him, because the appearance of Sylvie, who joyfully threw herself into her arms, made her forget about everything. Suddenly, in the middle of their long-awaited meeting with Sylvie, Arthur stood up from the bench. Extending his hand to her, he sweetly suggested that they take a short walk in their company. While walking around the academy grounds, Arthur told about what happened during his journey as an adventurer. In turn, he learned from Tess that Principal Goodsky was quite close to her grandfather, and that this was the reason why she knew so much about him. In addition, she believed that due to Grandpa Virian's close acquaintance with Goodsky, she took her as her personal disciple. However, Arthur disagreed, saying that her skills influenced this much more. As they fell silent, Tess reflected on how much her childhood friend had changed since they last met. She couldn't help but notice that his movements and behavior in general became much more confident, and what made her heart beat even faster was the attractiveness of his appearance. She thought with some resentment that she felt jealous of the Jasmine from Arthur's stories, who had traveled with such an attractive guy for those 2 years. Noticing her strange, even slightly offended look, the young scientist stopped and asked if everything was okay. Feeling awkward about his sudden question, Tess began to laugh, panicking and justifying that everything was fine. When they reached the academy dormitories and it was time to say goodbye, Arthur took out the Mana Beast core that Tess had only heard about from Teacher Goodsky, and then held it out towards her, saying that it was a small gift in honor of her becoming a dual-element mage. Confused by such an unexpected and incredibly valuable gift, Tessia began to apologize, saying that she could not accept it, but Arthur insisted on his own and put the core of the Forest Guardian in her hand. With a sincere smile, he explained that this was the best thing he could do for her at this moment. This touched the heart of the young princess very much, and she looked at him tenderly. To avoid prolonging this emotional moment, Arthur said goodbye, saying that they had a hard day ahead of them, so they both should try to get enough sleep. Tessia waved back at him with a gentle smile and stood there for a while, watching him go. It was hard for her to understand what he was thinking when he gave her something so valuable. However, these thoughts did not stay in her head for long, because the warmth of care emanating from this gift made her experience very pleasant feelings. When Arthur returned to the male part of the dorm and entered the room, he saw something strange. Instead of Elijah on his bed, he noticed that his blanket was twisted into the shape of some kind of worm. Within a moment, Elijah's face appeared at the end facing the exit, and he welcomed him home with a frightening expression and tone. Seeing such a sight, Arthur and even Sylvie were seriously scared. While they were trying to come to their senses, the bedworm extended his hand and, with the same creepy look, formally addressed Arthur, asking him to sit down and explain what he had seen a few hours earlier. After a detailed story about Arthur's childhood, they both went to bed, but before falling asleep, Elijah managed to complain about how, even despite their childhood friendship, he still found it hard to believe that the moon goddess herself was lying on his shoulder. Hearing such a strange description of Tessia, Arthur looked at his friend with incomprehension, and he, in turn, explained that he did not come up with it himself because it was a nickname that was awarded to the student council president by the students of their academy. Pointing demonstratively at the full moon outside the window, he explained with great acting skill that Mrs. Tessia was as beautiful as the moon because she seemed so close that you could touch her. But no matter how hard you tried, you were not destined to reach her. Having finished this speech, he suddenly became furious that Arthur not only managed to touch the moon, contrary to general knowledge, but also to press himself against it. Tired of all this chatter, Arthur stopped this one-man show by throwing a pillow at his head. Turning to the other side, he asked his restless friend to finally go to bed to prepare for the difficult first day of school. Much to Arthur's surprise, the next morning, Arthur was able to wake up on his own for the first time, while Elijah, depressed by what he had seen the previous evening, was still lying in bed, imagining how far away he was from the moon. Arthur had slightly different plans than his friend, so he surprised everyone who saw him in the academy corridor by wearing the distinctive uniform of the disciplinary committee. It was still too early for classes, so he decided to fulfill his part of their agreement at the request of Director Goodsky. Standing in front of the entrance to the disciplinary committee office, he told Sylvie with anticipation that they were there. Coming closer, he felt the approach of a strange mana. Without attaching much importance to this, Arthur decided to open the door to see with his own eyes what the so-called strongest students of the academy looked like. Just a moment after he opened the door, a huge lion appeared in front of them like a screamer and began to roar furiously. The blast of air from his lion's mouth was so strong that Arthur could barely stand on his feet, and Sylvie could barely hold on to his hair. Just a moment after Arthur's entire face was covered in drool and Sylvie was seriously pissed off, the lion calmed down and continued to look at them with a suspiciously kind smile. In response to such insolence, Sylvie gave him a furious slap in the face, and Arthur began to slowly walk into the room where they were already waiting for him. The first to greet him was a fair-haired guy with a sly look and a smile, who smugly said that everything definitely did not go as planned. Carefully wiping his face, Arthur calmly asked if he should perceive such a meeting as some kind of cunning plan to test his strength. The strange senior did not deny his assumption, after which he began to walk around him. He looked at the new recruit with interest and slyly said that Director Goodsky had indeed found someone interesting. He asked himself a rather rhetorical question about whether the director's choice was based on the recruit's achievements or on the fact that there was some special connection between them. Looking into the eyes of the calm Arthur, he said with a piercing gaze that you can't fool blood. Not understanding what was being said, Arthur asked what these words meant. Continuing to stare into his eyes, trying to sense even a drop of uncertainty or excitement, the strange member of the disciplinary committee still did not achieve the expected result. Asking him to ignore the words, which were simply an old saying, the fourth-year student extended his hand, introduced himself as Kai Kressels, and then offered to immediately switch to informal familiarity. In response, Arthur introduced himself and said that he was glad to meet them. After introducing himself, he pointed his finger at Sylvie, saying that this was his mana beast. Sylvie looked quite stern, having managed to tame the great and mighty lion in just a few seconds. Seeing her, Kai was even a little confused, because he could not understand what kind of beast it was, if it was capable of making an A-rank lion so submissive. At that moment they were interrupted by a low female voice, which said with displeasure that another small, fragile boy had joined their team. The strong-built girl who was on the disciplinary committee was not content with the fact that there were no real men among her colleagues. Seeing her, the confused Arthur thought that this was Helgard, about whom her friend Elijah had told him. That was exactly how he imagined her. But in front of him was not her, but Dora Drea Rearguard, a first-year student at the academy. Feeling awkward about his mistaken assumption, Arthur apologized and introduced himself properly. In response, the easygoing Dora Drea slapped his outstretched hand, laughingly telling him that he shouldn't act so stiff. Distracting them from their introduction, Kai suggested going to another room, where the rest of the disciplinary committee members were already waiting for them. On the way, he told them that Director Goodsky had actually said practically nothing about the new recruit, and even Arthur's name remained a secret to them, so they were all very curious to know who he was and what he was like. Dora Drea, who was walking ahead, did not want to slowly reach the room where their colleagues were. Suddenly grabbing his hand, she pulled him towards the door. With a loud laugh, throwing Arthur forward, she turned to the guys from the disciplinary committee, informing them that their last boy was already in place. The first person they met here was calmly waiting for them, sitting on the sofa. It seems he guessed that Arthur would be their last fighter, and the red-haired scientist himself found out who said these words. Another person representing the Academy's disciplinary committee was Curtis. With a kind smile, Arthur noted that he was not even surprised that such an amazing guy would be keeping order with him. In response, the prince looked in surprise at how the grounder, who was taken to scare the new recruit, obviously failed in his task and behaved unusually calmly due to the small mana beast sitting on his head. As it turned out, the one in front of them was the same world lion that the prince had purchased during their first meeting at the auction. Curtis himself cheerfully clarified that they had formed an equal contract last year, right after his mana beast had reached Class A. Having greeted each other as it should be done, they surprised Dora Drea and Kai even more, because they could not even think that these two already knew each other. As it turned out, Curtis and his mana beast weren't the only members of the royal family who were members of the disciplinary committee. Princess Caitlin also joined this group and, descending the stairs, tenderly said that she was pleased to meet the amazing guy again. Arthur reciprocated her compliment, saying that he was also glad to meet Princess Sapina. Nodding her head, the princess began a short, silent pause. This pause was interrupted by the words of some elf, who asked with displeasure why they had forgotten about him. As it turned out, fate brought him together with Arthur again, but he was even glad about it. Seeing this young man in front of him, Arthur wondered if they really knew each other. His words were another provocation towards Faradivsar III, and when he introduced himself, Arthur remembered those 2 moments of their meetings. Pointing his finger at this member of the disciplinary committee, he jokingly called him Fei Fei, causing laughter from the other guys and infuriating this touchy elf. With a heavy sigh, Ferret tried to mend their relationship by telling them that even though they were both first years, he was still several years older than him, and therefore demanded that he be treated with due respect. Agreeing to his request, Arthur once again made fun of him, specifically recalling that it seemed like just yesterday he had knocked him out with one blow to the face. The mockery of the elf was interrupted by the appearance of a red-haired girl, who asked her comrade, who had just arrived with her, whether he thought they were out of place here. The two had just returned to the disciplinary committee room after their morning training. The girl who joined the meeting with the new recruit introduced herself as Claire Bladeheart, a 6-year combat mage student and the leader of this motley group. Without waiting for Theo to introduce himself, Arthur was surprised that her last name was the same as that of Mr. Caspian, the director of the Xeris Adventurers Guild. In response, Claire was surprised that he knew her uncle, but he began to make absurd excuses. To avoid revealing the truth that he had already been an adventurer for 2 years, he lied that his father had told him about Caspian Bladeheart's incredible strength. Pleased with such a sudden compliment, the red-haired senior replied that her uncle began training her almost immediately after she woke up, and therefore her techniques were mostly borrowed from him. While Claire was happy that her uncle's name was known among the students, Theo decided to silently approach the new recruit. Looking closely at Arthur, he assumed that the disciplinary committee had decided to stoop so low as to accept all sorts of bugs into their ranks. He didn't notice that the new recruit belonged not to the battle mages, but to the scientists, and yet he extended his hand towards Arthur. Arthur was a little wary of this attitude and prejudice, so he reached out his hand in response with some sadness. As soon as they shook hands, he sensed that Theo was not going to end it there. Within a moment, he put mana into his handshake, and the rookie felt incredible pressure. As it turned out, the power Theo was using was deviant gravity magic, a rarity that Arthur had encountered for the first time. Feeling the incredible pressure and the still intense gaze of this 6th-year student, he understood that this was some kind of test. Gritting his teeth, he strengthened his body to stay on the surface. It was only through the use of magic that he was able to maintain his balance, even though his body's brute strength was simply superior to that of the other students in the academy. In addition, assimilation with Sylvia's will also played a role, because without her, he would hardly have been able to stand on his feet for so long and even confidently look at the senior student. Everyone present was surprised. Kai probably expected something like this from the amazing young man, while Faye even began to get nervous that the competitor was so strong in this test. Doradrea was delighted that he was so strong, and Curtis was surprised and hummed songs. Removing his hand, Theo, with a satisfied smile, called his result, indeed not bad. Kai clapped his hands and noted that he now had no doubt that the new recruit, whom Director Goodsky had introduced with great hope, not only had a pretty face, but also impressive strength. Looking back at Ferret, who was dissatisfied with Arthur's resilience, he noticed that he almost immediately collapsed to the ground when Theo performed the same test of strength on him. Enraged by such a mention, Firativ Sar III began to nervously justify himself by saying that he was a spellcaster, while Arthur was an amplifier. Not knowing the full truth about his competitor, with whom he could not establish a full-fledged friendship, he shouted that he should not be compared to him. Claire put her hands on Kai and Ferret's shoulders and decided to ease the tension among her fellow disciplinary committee members and asked them to stop messing around. She wanted them to put serious expressions on their faces as they were about to introduce their committee to the students. With a cheerful laugh, she called this day significant, saying that for the first time in its existence, the students of the academy would see the guys who would protect law and order inside this wonderful, magical educational institution. Having learned about this only now, Arthur said with some confusion that he had not been warned about anything, and because of this, he had not even prepared a welcoming speech. In response, Curtis winked at him and said that the student council president would announce them herself, while their job would be to just show up and look cool. These words calmed Arthur down a little, and he, looking back at Sylvie and Gonder, noticed that such a large Class A mana beast lying behind them would definitely help them in this matter. Claire clapped her hands to announce that everyone was assembled and ready to carry out their first task. Inviting the boys to go on stage, she asked them to show all those pompous students what they would have to face if they decided to break the rules of the academy. The presentation of the entire disciplinary committee was quite impressive, and when the first class among the first-year students began, everyone already recognized Arthur as a member of this squad. Many of them doubted that a learned mage, being a first-year student, could be among such strong battle mages. While all this whispering about Arthur was bothering him, Elijah, calling him Mr. Representative of the disciplinary committee, tried to cheer him up by saying that he really had become a celebrity. Arthur didn't really want to attract so much attention, but his friend reassured him, saying that 1 in 8 people wearing a black uniform would definitely not go unnoticed and nothing could be done about it. The conversations inside the lecture hall continued as the teacher finally appeared in front of them. Taking a closer look at him, Arthur realized that he was a spellcaster, because he had a wand with a magic stone hanging on his belt. At first glance, he felt how good he was at controlling his mana core, because he still couldn't figure out what stage he was at. A moment later, the teacher loudly closed his book. All the students present instantly fell silent and stared at this magic caster with interest. Putting his books aside, Professor Obvious, who had captured the attention of the first years present, welcomed everyone to his class on the subject of fundamentals of mana theory. He understood that they had more interesting topics to discuss at the moment, which concerned their first days at the academy, but still asked them to be quiet and concentrate on their introductory lesson. Taking up the chalk and moving it to the board, he called the course basic and expressed hope that they would realize the need to know most of what they would cover this semester. As he began writing the topic title on the board, he surprised all the students by saying that this semester they would have to remember their school days. To further emphasize the importance of theory, he spoke about his intention to offer them many interesting projects and problems to solve along the way. The topic he wanted to discuss in the first lesson was how the stereotype that spellcasters were better than amplifiers came about. While emphasizing that this was just a stereotype, he began his story by mentioning that in the past, when even the orange core stage was difficult to reach, spellcasters had a huge advantage over enhancers. Even purely physiologically, spellcasters have much better developed mana veins, which are responsible for absorbing mana from the environment and its subsequent transportation to the core. On the other hand, enhancers are born with better developed mana channels, which are responsible for distributing mana from the core throughout the rest of the body and releasing it in the form of mana enhancement to the body. Because spellcasters were able to absorb mana from the surrounding environment much more efficiently, it was much easier for them to break through to the next stage. After telling this, the professor returned to the original topic of the stereotype and stated that when both types of magicians can reach higher core stages, this difference is completely leveled out. His words did not inspire confidence in everyone, and some students were already discussing assumptions that undermined his theory. By releasing the mana, the professor demonstrated his incredible control, saying that spellcasters could distribute mana more freely throughout their bodies. Continuing his story, the cunning professor directed a certain amount of magic of some incomprehensible element toward the two girls. Even though Arthur assumed he was a spellcaster, Professor Obvious surprised him by transforming the flow of magic into a feather, saying that the amplifiers were becoming much better at mana manipulation at a distance. Having demonstrated his high-level mana control in both the caster and amplifier, Mr. Obvious asked the students which side would have the advantage if both the amplifier and the caster eventually reached the silver stage. Trying to lead them to the answer that the amplifier would have some kind of superiority, he wondered if a mage who trained only his core would be able to withstand such an opponent. While all the spellcasters present among the students tried to dispute the professor's statement, Arthur watched this with a sense of satisfaction. The lecture actually turned out to be quite good, as a real debate began between the professor and the students. And since these debates could only be based on hypotheses and previously described duels between high-ranking mages, this discussion left the students with food for thought. After leaving the hall, Arthur and Elijah went their separate ways, as their further activities were slightly different. They agreed to meet again during lunch. Arthur went to the next lesson with anticipation of something interesting, knowing that there was a prepared arena waiting for them there, where the teacher could demonstrate his magical power. When he arrived and took his seat, he began to feel bored like the other students, because they had been waiting for the professor for quite a long time. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice asking if he could take a seat next to him. As it turned out, it was Princess Caitlin, her appearance attracting many glances, as did her desire to sit next to the mysterious new recruit on the disciplinary committee. Even though there were a lot of empty seats, she wanted to sit next to Arthur, and he didn't object. Sitting down next to him, she took a closer look at her friend's amazing mana beast. The princess had never seen such a beast before, and did not know why it was so impressive even in the eyes of Grouder. Looking at Sylvie's face, she couldn't contain her emotions. Arthur and his daughter were indeed surprised when the princess looked away from Sylvie, saying that she was very nice. At that moment, another member of the disciplinary committee decided to join them, who was much more talkative than the modest Kate. Firet, seeing two colleagues in front of him, said that it would be an honor for him to listen to a lecture next to the princess and his old rival. Sitting down next to them without even asking permission, Fei Fei surprised them, especially with the words that Arthur was his rival. At that very moment, a professor appeared in front of them, who said with delight that although he expected his classes to be popular, he never even thought he would see a whole crowd of students. Taking a closer look, he remembered that this was the same drunkard with whom he had once had a conflict on the street. The arrogant man with a headband teaching the practical classes on mana management explained that from the name, it was logical to assume that such a hall with an arena in the middle was due to the fact that during the classes, they would spend more time on practice rather than boring theory. Looking around, he smugly asked if the students agreed that there was nothing better than experience gained in practice. Looking through the rows, he noticed quite a few cute girls to show off in front of. It was to be expected that he would not be able to miss Arthur, who was remembered by him for humiliating him in the presence of two ladies. He had guessed that they would meet at the academy, but he never imagined that he would be wearing the distinctive uniform of the disciplinary committee. With a sly smile, he decided that during the lessons, he would have plenty of opportunities to make a fool of him. Addressing those sitting in black uniforms, the professor said with feigned respect that it was an honor for him to teach their disciplinary committee. As soon as he paid special attention to them, Arthur immediately realized that the drunkard was probably up to something. Extending his hand in their direction, the professor actually made it clear that he held a grudge, after which he warmed up the interest of those present by saying that he was certainly not the only one who wanted to see what the members of the newly created law enforcement squad could boast of. With a sly smile, Gates reminded them that they had to be damn strong, because they would be the ones responsible for protecting all the students in this academy. Surprised by the primitiveness of this speech, Arthur wondered what kind of idiot would fall into such an obvious trap. As it turned out, he forgot that Ferret was with them. Standing in front of all the students and the professor at full height, Ferret introduced himself and stated that on behalf of the disciplinary committee, whose representatives were personally selected by Director Goodsky, he was more than willing to demonstrate their modest abilities. Everything worked as planned, and the smug Professor Gates, hiding his reaction to the fact that his words were taken in, invited Ferret to enter the arena. As the naive elf descended into the arena, he bowed deeply before the professor, saying that it was an honor for him to learn from such a master, considering the fact that his core level was significantly higher than any student. Using the spatial ring, the professor took out his large sword with a rather unusual blade shape. With a smug look, he stated that as a booster, he would only use long-range attacks as a perk. Winking at his students, Gates made them laugh at the ironic remark that if he lost, he would at least have some excuse. After these words, he took out an artifact from his pocket and put a small amount of mana into it, which set it into action. As the barrier around them closed off their arena from the students, the professor suggested that they begin their fight. An unsuspecting Ferret happily agreed to begin and decided to launch the attack first. Releasing the magic of water, the elf began the first obligatory step of the caster during the battle. He created a safe, protected area for himself using the wave domain technique. While the others were trying to figure out what kind of technique it was, Arthur responded to it with a smile, realizing that it was a high-level spell that made the area around the caster more favorable. He was pleasantly surprised because he didn't think Ferret could use such spells. The next step for the caster was to prepare an attack. By enhancing their own magic with the magic wand, they directed a huge amount of mana. The technique he used was simply enormous and was known among the elves as the Water Devil. The level of this spell was indeed impressive, but it was too easy for Professor Gates. Seeing how this drunkard was able to control the advanced blue flame, Arthur came to the conclusion that he could do more than just talk. Concentrating dense mana on his right hand, he prepared to parry his student's attack. With a powerful throw of blue flame, he shocked those present with his unexpected decision. Instead of simply dispersing the attack, he destroyed the Water Devil and even directed his fire at the enemy. The confused Ferret did not expect anything like this, and only at the last moment strengthened his defense, covering his body with his hands. However, the disgusting professor was just waiting for such an action in response to his attack. With a wave of his finger, he changed the trajectory of the attack at the last moment, and having destroyed Ferret's barrier, hit him right in the leg. Even with the wave domain created, Ferret received quite a strong backlash from such a blue flame attack. As he fell to the ground, he felt a sharp burning sensation in his leg due to the burn marks left behind by the attack. Continuing to walk slowly towards him, the arrogant professor created 3 more blue flames in his right hand. With an arrogant smile, he looked at Feyret lying in a puddle of his spell and asked if he was giving up or choosing to continue this pointless battle. Without raising his head, Feyret Ivsar nevertheless admitted his defeat in this unfair duel. Seeing this, Arthur was surprised by the suggestion that the vile drunkard had deliberately humiliated a member of the disciplinary committee in order to assert himself in the eyes of his stupid audience. Looking at the students, the smug professor began to smile. The moment he looked straight into Arthur's eyes, he felt his anger, his whole appearance threatening him that he would not be able to avoid a similar fate during their studies. Feyret returned to his place with great sadness, and Arthur, for the first time since they had met, expressed sympathy and supported him with words that he had indeed held up well in this unequal battle. Looking towards them, the drunkard said that he had assumed from the beginning that Mr. Ivsar would be able to defend against his spell thanks to his elemental advantage. The hypocritical blue flame user continued by saying that he admitted his mistake, calling it a lesson for both of them. Even these words did not calm Feyret down in any way, and he was noticeably depressed. Continuing to provoke his students, the arrogant professor asked if anyone else from the disciplinary committee wanted to enter the arena. Before he could finish his sentence, Caitlin stood up herself. Raising her hand, she said in her gentle voice that she was extremely interested in this opportunity. Kate's decision greatly surprised Feyret, and he completely forgot about his feelings because of his worries about whether everything would be okay with her. The professor, who initially wanted to humiliate Arthur in front of all the students without showing it, again felt some dissatisfaction because he didn't think that she would also volunteer. Arthur couldn't stop her because he didn't even expect that she would take such a step. Thinking back on her abilities, he saw two advantages on her side: her affinity with ice and her evidence of Gates's fire attribute. On the other hand, knowing what a scumbag the professor was, he had reason to worry. Feyret, thinking along the same lines, wanted to stop her, but the princess was firm in her decision to perform in the arena. They had no choice but to see how it all ended. When Kate entered the arena, the professor bowed low before her, saying that it was an honor for him to fight the Princess of Sapina. With a haughty smile and a look that only Arthur could recognize, Gates said that no matter how this demonstration ended, she should not hold it against him, because it was necessary for the development of the students. Nodding back at him, Kate began preparing for the duel. Using her spatial ring, she took out the artifact she usually fights with. It was an excellent magic wand, and taking it into her hands, she began to release her ice magic. Seeing her restraint, the professor was a little confused, realizing that this was not the reaction that was supposed to stir up the public's interest. Deciding that it was only a matter of time before the students became even more excited, he began using his blue fire magic. Even as an amplifier with magic like that in his hands, it was dangerous at his core level, but he was determined to continue humiliating the public moral committee. The reserved princess, as usual, did not show excessive emotion. Using ice magic, she missed the moment to create a favorable zone around herself and immediately began to attack. The ice arrows surrounding her began firing a powerful volley towards the professor in an instant. Gates was prepared for something like this and, strengthening his body with mana, stood in a defensive stance. Just as the ice arrows began to approach his hands, the spread of blue fire caused them to melt. With a powerful wave of his arms, the professor stopped the entire attack altogether, increasing the impact on the area around him with denser fire. In response to her first attack, he said that he expected nothing less from Princess Sapin. Ignoring his compliment, Caitlin created ice arrows again, but in greater quantities than before. She waved her wand again and sent a whole volley of sharp ice chips in his direction. When she changed her approach to attack, the professor decided not to stand aside and himself created 10 spheres of blue flame in advance. As soon as the arrows began to approach, he threw them towards them. No one had any doubt that of the two techniques, the one with the greater concentration of mana would be stronger. When the clash between the two techniques began and the ice gave way, the entire arena was covered with a pair. Watching the professor's actions, Arthur remembered that this was the same spell that Lucas had used during the adventure exam, manipulating balls of magic to chase after his opponent. At the last moment, when the arrows were almost completely destroyed, Caitlin used another clever technique to complement this attack. Controlling her arrows, she began to tear them apart, and they, dodging the fire spheres, headed towards the enemy in greater numbers. Seeing so many attacks at once, Gates was surprised by her strength. He found her attack quite clever, as breaking up her attack into smaller, but no less dangerous arrows was indeed an excellent decision. Despite the tension Kate created, Her opponent of that caliber had no problem repelling these attacks. Even though she continued to control the trajectory of the ice flows, they were not destined to reach their target. The professor's blue flame was indeed on another level. Releasing even more mana, he began to fight back along the perimeter of the attack, preventing the ice from getting closer. At that moment, Kate improved her attack again. Using her spell control, she summoned an ice tornado that completely surrounded the professor. Even though her attack was incredible, she sacrificed her defense because of it and didn't even notice how the fire spheres that Gates had previously used to protect himself from the ice spears continued to move towards her. Seeing this, the guys from the disciplinary committee were horrified, realizing that she was in a very difficult situation. The professor, as expected, was able to dispel the ice tornado. However, when he saw what was happening, he was horrified by the realization of the possible consequences of wounding the princess. There were 4 dangerous spheres moving towards Kate, and the princess herself did nothing to protect herself. Ferret began to scream her name in desperation, terrified that she would not be able to withstand such an attack. Even though Kate raised her wand, it was too late. The spheres of blue flame were already several meters away, and only at that moment did she realize what a mistake she had made when she abandoned defensive measures at the very beginning of the battle. At the same moment, there was a cracking sound as the barrier used to seal off the arena from the rest of the students broke. The next sound was a powerful explosion of blue flame next to Caitlin. All the students present were horrified because Kate was unable to escape. Ferret could barely stand on his feet, fearing that the princess's life was in danger. After a powerful explosion, steam rose, blocking the students and the professor's field of vision. Gates could not find out where the princess had disappeared. Trying to see through the thick steam from his own attack, he was in despair for fear that the princess was seriously injured or even dead. In just a moment, everyone present in this lecture hall saw Caitlin and Arthur standing next to her, who was forced to use wind magic to protect her. Luckily, he broke through the barrier in time, and looking at the professor, sternly said that his game had dragged on a bit. Hearing these insolent words, the drunkard angrily clenched his teeth. Fearing that he would lose face in front of the students, he returned to his usual self-confident demeanor and said that although he understood the disciplinary committee's concern for the princess's life, there was no need to interfere in their battle, since everything was under control until the very end. As expected, these false words caused real displeasure in Arthur. Gates, in turn, continued to justify himself, confidently saying that a professor at this prestigious academy would not put his student in danger. Unfortunately, most of the students listened to his words and even believed that it was true. Continuing to lie openly and shamelessly, Gates even began to rave about how he was just about to cancel his spell at the last moment so that Kate would realize what consequences there are for spellcasters with poor protection. After these words, Arthur felt even more angry, because from the moment Lucas demonstrated this technique during the adventurer exam, he remembered that once the spell was completed, it could no longer be undone. Despite the professor's outright lies, he had nothing to complain about, because in the end, Caitlin was not harmed, and he had no particular evidence of the drunkard's guilt. His anger knew no bounds, but he could not continue this argument. Instead of trying to get to the truth, he simply agreed with the professor's words that he was so arrogant towards his students. Now, there were 2 people playing this game, and not only Gates, but Arthur also wanted to push his longtime opponent into an obvious mistake. Turning to the professor, the red-haired scientist, who was not a strong fighter in the eyes of the students, suddenly offered to pair him up with him instead of his colleague for the last demonstration of practice. Everything was even better than Gates could have imagined, so he agreed to his condition without delay. Looking at the princess, who had only just risen to her feet, he said that this was a good option since she was no longer able to continue. She didn't pay any attention to his words and lies that he would never harm her. Turning around, she simply headed to her seat in the hall. Looking after her, Arthur asked her carefully if she was okay. Pausing for a moment, the princess, without looking him in the eye, replied that his help was unnecessary. Despite these cold words, she still added tender words of gratitude for him doing this for her. Having made sure that she was okay, Arthur watched her go with a kind smile. Returning to the situation, he looked at the drunkard again. Although he had no intention of drawing unnecessary attention to himself, this time he had no choice, because the reason was very compelling. Using the spatial ring, he took out his blade to fight in his usual manner. Releasing wind magic, he asked the professor with a menacing look and a cold tone to do him the honor of giving a private lesson, especially for him, the third member of the disciplinary committee for this class. The amazing blade that was in his hand interested all the students. No one present had ever seen a weapon like this with such a transparent blade. The Ballad of the Dawn was indeed charming, but Kate and Faye were still tense, knowing that their professor was a madman who would hardly tolerate Arthur's insolence. With the same smug face as before, the professor complimented the young scientist on the fact that he had a pretty good weapon. As he walked away to his place in the arena, he said in a playful tone, anticipating his victory, that since his opponent was an amplifier, then it would be fair if he chose how to fight him. In response, Arthur said with indifference in his tone that he didn't care. Hearing this insolent answer, the teacher froze in anger, thinking that now the student would be punished even more severely for such arrogance. Through his incredible anger, Gates, trying to hide his fury, clarified that he insisted that he choose the method of battle for him. Given a second chance, Arthur, with the same boredom, asked the professor to use what he was really good at. Grabbing the hilt of his sword, the smug drunk decided that his opponent would regret having so arrogantly given him the opportunity to fight using the enhancer techniques. While he was trying to show off in front of the public, he didn't even think about the fact that now, using his main fighting style, he would not be able to justify his failures in the duel against the first year. Covering his blade in blue flame, the professor declared that he would try to be gentler with such a self-confident student. In response, Arthur only silently looked in his direction, making it clear that he was already ready for battle. The first attack was, as usual, a test of strength, and as they crossed swords, they felt that the battle would indeed be serious. When the professor's eyes found themselves opposite Arthur's, he confidently began to think that he would humiliate such a cold-blooded young man in front of all the first years. Arthur, not wanting to stand in front of this scumbag for long, made a second cut with his sword, from which the enemy had to defend himself. The professor was thrown back several meters, but his balance was not disturbed. Feeling how much effort his opponent was putting in, Arthur knew perfectly well that he was indeed going to fight the student using all possible means. Clenching his blade even tighter, Gates once again empowered the weapon with even more mana. Using a fairly quick dash, he demonstrated the seriousness of his intentions. His next deadly cut was easily predicted by Arthur, who dodged it without any problems. Without even trying to block, he carefully backed away from the obvious attacks of his emotional opponent. Despite his vast experience, the professor could not hit his student, and all his attempts to force him to at least parry the attacks were in vain. The more failures his students saw, the more enraged he became at the situation. And what really irritated him was the fact that Arthur didn't use any spells at all, but simply strengthened his body and sword with regular mana. Not wanting to accept the fact that some brat was much better at sword fighting than he was, the professor charged even harder. Continuing his futile attempts, he, afraid of losing his authority with the students, shouted that he didn't think that the disciplinary committee was recruiting rats who were only capable of running away and evading attacks. Jumping back to a safer distance, Arthur, whose blade had been lowered all the time, decided to respond to this provocation. With a rather arrogant look and tone, he asked why he needed to waste his energy on attacks if their highly respected professor was not able to even touch a first-year student once. The counter-provocation was so successful that Gates was furious as never before. He was no longer content with just enhancing his own weapon and began using magic on his other hand. Jumping into the air, Arthur suddenly felt the presence of another source of mana. Looking towards his opponent, he saw that he had directed a spell at him, more powerful than all the previous ones that he had used during this lesson. It was a huge column of blue flames, and Arthur, not being ready for it, only managed to jump aside at the last moment. The enemy had no intention of giving him a moment's rest. Even though Gates began to fight at an even greater speed, Arthur was still able to track his movements, even without using the elements. Another dangerous cut aimed at him was not blocked, as the disciplinary committee member once again deftly dodged the attack. Standing in place, he felt that the enemy would continue to press him with spells combined with sword attacks. Leaning towards the ground, he decided to push off from it in order to unexpectedly change the trajectory of his movement. This clever trick helped him to dodge the column of blue flames once again. Fighting with complete seriousness, the smug professor, who thought he had caught the annoying student off guard, decided to strike again from the air and swung his blade high. Even though he barely kept his balance, Arthur still avoided his attack without using his own sword. At the moment of their next meeting of eyes, he was as unshakable as before. His behavior seriously got on the professor's nerves, and he no longer knew how to put even more pressure on the arrogant student so that he would finally break. All the students present in the class watched this fierce battle on the professor's part standing up, but few realized how dangerous their teacher's fighting style was. Realizing that this did not look like a normal demonstration, Fairy was angry and wondered whether he should call the student council. Gates rushed desperately towards Arthur again and again, not holding back his strength. The pressure from his blade coupled with the use of spells at close range forced Arthur to change his battle strategy, and this time he still blocked his Dumar. Taking advantage of this distance, he swung his blade to throw his opponent back into the distance. This time he took the initiative in the battle himself, and in an instant, he made a powerful and incredibly fast dash towards the enemy, simultaneously dodging another huge column of blue flame. Once within striking distance, he aimed the blade at the enemy's neck. The professor, not expecting such enormous power from his student, did not have time to cope with his attack, and only thanks to the protection of mana was able to stay alive. Once on the brink of death in this fierce battle, Gates jumped back to a safer distance. He was amazed at Arthur's speed and could not believe that he was so skilled in fighting. Leaving him alone after the first demonstration of his own attacks, Arthur, having gained the advantage both in the battle and in the eyes of the students, said that even rats could become deadly if cornered. Pointing his blade towards the professor, he showed that he was not going to stop there. Although Gates might have thought that ending the demonstration at that moment was the most advantageous decision for him, he could not take the initiative away from Arthur, and especially did not want to come out of this battle as a loser in front of the freshman. A moment later, Arthur once again made an incredibly fast dash, and the professor realized this only when his young opponent appeared right in front of him. After closing the distance to the striking distance, Arthur strengthened his blade with wind magic and made a cut, knowingly wanting only to intimidate his opponent. The confused professor began to lose his balance and barely managed to stay on his feet after barely dodging a blow from a gust of wind. The members of the disciplinary committee, watching this sudden turn of events, could not believe their eyes. Ferret was genuinely shocked, while the cold princess calmly noted that Arthur was indeed pushing Professor Gates aside. Seeing how terrifying a monster Arthur was in his fight with Professor Fay, he told her that he was on a whole other level. While a confused Gates was looking for an opportunity to somehow escape from Arthur's attacks, Arthur continued to put pressure on him even without using his true power. Taking a closer look at his opponent's stance, he noticed an interesting detail. The desperate opponent not only opened up several points where he could be wounded, but also came as close as possible to the border of their duel arena. With a smile on his face, he decided it was time to teach the professor one last lesson in politeness and respect for the students. In particular, the disciplinary committee, which he had so diligently tried to ridicule in front of the first years. Continuing to put pressure on him, he did not give him a second of peace. Gates was forced to stop casting spells in order to fully concentrate on blocking the enemy's sword strikes. After a series of normal cuts parried by the enemy, Arthur made a sudden dash forward. To distract the enemy from his true goal, he added mana to his blade, slightly enhancing the effect of the wind element. Blocking the new cuts that Arthur tried to make without any intention of harming his opponent, Gates thought that he was fighting at the peak of his abilities. In an attempt to somehow restore his standing in the eyes of his students, Gates decided to shout that this was not enough to defeat him or even injure him. Arthur understood perfectly well that his opponent was no longer capable of more, but in response he agreed with his words. After such sudden support, he added to his words that what would be enough would follow in a moment. After these words, Arthur began to create a wind spell on his left hand. The storm directed towards the enemy was definitely not what the professor expected to see from the young amplifier. The powerful spell caused fear in him, and he once again tried to parry the attack in confusion. A moment later, under the pressure of the spell, he hit the wall of the barrier with great force. The barrier began to crack under such incredible pressure. The professor was completely cornered without the ability to somehow dodge or free himself from the student's attacks. Moreover, Arthur's arrogant gaze, which only strengthened his technique, caused despair in the enemy. The storm not only applied pressure, but also began to leave shallow cuts on the professor's body, who had taken poor care of his own protection, because he was not prepared for something like this. Desperately trying to withstand this attack, he shouted for the student to stop, but it was too late. The barrier behind him could not withstand such strong pressure, and was destroyed. The professor himself fell on his back and even dropped his sword. A moment later, Arthur was back at his side, his Ballad of Dawn planted next to the naked, frightened gates. Looking at the disgusting professor who was about to humiliate him, and even the entire disciplinary committee, for the sake of his own pride, Arthur coldly thanked him for his guidance in this duel. As soon as the duel ended, Arthur put his blade away, and the bell for break rang inside the lecture hall. While the students loudly applauded the disciplinary committee member, the usually cold Princess Sabina silently walked into the corridor. Trying to keep up with her, Arthur said her name, but Faye and Sylvie on his shoulder thought that this was not worth doing. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Faye decided to stop his friend, who had humiliated the teacher in front of all the first-year students. With a kind smile, the elf admitted that his performance was quite impressive. He even added that this was to be expected from his opponent. Having Sylvie back in his hands, Arthur returned the compliment on his performance, saying that if he had known what type of spell the professor would decide to use, then he would have no doubt been able to prepare a countermeasure. Ferret responded with a joyful laugh, agreeing that the professor had overdone it. Hearing their discussion, Caitlin decided to join in, asking Arthur how he would rate her performance. The boys were surprised that the princess suddenly decided to return to them, especially with such a provocative question. Trying to get out of the situation by being honest, Arthur answered with some hesitation that in fact her biggest mistake was that she decided to abandon her defense and finish the last spell without preparing for countermeasures. Just a moment after these words, he and Ferret shared an awkward silence, because Kate continued to look at them coldly without any reaction to what was said. A moment later, she finally eased their suffering by nodding her head in agreement. When she silently turned around and left, the boys sighed with relief because they were afraid that what she said had hurt her feelings. At this point, they parted ways, as Arthur had gone to a completely different class, which concerned his specialization as a scientist. On the way to class, a worried Sylvie asked him solicitously why her dad looked so sad. After stroking his sympathetic daughter, he reassured her with the words that there was no need to worry, since nothing serious had happened. After that, he still confessed to her that given that he had failed to deal with Gates using only wind magic, he realized that he needed to work even harder on himself in order to achieve his goals. He was looking forward to the next lesson with great impatience. It covered the basics of creating artifacts and was held in one of the most modern laboratories, which was not surprising given the status of the Xyrus Academy. Manipulating and controlling mana in objects to obtain special properties was something he had not been able to learn before. Moreover, his interest was even stronger from the mere thought that this was a completely new matter for him, since there was nothing like this in his past world. Although Arthur had taken a separate seat where no one else was sitting, a student approached him, asking if she could sit next to him. She was quite modest, so she said that if this place was occupied, she could sit somewhere else. With a kind smile, the heartthrob allowed her to eat nearby, if that was what she wanted. Sitting down next to him, she began to mutter her name under her breath, saying that she was very pleased to meet him. Arthur heard her perfectly well, but seeing how nervous she was, he looked her straight in the eyes and asked what was the matter. Startled by his approach, she said in a frightened voice that her name was Emily Watskin, and then inaudibly suggested that they become friends. After these words, the disciplinary committee member's intense gaze made her feel uneasy. Arthur could barely contain his laughter at her behavior, while the frightened student began to worry that he would now definitely think she was weird. Holding back his emotions, the red-haired scientist extended his hand towards her with a calm expression and introduced himself. With a charming, kind smile, he suggested that they start with a simple introduction, which would not embarrass her so much. As expected, she was simply delighted with the way he treated her. Nodding her head in response, she was literally seething with the fact that she had managed to become friends with him after all. Still, she found the courage to shake his hand. At that moment, Arthur felt something unusual in shaking hands with the young girl. It was obvious that she worked quite hard, because her skin was covered in calluses. Seeing his gaze, she understood what was going on. Worried about his reaction to her palm, she pulled her hand away and looked away with a guilty feeling, suggesting that he must have felt that her hands were rough to the touch. In response, he reassured her that everything was fine. Showing his palm, he said that he also has calluses. Emily felt more at ease after this revelation and enthusiastically complimented him on how much he must have been training. It was no longer surprising to her that he was on the disciplinary committee. She was delighted with the opportunity to meet him, but when she mentioned that she knew nothing better than creating artifacts, she became a little sad, even though she ended up spending a lot of time fiddling with her favorite thing. Looking at her hands, she said that for the sake of her hobby, she had to sacrifice the smooth skin of a young girl. Observing her behavior, Arthur responded with a kind smile. The lady's man, as usual, was one of the best in terms of compliments, so he replied that he even envied her because she had such a passion for creating artifacts. Speaking about the battles he had to fight in many times, he mentioned that the only thing you get better at in such a thing is killing and destroying. Looking at some of the exhibits in this hall, he noted that when creating artifacts, the better you are, the more items you can create and the easier people's lives will be. His speech greatly inspired the modest inventor, and she admitted that she had never thought about it in such a way and did not even expect to hear such a thing from a 12-year-old academy student. Arthur answered her with a laugh that she spoke as if she were much older. As it turned out, it had been a long time since anyone had reminded her of her age, at least since she had invented a broadcast display like the one used during the announcement of the unification of the continent. This news was simply shocking, and Arthur, holding back his emotions, respectfully said that it was an honor for him to be next to such a genius as her. As it turned out, the modest student could not cope with such a number of compliments at one time. In response, she asked him not to make her laugh, saying that this was said by someone whose past was unknown to anyone, who had a strange mana beast that looked like a fox, and who was also able to suppress and defeat the professor, a veteran among adventurers with a light yellow core stage. Arthur was very surprised that she knew so much about him. It was clear from the start that she was strange, but after these words one could assume that she was following Arthur and Sylvie. Adjusting her glasses, she asked not to be surprised, saying that in the Academy of Magic, news travels quickly and gossip even faster. At the same moment, the front door suddenly opened and slammed loudly rather quickly as it closed. The teacher who entered caused a real shock among everyone present. After greeting the students in his usual manner, the unrivaled inventor of the continent of Dicathan honored those present with the honor of becoming his students. Professor Gideon, for the first time in the Academy's history, decided to represent it by teaching the subject of artifact creation. Looking at the rows of students, he stopped his gaze on Arthur, which the other visitors to this course could not help but notice. Gideon, with great acting skill, asked in surprise whether Arthur Levin was really the one who would agree to attend his modest classes. By telling a blatant lie about not even realizing he would be in his class, Gideon had seriously infuriated Arthur. In order not to anger Arthur even more, Gideon decided to start his own business, and as befits a narcissistic scientist, all this time he talked about what he had invented and what technical solutions he had introduced into the education system. Everyone present listened to him with incredible delight, because they could not even imagine that such an incredible person, whom it is difficult to even meet even once in a lifetime, would himself teach them the basics of creating artifacts. The one who was the culprit of this wonderful holiday fell asleep right during the lesson, because the narcissistic professor did nothing but boast about his fame and success. The boring pastime promised to be just as boring, because nothing foreshadowed what would happen a few minutes later. A rather large manna bird was heading towards their office at high speed. Flying through the open, narrow window, she headed straight towards the students. In fact, she was only interested in Arthur. He only felt her approach at the last moment, while Sylvie did not notice her at all until the moment she landed on her dad's shoulder. Feeling pressure on his shoulder, the red-haired scientist was surprised by such suddenness. Looking around, he saw that a huge owl with green feathers and some kind of magical horn on its head had flown towards him. A shudder ran through Sylvie's whole body, and she was in a very angry mood. Looking at this bird, she mentally contacted her dad and said that he should be careful, because this animal is really dangerous. They didn't know yet that this wise owl with green feathers belonged to the director of Good Sky. Everyone around was surprised, and Professor Gideon, realizing that Arthur was called for a serious conversation, decided not to detain him and allowed him to leave the class a little earlier. The student didn't mind missing a lecture that wasn't particularly important to him, and as he started to rise, ignoring the battle between the owl and Sylvie on his back, Emily reminded him that news traveled fast in the academy. On the way to Mrs. Goodsky's office, he was not bored, because all this time the owl and Sylvie continued to fight. When he finally came to the door, he saw a familiar face. At that moment, Kate, who was also present and even had a direct relationship with the incident during the first lesson of magic practice, came out of the office. Arthur's sudden friendly greeting was coldly ignored, and Arthur immediately realized that it was a very bad sign. Nervous to show himself after the fuss he had made, The red-haired young scientist carefully peered into the office, opening the front door slightly as the director's owl flew straight towards it. In the spacious two-story office, only Director Goodsky was sitting, and Arthur felt awkward because she seemed angry to him. Seeing him, she suggested that they not delay and sit down on the sofa. The professor herself decided to sit opposite him instead of her usual conversation with visitors at her desk. Arthur was a little nervous and couldn't find his place, so he decided to start the conversation first and spoke about how he was forced to fight with Professor Geist, since he used all his strength to humiliate the honor of the disciplinary committee on the very first day of its creation. Interrupting his story, Miss Cynthia said that she hadn't called him because of what had happened between them during the mana practice class. Her words surprised him greatly, but he had an idea of what they would talk about. Before he could finish his sentence, Cynthia Goodsky leaned on her hand with a smile and looked at him thoughtfully. Arthur had no idea what she wanted to tell him. The silence seemed very tense to him, and after a minute of indecision, he finally asked what the purpose of their meeting was then. The director's words came as a real surprise, because in fact she wanted to offer him the position of professor of practical classes in mana management. Pretending that he thought it was not for him, he began to look around, but there was no one standing behind him, and the director clarified that she had indeed been addressing him specifically. Believing that this could not have happened just like that, he hesitantly asked what Caitlin must have said to her that the director had come to such a decision. Sighing with great interest at his words, she slyly asked when he started calling Princess Sapina by her first name only, and then warned him that if he stole the hearts of both princesses at the same time, he might get into trouble. When she expressed that she didn't want a civil war to start on the continent because of him, Arthur had a hard time picturing it in his head. Trying to dispel such thoughts, he dejectedly asked to stop joking about such things. Returning to her proposal, he thought it was a joke, because he couldn't believe that a student who hadn't even finished his first day of school could be both a student and a professor at the same time. The director assured him that he was just winding himself up because in reality it would be quite simple. Speaking about whether it was allowed, she said that it was, because it was her personal decision as the head of this academy. Seeing Arthur's concern, she pointed out that there had been previous cases where competent seniors had taught basic subjects, indicating that he wasn't as special as he thought. When Arthur responded to her words by mentioning that the position was occupied by Professor Geist, the director surprised him with the news that he had already been fired. Asking him not to be too surprised by her attention to the situation, she explained that she had begun an investigation as soon as rumors reached her, and Princess Caitlin, in turn, had not left Geist a chance to justify himself. When the headmistress mentioned that she had never seen Princess Caitlin so angry, Arthur didn't understand what emotions she was talking about when she always looked almost the same. Returning again to the original topic, he admitted that he did not understand why the director was doing this. The answer was very simple. The director simply wanted him to fill the vacancy that had suddenly appeared. In an attempt to calm his suspicions, she said that she did not have any ulterior motives. Moreover, she believed that it would be a good opportunity for him to make a name for himself without having to beat up her professors. She did not deny that in some sense he would be the center of attention, but she assured him that if necessary, she would be able to protect him. Trying to find some other reason why this decision does not take place, Arthur brought up the argument that the students' parents would complain. In response, Mrs. Goodsky, with an unperturbed expression on her face, replied that she didn't care, because it was up to her, the director of the academy, to decide. Saying that such a decision was still better, to just take and cancel these classes, she extended her hand towards Arthur, saying that the final decision was only his, after which she argued its correctness by saying that it was better to use his time this way than to be bored in the one where he was the best. Seeing how much she insisted on it, Arthur thought that he really wouldn't be able to continue to avoid unnecessary attention after this situation, considering that he was also on the disciplinary committee, which would be on everyone's lips anyway. Taking into account all the nuances, he still accepted the offer. Extending his hand in a sign of agreement, he promised that he would at least try to cope with this task. Having achieved her goal, Cynthia Goodsky replied with a satisfied smile that she was sure he would do just fine. As Arthur left, Cynthia continued to watch him go, asking her owl what it was about him that always kept her on edge. When she spoke to Avier, she wanted to hear his opinion and mentioned that when she had to negotiate with him, she had to spend much more nerves than when she had to deal with royal families. In response, the incredibly intelligent owl thoughtfully replied that Arthur was simply different from the people they had met. He asked her to be careful, saying that he should not be taken as an ordinary child. Referring to his mental abilities, a witness to their conversation said that, like his emotional maturity, he is much older than he may appear, and has something that cannot be seen with the eyes. The confident speech of the mana beast with amazing mental abilities once again amazed director Goodsky, and she wondered why he was so convinced in his reasoning. With wide eyes and special interest, Javier explained that what impressed him most was the mana beast of this young man. Mrs. Goodsky was in an unimaginable shock when she learned that the true form of this white fox was a powerful dragon that they had never met in their lives. Javier had no doubt that when Sylvie fully developed, his strength would not even be close to her level. Continuing to talk about Arthur, he asked not to make him his enemy. They shared the opinion that if they treated him with respect and trust, he would become their greatest ally, but betraying him once could be a terrible mistake, as such a powerful man could cause the destruction of an entire continent. After talking with the director, the lesson came to an end, and Arthur, as agreed with his friend, went to the cafeteria. Elijah had already taken a seat and was waiting for him to come to him. As it turned out, by leaving him alone, Arthur gave him the opportunity to make a new acquaintance, because there was already a girl sitting opposite him. When he sat down next to Elijah, Elijah introduced him to Charlotte as his best friend and roommate. There was no doubt that Charlotte already knew him, so Arthur decided to find out how his dear friend's classes were going alone, to which Elijah replied that everything was even better than when they attended them together. This was not surprising, since he managed to drag some girl with him. While the young man was enthusiastically talking about how much he enjoyed the lesson on using consecutive spells and mana transformation, Sylvie, who was trying to steal some of the food from the table, felt special attention from the student. Curious Charlotte, who thought she was just a cute white fox, reached out her hand to pet her. In response, Sylvie reacted extremely unfriendly, getting into a fighting stance and starting to growl at her. Continuing the conversation about the lesson without Arthur, Elijah excitedly told her that he and Charlotte were in the same class in creating consecutive spells, which she was very good at. Pretending to be a shy and modest girl, Charlotte reacted very emotionally, shyly closing her eyes and asking him to stop saying such things, because it makes her blush. Returning to the conversation with Arthur, Elijah asked how he was doing, and even mentioned that he had already heard rumors that he had managed to beat the professor during a lesson on the practical application of magic. Feeling uncomfortable about the situation once again that day, Arthur awkwardly shared the news that he would now be teaching the subject himself. Hearing this, Elijah couldn't contain his surprise, and all the food that was in his mouth ended up on his friend's hair and even his uniform. A moment later, the shocked young man asked again what they were talking about, because they hadn't even managed to finish their first day of school. Wiping his face in displeasure, Arthur confirmed his words and explained that he would eventually replace the professor who taught this subject. Speaking about his friend's unacceptable behavior, he convincingly asked him to stop spitting in the direction of the new professor from the practice of magic. Elijah was once again amazed by his friend's successful progress, and even said that if he could somehow slip away from his classes, then he would come to him to see the new professor in action. Returning again to the subject of Charlotte, he mentioned with the same enthusiasm that they were going downtown to do some shopping and would like him to go with them. When it came to shopping with Arthur, Charlotte's intentions became obvious, as she was very insistent that he join them. Understanding why she decided to become so friendly with his friend, Arthur decided to politely decline, saying that he had 3 more extra classes today, as well as lessons for seniors. Elijah, perceiving this as a gift from a friend, thought that they could have a wonderful time alone and, turning to Charlotte, said that they would have to go, just the 2 of them. At this point, she began to act a little confused, and the first thing that came to her mind for refusing was the banal excuse that she had completely forgotten that she already had plans. As she left for another table, she said that they should definitely go somewhere together, after which she emphasized her desire that this walk should take place together. As she left, she said goodbye to Arthur with a kind smile. Elijah felt a little sad, not understanding anything. He said that she probably had something important planned, so he himself would have to study a little in the library to kill free time. Turning to Arthur, he asked with childish delight if he thought she was cute and pretty. Realizing that he was going to hit on this cunning girl who didn't care about him, Arthur understood that he had no choice but to try to somehow push the poor guy to the right decision. Placing his hand on his back, he demonstrated such a gesture towards him for the first time and said that he deserved better. It's not a fact that Elijah understood what they were trying to tell him, but Arthur and Sylvie did their best, so they left immediately after the dining room to do some business. Walking through the academy courtyard, which was crowded with senior students, they couldn't help but notice that the crowd was looking in his direction with particular interest. It was simply impossible not to notice all this whispering and discussion of the situation with the professor, but Arthur walked forward so confidently that it was hard to believe that he really wasn't worried about such an excess of attention. At one point, he was distracted by the recently familiar voice of a student who said with surprise that she did not expect to see him in a class for senior students. As it turned out, it was Claire who, upon seeing Arthur, began to wave cheerfully at him along with Prince Curtis. They were glad to see him, and Sylvie, noticing Grouder lying on the ground, immediately rushed towards her friend, who was not delighted with their friendship. As usual, his friend from the senior year took him by the arm in a friendly manner and suggested that they not tarnish the honor of the disciplinary committee by doing everything in their power. The amazing mana beasts, whose level was much higher than most of the students, were trying to find a common language, and it was obvious that Sylvie's impressive strength, which Grouder felt, made him an obedient kitten. When Arthur asked if they were ready to begin, Prince Curtis replied that the last few men were coming to them. A moment later they appeared, and as it turned out, they were the president and vice president of the student council, who also received access to classes along with the senior classes. As usual, the beautiful Tessia, noticing Arthur, froze for a moment. Her childhood friend, who had recently become the most attractive member of the opposite sex to her, greeted her with a sincere smile. Seeing him, she began to rejoice sincerely, not holding back her emotions. Thinking that the princess was reacting specifically to her, Claire pressed her fellow disciplinary committee member even harder and greeted Tessia in a friendly manner. The moment she saw that Arthur was next to another girl, and practically in her arms, her reaction suddenly changed. As expected, she was offended that he allowed himself such insolence in her presence. The jealous princess made Arthur feel this oppressive atmosphere, and his greeting no longer had any meaning. Showing her character, Tessia decided not to linger. As she passed by, she coldly replied that she was honored to see them at this lesson. Claire didn't realize that it was her fault, so she simply assumed that the princess was in a bad mood. Leaving the head of the disciplinary committee squad that had ruined their meeting with Tess, Arthur wanted to be the first to go towards the place where this lesson was being held. At that very moment, some half-elf passed by him. As expected, Arthur was seething with rage at his mere appearance. This was the one he wanted to kill every time he saw him in front of him. The arrogance of this scumbag who caused this real tragedy knew no bounds. Lying and impunity as another disgusting trait did not give Arthur peace, because he could not feel calm knowing that his family was on the same continent with him. The treachery and everything else that had to do with Lucas Wykes reminded Arthur once again of who he would have to deal with in the future. Now he had no way to get rid of this eyesore, so he was forced to put on an artificial calm every time he saw that arrogant, disgusting mug. It is not surprising that Lucas himself managed to notice him, although he did not know what his true identity was. At that moment, it became clear that it would no longer be possible to remain outside his attention. Their sudden eye contact was interrupted by a rush of air and a sudden sound. All the high school students suddenly looked up. A huge mana beast similar to a hawk appeared in front of them. As he landed, a woman with a huge sword on her back gracefully jumped down to the surface. A young mage with an interesting weapon and memorable purple hair attracted the interest of everyone present. After this incredible appearance, Glory greeted her students at her team deathmatch mechanics class. She introduced her beast as a firehawk named Torch. Taking advantage of the moment, Arthur decided to check how strong the professor was, possessing such an impressive mana beast. As soon as he tried to look at her mana core, she immediately felt something. Glory suddenly looked piercingly into his eyes, which surprised the guy greatly. Arthur even shuddered at such a surprise. All he had managed to find out was that she hid her level and elemental affinity even in front of a bunch of students, making her quite a mysterious mage. He couldn't even guess why she was doing this, but her attempts to test her abilities made her especially interested in his personality. Glory was not angry or offended by him, moreover. She responded to his attempt to reveal her abilities with a kind smile. Approaching the red-haired scientist-magician, she introduced him with a wide smile as her new colleague, Arthur Levin, after which she said that she was pleased to meet him at her own lesson. As expected, the students who heard this started discussing rumors that some student had become one of the professors. No one could have imagined that it would be a first year, so Glory, given their interest, confirmed that this member of the Public Moral Committee had recently been appointed as a professor for the practical classes on mana management that everyone took in the junior years. With a cheerful laugh, she asked them to note that even though he was only temporarily appointed, it was still impressive. This truth made the self-assured seniors resentful, since even the best among them did not always get such an opportunity, while Arthur was a freshman. Their discontent and jealousy, which even Claire could not calm, was quite obvious. But the fact that Glory had made him a target on purpose was obvious. Clapping her hands, the professor asked them not to be indignant and to trust their director's decisions more, adding to her words that Arthur had proven himself to a certain extent when he beat up the professor who taught that subject. In response, one of the impudent senior students began to complain, saying that beating up some junior teacher was not a difficult task. The ridiculous guys started to support him and his speech about how most of those present could do it, especially if the opponent was some kind of big adventurer. Their enthusiasm brought a cheerful smile to Glory's face. As expected, she took advantage of their mood to offer them a chance to test their strength in battle against the new professor. Looking around, Arthur saw many hateful glances. Most of the students were in an indescribable rage that some freshmen had not only become the last member of the disciplinary committee, but had also become the center of attention due to his recent appointment as a professor of practical studies. Looking back at Tess, he pointed a mocking finger at the fools who thought they had any chance in an even fight. Confused by his sudden address, Tessia looked away so as not to show that they actually had some kind of connection. In response to the professor's words, Arthur politely apologized and said that he could not participate in the team battle, since the director asked him to take it easy in the senior classes until he got used to the academy. In response, Glory grabbed his shoulder and playfully asked if it would be fun. Trying to convince him that this was a good idea, she winked at him and said that even though he was a first year attending a senior class, there would be no slack for him and he would only have to prove his competence during a small demonstration. By saying that it would be fair and just, she received a lot of support from the crowd of hyenas who were unhappy with Arthur's success and, out of great envy, wanted to prove that they were much better. When Arthur asked her what was on her mind, Glory replied that she preferred to start the new semester with a fun, casual game. The game she unfairly called fun was a game called War and Conquest. After support from the students, one of those present raised his hand with a counter-proposal. Prince Curtis decided to make an edit to the game, saying that it would be a good idea to have a mock team battle where all three members of the disciplinary committee would be on the same team. Claire supported his initiative, saying that it would be a great opportunity for them to improve their efficiency. The professor responded positively and nodded her head, admitting that it was a very good idea. At that moment, the vice president of the student council decided that they should also take the initiative and proposed his candidacy and the candidacy of the president as their opponents, even though he had not even discussed the idea with the princess. The next proposal was again received with joy by the professor, and she said that it would be very interesting. The fight between the Public Moral Committee and the student council members seemed unfair, due to the fact that the first team had more students, so it was decided to find another fighter. One of those present raised his hand and, with a sly expression on his face, offered his candidacy as a supporter for the student council team. Seeing that it was Mr. Wykes, Professor Glory said with interest that he was another of their brilliant first-year students, after which she agreed that this would be a good opportunity to evaluate the abilities of the participants in their little competition. All the conditions were discussed, and the 6 participants of the team battle began their preparation. As they began to take their positions, Lucas, walking next to Arthur, deliberately brushed his shoulder against him. Making eye contact with him, he said with hatred that he was the commoner who stole his place on the disciplinary committee. Holding back his emotions, Arthur, who hated this half-elf, replied that it could not be called theft, because this place did not originally belong to him. Teams of 3 took their places. The audience was expecting an interesting spectacle, but considering that there were only 2 senior students among the participants, they did not expect to be surprised by anything. All team members were preparing for battle. They were given special equipment, the properties of which would help in resolving the outcome of the fights. Being on different teams, Tessia didn't feel like there was much of a problem, so she even tried to flirt with Arthur, who was her opponent. The fact that her mood had noticeably improved surprised him very much. He looked rather awkward while trying to put on the elbow pad, so the caring princess decided to come to the rescue. Her sudden help seemed very sweet, Taking advantage of the moment, Arthur, as usual, wanted to embarrass her with his words, so he said with surprise that he did not believe that Princess Tessia herself was helping him with such an easy task. Tightening her elbow pad as tightly as possible, she addressed him in a calm voice, as if he were a professor, asking him to speak less loudly so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Arthur thought that this was not a big problem, since they would not be heard, so he asked to communicate less formally. In response, the beautiful elf complained that this whole situation made her uncomfortable, because she hated it when she had to act as if they were strangers. Here is the answer to her words. Arthur bluntly urged her not to do this, which caused the princess's anger at the mere thought that he did not care. By telling him that he shouldn't attract unnecessary attention to himself, she was trying to show some concern, but the young professor awkwardly noted that he had already failed to cope with this task. Despite this, he reassured her by saying that he was fine with it as long as some things remained a secret, namely Sylvie's true form, his core level, and some other things. After these words, Tess noticed that he was hiding some of his magical elements, and as soon as she tried to say this in a raised voice, Arthur deftly covered her mouth, saying that she shouldn't spread this information when there were so many listeners around. Coming even closer to her, he embarrassed her even more with provocative words about how she shouldn't ignore him, because it wouldn't make the situation worse. At this touching and exciting moment for the princess, Glory joined their conversation, shouting that they should stop their friendly gatherings because the battle would begin in 2 minutes. Pushing Arthur aside in embarrassment, the princess began to walk towards her team. At that moment, Arthur stopped her again, addressing her by name. The caring red-haired heartthrob actually wanted to suggest that she try hard, so that it would be seen how much her abilities had grown since they were together in Eleanor's kingdom. In response, she said with a kind smile that in that case he should keep his eyes open and be attentive in order to withstand her strength. Everyone was assembled, and before they started, Professor Glory decided to announce the rules. The match would last 30 minutes, after which they would analyze and briefly discuss what they would be demonstrating on the battlefield. The Public Moral Committee team will have one limitation, as Claire and Curtis have gone through more training than the Student Council team with 2 first years on it. This limitation was that Arthur Lewin would play the role of the king, who would need to be defeated in order to completely crush their entire team. The devices they used as protection were specially created by the inventors to measure the damage received, and if the number of points exceeded a set limit, they would emit a shrill sound indicating the player's defeat. The professor also warned the participants that anyone who ignored this warning and continued to use spells would immediately lose the opportunity to attend her classes and could also be expelled from this academy. Furthermore, she also decided to make it clear that this was not a defensive gear, and they had to be skilled enough to protect themselves with the mana that would coat their bodies to avoid serious injuries. Having finished announcing the rules, the professor raised her hand high. With a cheerful intonation, a moment later she announced the beginning of the battle. At that moment, both teams began to carry out their battle plans with incredible speed. Claire rushed towards the Student Council Vice President, while Prince Sapin's target was Princess Eleanor. Looking at how the players were distributed, Arthur thought that Curtis was unlikely to be able to defeat Tess, but he had no doubt that he and his mana beast could hold her off long enough for them to regroup in the end. 2 pairs were determined for battle, and the opponent with whom he, as king, would have to fight was obvious. Opposing him was a mage from a family of the best fire element users in all of Sapin, which meant that there were no families on the continent that could match him in terms of spells. The magic caster he hated so much had not only changed since their last meeting, he had also acquired a new artifact, a magical cane that was much more powerful than the previous one. Fate itself brought them together to fight again, although this time Arthur could not use his full strength, much less finish him off, despite his great desire to do so. Seeing the insolent expression on Lucas's face only dashed Arthur's hopes that he had managed to become even a little more humble after arriving in Xyrus. This was not at all true, but Arthur did not care much. Real anger and a desire to put the scumbag in his place appeared on his face, since he most likely would no longer have the opportunity to do this under such conditions. The 2 couples had already started fighting, while Arthur and Lucas continued to stare. The arrogant magic caster spoke first, saying that his opponent was so indecisive because he was afraid that his reputation would suffer after this inevitable loss. Looking around, Arthur noticed that all his ill-wishers were closely watching him. A moment later, he felt a light breeze from the flapping of the Firehawk's huge wings. Professor Glory was intrigued by this battle, And most of all, she was interested in the abilities of her new colleague and how he would cope with one of the most brilliant first years. Accepting the fact that all eyes were on him, Arthur knew they wanted to see the show. Even though he tried to restrain himself, this time he had a reason to punish his opponent. As soon as he began to release his mana, a look of horror appeared on Wyke's face, as he couldn't even imagine that his opponent was at such a high level. As expected, Glory was simply delighted, because Arthur lived up to her expectations. Even the battle between seniors Claire and Clive stopped for a moment due to the spread of overwhelming energy. Prince Curtis had no idea that he was Arthur and actually had quite impressive reserves of mana despite his heir. Only Tessia, who had guessed what kind of monster he had become since they spent time together as children, reacted rather modestly, not being distracted much from her fight. By releasing mana in the form of the wind element, the young professor made it clear that he would be serious from the very beginning of their battle. A moment later, he made a dash towards the enemy at great speed. A confused Lucas once again demonstrated his true fearful nature as soon as he realized that his opponent was going to fight at an inconveniently close range for him. At that moment, he began to take defensive measures, controlling the powerful fire of the Wykes family. Within a moment, a hellish cage of fire was erected around him. Arthur, in order to break through his defense, began to create a powerful whirlwind. At that very moment, he felt an enemy attack approaching. Lucas decided to stop his lightning attack with a fire blast, which forced Arthur to use up his wind vortex and change his trajectory. Noticing another attack being pursued, he dodged again. Moving between various obstacles, he gradually weakened the next attack with the help of a wind whirlwind. The last volley was so powerful that even hiding behind a small rock, he had to additionally defend himself by swinging his blade. Despite Arthur's brash start, his opponent Wykes had a tiny window of time to launch his own attack, putting on enormous pressure. Having avoided quite a few serious attacks, Arthur still managed to retreat to a safer distance. When Wykes stopped attacking, it was because he decided to change his approach to the fight. He used the short break to put a huge amount of magic into his next spell, which Arthur was already familiar with. Arthur remembered very well how these spheres of flame worked and had even recently seen them performed by Professor Geist. As it turned out, he not only strengthened his spell, but also made it much more powerful and more unpredictable. The entire area surrounding Arthur suddenly became a huge fiery cage for him. The enormous pressure that Lucas's magic exerted was no joke, and in fact, with the elemental limiters, it wasn't that easy to resist. Lucas, considering his attacks excellent, began to shout furiously that the king would be finished in a moment. Immediately after these words, he again directed a large number of balls of flame at Arthur, which moved from different sides. Even with their pursuit, the young professor was able to cope with their speed and dodge all attacks. The battle was becoming increasingly intense, but Arthur knew that time was on his side. Avoiding the attacks that turned the battlefield into a lifeless wasteland, he continued to move at a distance from the enemy. Even though not a single attack hit its target, his opponent was filled with positive emotions. He watched Arthur's attempts to escape this hail of attacks with a malicious grin. With incredible arrogance and his usual madness in his gaze, he shouted that the professor of mounted practice himself was dancing for him personally. The constant pressure did not stop, and feeling this, Sylvie began to worry if everything was okay with her dad. In response, Arthur reassured him by saying that everything was under control, after which he asked how the other members of the disciplinary committee team were coping. When he learned that the princess was defeating Curtis and Claire was dominating the battle with the angry vice president, Arthur stopped worrying about their progress and then asked to be informed if anything unusual happened. By releasing a little more mana in the form of the wind element, he was still able to break out of the spellbound area. Looking towards his opponent, who had the situation under control quite well, he only confirmed that his defense was at a fairly high level. It was obvious that he was only able to exert such pressure because his mana reserves had become much greater than when he was an adventurer. Accelerating with the help of the wind, Arthur again made a quick dash towards the enemy. Being behind a protective barrier of an impressive level, his opponent was not afraid of long-range attacks. So in order to win, he had to break through to him point blank. Watching the young professor struggle to dodge the fire attacks that dominated the room, Lucas continued to smile arrogantly, anticipating his crushing victory. Another spell with a column of hot flame separated Arthur from the possibility of moving further. The young professor could do nothing about the heat that surrounded him, because he had neither the elements of fire nor wind at his disposal. Lucas's mana reserves were indeed greater than Arthur's, and he had no other option but to wait for his opponent to make a mistake, constantly avoiding the flames. In an attempt to provoke Arthur, the dishonest Lucas began to talk about how he was glad he didn't join the disciplinary committee, because it was better to leave the academy than to be on the same team with someone so incompetent. His trepidation could not touch Arthur, but he admitted that he was failing, as he could not create a large enough scale wind magic spell to withstand the pressure of the flames. From time to time, he had to spend mana to cover himself from attacks that he couldn't dodge. His body was already receiving minor damage, because being in the midst of such overwhelming heat, not all attacks were noticeable, and even their grains hitting the body quickly created burns. Desperately defending himself with the still weak wind element forced him to adapt using his surroundings. The huge stones that he magically lifted into the air made the defense a little easier. However, this was not enough, because fighting for a long time at such a pace did not give any prospect of victory. Continuing to be under enormous pressure, he was forced to find a more effective way to defend himself. While thinking about this, he concentrated on thinking about the advantages of wind over flame. In simple terms, wind magic attracts, repels, and controls air currents in order to achieve the desired effect. This kind of control over this element was common among all its users, but no one had previously thought about trying to control the molecules in the air. What he came up with was a way to deal with the enemy's spells by getting rid of the oxygen needed to support the combustion process. One thought was not enough, and even when he was quite close to the enemy, where the pressure of his spells was more noticeable, he still did not know how to put this plan into reality. The heat was getting worse all the time, making it more difficult to stay in the area. Despite Arthur's enormous difficulties, Lucas felt no particular problems in continuing to put pressure on him with his own spells. With an arrogance he had never seen before, he began to mock his opponent, suggesting that he had been able to deal with that pathetic excuse for a professor by running away from him like a rat. After these words, he again directed a powerful fire spell, the amount of which hid Arthur from sight. Within moments, Arthur had once again lifted a huge amount of earth with his magic, holding back the flow of flames. While resisting all these attacks, he wondered if he could control the air molecules fast enough to extinguish the flames before they reached his body. An even bigger question was how long he could remain conscious while in an area without air. A great deal of thought suddenly stopped with his quiet laughter, a sign that he had no choice but to try to carry out this plan. Remembering that he had entered this academy in order to surpass his own limits, he regained his fighting spirit. Glory, hovering on her fiery hawk, continued to watch what was happening on the battlefield. She was convinced that Lucas was even better than they said. Hell Cage, a mixture of defensive and offensive spells, was known to be one of the most complex area of effect fire spells, so it was surprising how skillfully he was able to use it at such a young age. On top of that, she couldn't help but notice that his mana reserves were almost the same as a silver stage mage, making him a terrifying opponent at such a young age. Seeing the incredible fighters that both sides of the team fight had, Glory sighed heavily. Stroking her hawk named Torch, she said that the world was indeed changing, and perhaps soon there would be no room for old people like them. Turning her gaze to Arthur, whose brute force was not enough, she also could not hide her surprise. She knew that if they met more children like him, then the world would change forever. Seeing how tenaciously he resisted the enemy's attacks, she could notice that despite his agility, for a mage with an affinity for two elements, his spells clearly lacked variety. Even so, with her experience, one could see that he made up for it by using fluid movements with their precise control and incredible skill in using the blade with the amazing edge. She was truly curious about what kind of child could handle a veteran adventurer, even one as frivolous as Geist. Seeing his tenacity, she had no doubt that he was indeed capable of surpassing him even at that age. However, even though he couldn't break through to the enemy magic caster, she was still very impressed by the amount of pressure he had put on everyone present at the start of the duel. The question remained for her as to what kind of life he had lived at such a young age to be able to inspire such fear that it touched even her. After fending off another long line of enemy attacks, Arthur paused for a moment instead of rushing in thoughtlessly. By concentrating on the flow of his mana, he noticeably released a greater amount of wind element. At first it seemed that he began to do some breathing exercises, but after a moment it became clear that he had concentrated a fairly large amount of air in his lungs, after which he stopped breathing altogether. His body was covered in thick wind element mana, with which he began to slowly walk towards Lucas. Glory looked thoughtfully at his idea, but she still did not understand why he held his breath and why his behavior became so calm. After taking a few steps, Arthur, who had stopped watching the enemy's attacks, received a small volley of fire right in the back. A moment later, he missed another enemy spell aimed at his legs. Even though his uniform was ruined from the attacks and his body had slight burns, he continued to slowly walk towards the enemy. The strange behavior of the young professor, who had previously avoided all attacks by quickly moving inside the hellish cage, greatly puzzled Glory because Arthur's uniform gradually counted the amount of damage allowed during the battle. And yet he continued to confidently walk forward, holding his head high, not even turning around to look at the spheres of flame that were rushing towards him. This time, as soon as Lucas' spell got as close to Arthur's body as possible, it disappeared right before his eyes. When Glory saw this, she couldn't believe her eyes. To make sure it was what she thought it was, the professor asked Torch to move a little lower. As she went down, she only confirmed her suspicions. Realizing what was happening, she thought with genuine surprise that her new colleague was a real monster, despite his age. During the fight, he was able to adapt to his opponent's fighting style by mastering a new spell. Unlike wind magic, attempting to manipulate the air itself requires much greater insight, as well as a higher level of concentration and chanting to cast the spell correctly. It is for this reason that there are no fire elemental mages who can remove the air from an opponent's lungs. To control the air directly inside a living, moving target would require maintaining concentration for several hours, which is impossible during a dynamic battle. This is the reason why magicians usually use either their own body or a pre-designated fixed point in space as a starting point. With a thoughtful look, the professor came to the conclusion that Arthur was trying to keep the area of effect of the spell as close to his body as possible. But even so, it was hard to believe that such a young magic user could be capable of doing this right in the middle of a battle, approaching the enemy. The unheard of way to fight a fire mage amazed the professor's mind, and she watched Arthur's actions with even greater interest, not noticing what was happening in the battles of other students. As he continued to move forward, Arthur was focused on the spell, but he admitted that in his head everything seemed simpler. In reality, it turns out that it's not so easy to manipulate the thin layer of air around the body to create and maintain a vacuum that will cause the flame to go out before it can hit it. Studying this spell right in the battle, he understood that he had no right to make a mistake, because if everything remained as it was, the uniform would reach its limit before he had time to deal with the enemy. All he needed to do was break through his opponent's protective barrier and defeat him with just one blow. Lucas, seeing the futility of his attempts to break through his defense, began to become noticeably nervous. Gritting his teeth, he was furious that Arthur could just block all his spells, even though it was not visible that he was using wind magic at all. Unwilling to accept what was happening, Lucas decided that he could end it all with his ace in the hole. Within moments, he had summoned his protector, a massive subordinate known as the Flame Guardian. Hearing this familiar spell, Arthur reacted with a satisfied smile, because it was expected for him to fight something like this the moment he got close to the enemy. The huge guardian could indeed cause terror, but not in the one who was in control of the situation. At this point, Arthur, realizing that the enemy had reached his limit, began to release even more wind mana to destroy the enemy's spell. Suddenly, everyone on the battlefield felt a powerful pressure. The sudden surge of mana surprised him greatly because he didn't expect to feel something like this. A moment later, Sylvie anxiously reported that her mother was in danger. Distracted by this message, he lost concentration and, breathing in the very hot air, did not even notice that the guard was behind him. It was only when the flame guard struck that he realized he had made a mistake. There was no way to dodge, so this sudden attack was blocked with the blade. Having slipped a dozen meters away from the enemy spell, he did not lose his balance and tried to concentrate on his senses to recognize the source of this surge of mana. Through the dense flames of the hellish cage, he could not see what was happening outside. Despite this, he was still able to notice what was happening at a distance close to the cage. Professor Glory, who was quite close to them, rushed towards the battle between Princess Tessia and Curtis with horror on her face. Knowing that her terror was most likely due to someone being in danger, he had to make a difficult decision. The outcome of his fight with Lucas was at stake, but at that moment it didn't matter. Arthur refused to continue the fight and stood motionless even when his opponent approached him within striking distance. In just a moment, everything around him froze due to the use of the dragon's power. The static void was a forced measure due to an unforeseen situation related to another pair's duel. The enormous strain of fighting Lucas, which suddenly changed to even greater pressure from using the beast's will, had thrown him off balance, and he was barely able to stand on his feet. He stumbled once and braced himself against his blade, willing himself to keep his composure as he quickly needed to escape the hellish cage and get to Tess, who was in danger. Looking around, he noticed a place where he could easily escape from this confined space. Right next to the barrier, as a result of the battle, a small hole appeared, which made it possible to avoid contact with the hellish cage. He needed to act as quickly as possible, considering that he had already used up most of his mana reserves trying to master the stupid vacuum barrier spell. Looking into the distance, he noticed that Curtis had directed a powerful flame spell towards the direction where Tessia was. Despite this, he doubted that this was the surge of mana he had felt earlier. The only option that could explain what he felt earlier was that Curtis had managed to release his beast will, even though it didn't look like it. Looking in the other direction, he tried to see what the situation was like around Tess. As soon as he looked at her, everything became clear. Curtis's powerful spell was aimed at her, but she did nothing. She appeared to be in no condition to fight. When he saw the princess holding her stomach, he understood why she didn't dodge or create a protective barrier around herself. As soon as Arthur took another step towards her, the will of the beast, exerting enormous pressure on his tired body, once again reminded him of itself. Having stumbled, he barely kept his balance thanks to the fact that he was able to lean on a tree growing nearby. Even in his condition, he couldn't allow something terrible to happen. Trying to get to Tessia, he used his last strength to destroy all obstacles in his path. He couldn't miss, because once the static void stopped, Curtis's attack would reach Tess in an instant. He didn't have enough mana to block the attack, nor was he strong enough to move her out of the flame's path. Having no other choice, Arthur hugged her at the last moment. Covering the princess with his own body, he did all he could. Realizing that it would be very painful, Arthur stopped using his beast will ability at the last moment of being in his creation. As soon as he did so, he, hugging the princess, disappeared from sight due to the bright light of the explosion of flame. A little earlier, before this happened, Tess was constantly distracted during her duel by Arthur's battle, hoping that he would cope despite the fact that he uses his weakest element. Prince Curtis had no intention of playing games with her, so he fought with all his might the entire time. Trying to catch her off guard, he delivered another furious blow to her, which was easily blocked. At the moment when they were extremely close to each other, he asked the princess of the Aerolith Kingdom not to get distracted right in the middle of the battle because it was impolite. The princess couldn't help but agree with Curtis's words, so she responded with action and with one precise movement broke free from the block, destroying the shield of her opponent's magic. A moment later, she once again directed a slashing attack at him, aimed at his body. Only at the last moment did Curtis manage to regenerate his flame shield, which he deftly used in combination with his sword. Having forced him to go on the defensive, the cunning Tessia apologized to Prince Glider, after which, using wind magic on her other hand, she prepared a counterspell. At that moment, she suddenly stopped, feeling enormous pressure and pain coming from her body. It happened in a split second, and she was soon back to herself, sending Curtis flying with a whirlwind of wind. Working in tandem with his mana beast, the prince was deftly caught by Grouter, who cushioned his landing with his huge, soft body. Without looking in his direction, Tessia clutched her stomach, unable to understand what was happening to her. While she was trying to cope with her uneasy state of mind, Curtis had no intention of stopping, and together with the Grounder, prepared for the next attack. He had already mastered the initial stage of the beast's will, and having seen some changes in his appearance, he shouted that it was time to show what he and the Lion of the World had been working on in training. Looking at them through the pane, Tessia saw quite an impressive amount of mana, realizing that they were preparing a large-scale spell. In response to this, she decided to take defensive measures and created a huge number of obstacles in the form of vines using the spell of thorns. Despite the impressiveness of its influence on the environment, the huge lion with the prince on top was able to deftly avoid all obstacles, approaching close enough to attack. Trying to somehow prevent them from carrying out their plan, the princess directed whirlwinds of wind in their direction, continuing to hold her stomach, which was bursting with pain. She knew that it was most likely some kind of damage to the mana core, so the only thing that came to her mind as the reason was that the assimilation with the will of the guardian of the ancient forest was not completed properly. The thought of giving up was discarded immediately, because as the student council president, she couldn't question her own skills. Not wanting anyone to think she was a weak coward, Tessia once again used her magic to create powerful bonds. Having finished this spell, She was ready to defend herself from the enemy's powerful flame. This was the final moment of their duel. It was decided who would gain victory, Princess Eleanor or Prince Sapina, who used the roar of the world. However, at the last moment before she could cast her spell towards her opponent, the princess froze from a severe pain in her stomach. Her monocore was bound by the Forest Guardian's power, and she could no longer use magic, and her body gradually began to weaken. As she lost consciousness, the last thing she saw before the fiery spell of the roar of the world reached her body was someone approaching her. When a powerful explosion of flame attack occurred, directed at the then defenseless princess, everyone around was horrified. Glory ran towards them as fast as she could to stop their duel, but it was too late. Landing on the ground, she began to panic and scatter the dust and steam that had accumulated due to Prince Curtis's powerful attack. Finding a place where a huge number of damaged vines had accumulated, she immediately went in that direction, expecting to see a seriously injured princess. Her shock was beyond words because when she saw what had actually happened, she could not find any logical explanation for it. Arthur, lying next to the princess, who apparently took all the damage from the prince's attack, made her wonder how he ended up there. All the students started running to the place at once, and Prince Curtis apologized with great guilt, saying that he did not know that she would faint. Seeing his excitement, Glory tried to remain calm and replied that she saw everything, so he was not to blame for anything. Addressing the senior students on the medical team, she immediately ordered the rest of the team to be alerted to be on standby, as well as to assess the severity of the injured students' injuries. And yet, until the very end, she continued to be tormented by the question of how Arthur was able to leave Lucas's hellish cage in an instant and find himself next to the princess, covering her with his own body. Sometime later, Arthur woke up in a hospital bed at Xyrus Academy. The first thing he saw was Sylvie's face, more serious than ever before. Not understanding why she was seething with anger, Arthur asked what was the matter. A moment later, he received a strong blow from a paw to his face, which had barely survived the team battles. With tears in her eyes, she said that although he considered himself insanely strong, he still almost died. Understanding his daughter's worries, Arthur was at a loss, not knowing what to answer her. A moment later, he sighed heavily and began to smile, realizing that she was simply very worried about him. Holding her close, he sincerely apologized for being too careless, then asked her not to worry. Continuing to stroke her cute little face, he promised that something like this would never happen again. Their touching moment was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. It was Director Goodsky. She didn't expect to receive an answer, but she was sincerely glad that Arthur had already woken up. Seeing her for the umpteenth time in the last 2 days, he modestly replied that he was a little worried about having to see the director of his academy so often. Sitting down next to him, she replied that if he still had the strength to be cheeky, it meant he would soon recover. When her dear student asked how Tessia was feeling, Miss Goodsky replied that she was in much better condition compared to him. This was only good news because, on the other hand, she could not promise that it would continue like this. When Arthur suggested that it was because her body could not cope with the will of the beast, Lady Cynthia was genuinely surprised. When asked in surprise how he knew about this, Arthur began to rise with difficulty, answering that he was the one who gave her this will of the beast. Falling tiredly to the ground after his futile attempt, he continued his speech by saying that he was supposed to be the one to help her with assimilation. In his current state, he believed that he would not be able to help her with this matter, but Mrs. Goodsky believed that he had already done more than enough. The director believed that it was her own fault, because she had decided to keep the information about her beast a secret, despite the fact that she was most vulnerable at this stage of assimilation. Taking Arthur's hand, she explained that if she had told Professor Glory about this, then this situation could have been avoided. Feeling deeply guilty, she thanked him again for sacrificing himself to save her student. It sounded like he was dying, so Arthur wasn't too happy about it, causing her to laugh. As she left, she also informed him that she had contacted his and the royal families, adding that they would be coming to meet him soon enough. Having closed the door from the other side, Mrs. Goodsky, sighing heavily, asked her student if she was sure that she did not want to go in. As it turned out, Tessia came with her, but she did not find the courage to meet Arthur and began to justify herself by saying that it would be better if he rested a little more before the next visits. Understanding her feelings, the caring director suddenly grabbed her by the shoulder, saying that she would not leave her alone. With a cheerful and happy attitude, she pulled the embarrassed princess along with her, offering her to enjoy the delicious desserts she had brought for her earlier. Tess didn't mind because looking at the door to Arthur's room, she understood that she should gather up her courage before meeting her friend again, who had saved her for the second time since they met. As soon as the director left, Arthur fell asleep again, and when he began to wake up, he again saw visitors in front of him. Everything in front of his eyes was blurry, and what he saw were 3 blurry silhouettes. Hearing the caring voice, he remembered that he had experienced the same feeling 12 years ago when he was reborn into this world. In front of him were caring parents, and he calmed them down by saying that he was already much better. After that, he apologized in a weakened voice for making them worry about him so much every time. Displeased, Ellie, who seemed like an exact copy of her mother at that moment, said what she was thinking. The cheeky remark about him looking bad infuriated Arthur a little, and he thanked her for her sincerity and kindness towards his wounded brother. While the naughty sister was making faces, the father began to laugh at this situation, saying that before this he cried even more than the mother. Ellie and her father began to fight, and Alice, finally getting a chance to talk to her son, worriedly asked how it was that on his first day at the academy, of all the students, he was the one who got so seriously injured. Having calmed his daughter down a bit, the father decided to answer for his son, saying that he had already managed to take part in fights, although he had previously said that he would be careful and try not to attract unnecessary attention to his abilities. With a cheerful expression on his face, Arthur replied that they should have seen what happened to his opponent. After these words, everyone started laughing merrily, and Sylvie, who was the only one who knew the truth, decided to play along with them. As it turned out, everyone was laughing except for the mother, because the anxious woman thought that he had ground that poor child into dust, leaving not even bones. Seeing her expression, everyone began to worry, not even imagining that in her head were thoughts about how they would have to leave the city and live with the gnomes underground, earning money by treating minors, once and for all, bearing the opportunity to give Ellie a bright future. The only person who suddenly seemed to understand was Mrs. Goodsky, who quietly entered the room with some other visitors, saying that Arthur was just joking and that everything was actually fine. As it turned out, those she came with this time were members of Eleanor's royal family. Seeing the royal family in front of them, Arthur's shocked parents and their daughter froze. Having mastered their feelings, they came closer to King Alduin and, bowing low, said that it was an honor for them to meet His Majesty personally. In response, the humble ruler of the Elven Kingdom placed his hand on Arthur's father's shoulder and said that in fact it was an even greater honor for him to meet them in person. With a kind expression on his face, he said that he had been waiting a long time for the opportunity to meet the child's parents, that he had saved their daughter for the second time. In turn, the ruler of the Elven Kingdom approached Arthur's mother and, giving her a beautiful bouquet of flowers, confirmed her husband's words, saying that their meeting should have taken place a long time ago. Continuing their acquaintance, King Alduin introduced the previous ruler of the state, his father, to whom Ray was incredibly happy. The last to introduce herself was the daughter of the royal family, Tessia, with a blush on her cheeks, excitedly announced that she and Arthur had been friends since their childhood. Hearing this, the parents fell silent for a moment. They looked at Arthur with some surprise, which could not help but alarm the princess and their son. As soon as they began to smile slyly, looking at each other, it became clear that some common thought had crept into their heads. Noticing their reaction, Arthur was a little confused, because he began to fear what thought had simultaneously visited these two restless heads. Suddenly, but gently grabbing the princess by the hand, Alice said with a sincere smile that they were also very glad that they could finally meet her. Continuing her speech, she said that Arthur had told her a lot about her, which in fact was not entirely true. As the poor fellow's mother had expected, the princess was delighted by these words, for she was touched to the very depths of her soul. Continuing to talk about this, Alice, on behalf of Arthur's parents, said that they were very pleased to know that their son was supported by someone as responsible as she. Leaning closer, she whispered in his ear that she hoped it would be like that in the future. Her words put Tessia in a difficult position, and her whole body shuddered at the very thought that Arthur's mother would want to see them together. Stepping aside, the princess began to hide her face, trying to return to her feelings, while Mr. Virion, having left the conversation between the two families, decided to be the first to inquire about the well-being of the young lady's man. The princess's wounded protector admitted that his wounds are not so important to him now, as he is more worried about what his parents are up to. Virion himself understood perfectly well what their behavior was leading to, so he suggested that Arthur relax, saying that the worst that could happen was that he would be forced to take a vacation was that he would become a groom for his granddaughter. At that moment, the princess, who was again drawn into these conversations, grabbed him by the beard in displeasure. Realizing that Arthur was also uncomfortable with the whole situation, she hesitantly apologized to him, saying that she didn't mean for this to happen. Sitting down next to him, a shy Tess admitted that she had asked them not to disturb her, but they had not listened to her opinion, even considering that he was in a hospital bed because of her fault. With a good laugh, Arthur assured that everything was fine, and he even liked the liveliness of this room. Their touching conversation was interrupted at the moment when Ellis, with her hands folded in front of her, came closer to her sick brother. Looking at Tess, she said with some distrust that she had not previously known what the girl looked like, for whose salvation her brother had risked his life twice. Tessia responded cheerfully to Arthur's little sister's words and complimented her that she was even cuter than she thought. Starting to feel embarrassed, Ellie, who was trying to look serious, was so touched that she looked away and shyly replied that she looked pretty good too. Seeing how hard it was for her to admit that there was a girl who cared about him, Arthur decided to mention that it was she who gave her her favorite bow. Hearing about this, the surprised younger sister decided to correct the first impression of her personality and shyly thanked him for his concern. In response, the stunning princess, with a kind expression on her face, said that she was very glad that she liked her gift. Feeling the competition, Ellie turned to her brother with displeasure, demanding an answer to the question of which of them was nicer. His answer was more clever than they could have expected, as he simply said that they both didn't look cute enough. In this way, he managed to unite them by simultaneously going berserk, wanting to beat him up so badly that he couldn't say anything like that again. Returning to the dialogue with the previous ruler of Eleanor, Arthur, naming Lord Virion, asked if he had had the opportunity to look at Tessa's manicure. He replied that fortunately, before assimilating the beast's will, her body was in much better shape than in the case of the scoundrel. Having touched on this topic, the curious old man leaned toward the young lady's man and asked with a suspicious look how he was able to obtain the core of the guardian of the ancient forest in the first place. Arthur's answer that he had killed him made the old man even more wary, as did the young man's sly grin, which said that this was indeed the case. Interrupting their conversation, Miss Cynthia Goodsky admitted that although she did not want to disturb such a friendly atmosphere, she needed to make sure once again that Tessia's assimilation process was going well. Under this pretext, she opened the front door, after which the new visitors, who did not have enough space in this room, showed their joyful faces. The most ridiculous of them, or to be more precise, it was Elijah and his girlfriend, fell to the ground because they did not expect the door to open suddenly. Seeing this funny sight, Arthur and Tessia's families began to laugh with kind expressions on their faces. After the two families left, Arthur was visited by other loved ones for the rest of the day. When Vincent's family and Elijah left the room, a curious Glory entered instead to find out what really happened there. The members of the disciplinary committee did not hide their excitement, which was evident from the fact that Ferry could hardly hold back his tears, while Curtis, feeling a deep wave, desperately apologized, not paying attention to the fact that Arthur did not consider him guilty of anything. A little later, Princess Caitlin came to visit him, whose face never gave any indication of what she was feeling at any given moment. Her genuine concern was only noticeable because she waited her turn with the servants who held a lot of sweets. The intrusive inventor Gideon did not miss his opportunity to come to Arthur, trying to convince the young genius to try some suspicious liquid, saying that it would instantly get him back on his feet. As he left, he remembered that he wanted to invite the young man to drop by his personal training room. Arthur was surprised that he knew he had such an advantage at Cyrus Academy. As it turns out, Gideon was in the know, because Director Goodsky personally called him in and asked him to create several artifacts for Arthur to use in his training. Arthur couldn't believe that he had done them for nothing, without asking for anything in return. His suspicions were correct, and as he left, the cunning scientist began to tease that he was now in his debt. As soon as the door closed, Arthur fell back onto the pillow with relief. Hearing someone enter his room again, he thought it was Gideon and asked with a pained expression what else he wanted from him. His assumption turned out to be false, because in fact this time Tess came to visit him. She had been waiting a long time for the opportunity to meet him alone, and in response to his question about whether her core check was finished, she thoughtfully replied that she was still recovering, which led Good Sky to decide that they should finish this a little later. Caring Arthur continued to ask her how she was feeling and whether she had any other attacks of pain or pressure related to the core. In response to his sincere words, Tess began to laugh kindly and quietly. Seeing his surprise, she explained that he himself almost died. But even so, he continued to worry about her, not paying attention to his own condition. With a confused smile, Arthur didn't think that this was really the case. To open his eyes, the princess reminded him that it looked exactly the same as the time he saved her from the bandits. Struggling to sit up, Arthur stuttered through the pain that he too remembered those times when they both went through a lot. Seeing this, the princess, worried about his well-being, took his hand, asking if he was okay, to which her childhood friend replied that it was still difficult for him to move on his own. Trying to calm her down, he added with a kind smile that everything would be fine with him and there was no need to worry about it. Tess responded by saying that she knew it would happen. Having collected her thoughts, she apologized again, to which Arthur, with his usual kind and caring smile, repeated the words that he himself decided to act this way and that she was not to blame for anything. In response, Tessia gently said that she apologized for what was about to happen, then leaned closer to his face. A moment later, she tenderly kissed her childhood friend, for whom she had had feelings all this time. Cyrus Academy was in an uproar over the events that took place on the first day of school. Tessia didn't pay attention to what was happening. She ran as fast as she could, as far as she could. Tired, she leaned against the windowsill in the hallway, trying to catch her breath. She wanted to run away not from Arthur, but from the feelings that overwhelmed her after her first kiss. It was her first kiss in her life, and she didn't know if everything went as it should or not. Worried about this, she began to ask herself many questions about what her face looked like at that moment. The girl, embarrassed to the limit with her hormones playing around, could not find a place for herself and, having caught herself thinking this, tried to forget about it. When she looked out the window and saw her reflection, she didn't even think about the fact that people outside could see her. Approaching the mirror, she took a closer look at how she looked when she kissed Arthur. At that moment, she was again seething with emotion. Sliding to the ground, she began to ponder out loud with a depressed look whether it was possible to consider that she had gone too far, and now Arthur would definitely think that she was some kind of strange or even depraved. These disturbing thoughts did not give her any peace, and she even began to think that the only way out of what she considered an awkward situation was to return to the room and say that it was just a joke that he took seriously because of his poor health associated with the injury. Heavy thoughts did not give her peace, and she decided that she had no reason to self-hypnosis that something had happened wrong. She slapped her palms across her face and tried to come to her senses. Recovering her former pride, she rose to her feet with the thought that she had done everything right, because if she had waited for Arthur to initiate, then their relationship would never have moved from the dead point. He still considered her a child, and it seemed to her that she had no other choice. Looking towards where his room was, she said with resentment that if he did not reciprocate her feelings, then he would lose a lot. In a bit of a self-confidence boost, she even listed her virtues, among which were her talent for magic, elegance, and popularity. Trying to avoid arrogance, she admitted that she was quite good-looking, which was hard to disagree with. Based on this conclusion, the elf was once again convinced that Arthur would lose a lot if he rejected her feelings. Trying to maintain this thought, she repeated it several times. Tessia turned around and headed back to her room. In fact, her instructions to herself did not work for long, and after just a few steps, she felt depressed again. The situation in Arthur's room was no less disturbing. The red-haired heartthrob faced the consequences of his own overprotectiveness towards underage girls. He was haunted by the thought of the kiss with Tessia Aerolith, the princess of the Elven Kingdom, who was still so young. Thinking about her being underage, Arthur felt despair at the thought that he had become a criminal. Trying to justify himself, he recalled that such actions had been considered wrong only in his past life. While now, being in the body of a 12-year-old, he lived in a world where people of that age were already expected to think about marriage and were sometimes involved in matters far beyond their years. In his defense, he also thought that it was she who initiated this kiss. With a sly smile on his face, he couldn't forget that moment that gave them so many emotions. As soon as he thought about it, cold reason interrupted these thoughts, and he slapped himself in the face to come to his senses. He was frankly furious and angry that his teenage body with raging hormones could not calm down and even affected his mind and train of thought. Falling onto the bed, he tried to stop thinking about it and concentrate his efforts on healing. The silence in his head didn't last long, and he began to wonder what he had been doing. The next day, the students met their friends again, and what everyone had heard was still the events of the first day of school. The entrance to the lecture hall where the magic practice classes were held was still closed. The students nearby continued to spread rumors that the new professor teaching these classes would be a first year who had won the position by beating the previous teacher. The students couldn't wait to beat up the professor to take his place, not even guessing what kind of monster they would have to face. In fact, this monster with a cane in his hands, accompanied by Principal Goodsky and Scientist Gideon, was descending into the basement. On the lowest floor of the academy, there was a place to which the director and scientist led her young colleague with incredible interest. Speaking about how he would conduct the first lesson, Arthur replied that given that he was in the ward, he had no ideas, but he would come up with something in the course. On the way to some place that was supposed to be presented to him personally, Arthur, looking around, noticed that there were many individual cells where senior students were engaged in their own training, in particular, mana control. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the red-haired scoundrel couldn't help but ask the director about how Tess was doing with her assimilation with the core of the Forest Guardian. Mrs. Goodsky, with a kind smile, provocatively replied that if he was really that worried, then he could meet her in person and find out firsthand. Remembering the situation with Tessia, Arthur awkwardly replied that Mrs. Goodsky was right. In fact, from that moment on, he tried to avoid her in every possible way, afraid to even respond to her greetings, let alone how to conduct a conversation. At that moment, they had just arrived at the place they were taking him to, and Gideon said goodbye to his assistant in his usual manner. Before entering, Cynthia Goodsky told him that thanks to Grandfather Virion, the assimilation was going well, but he would soon need to return home. Interrupting their conversation, a brilliant scientist by the standards of the continent of Dicathan proudly and even smugly declared that it was time to start the show. Looking at him, the director was surprised to see a man so enthusiastic who constantly complained about them wasting his precious free time. In response, he said a little angrily that he had prepared a small game to surprise the little exceptional brat. Looking at Arthur with a kind smile, the director made it clear that she was surprised every time she learned about what an incredibly important person he was, despite his young age. When Goodsky said that she asked the scientist to create a couple of strong artifacts for training, he smiled smugly because he couldn't wait for their reaction to his next brilliant creation. Opening the door, he said with anticipation that he had made a hell of a lot more than just a couple of the sturdy artifacts they were used to. As soon as the door began to open, they were blinded by the bright light of the place where the little monster's training would take place. It was a huge room with a bright light, similar to the sun due to its huge number of rays. This whole area resembled a real probable battlefield because there was a certain landscape and even a small pond with a waterfall. What Gideon had been so diligently dragging them into this room for was an artifact that looked like a fairly sturdy metal robot. Entering, Arthur looked around and was delighted to admit that the room was indeed impressive. Gideon, as usual, took the bait and shouted in displeasure that the scoundrel should be looking at his invention, not the room. Miss Goodsky kindly showed a modicum of respect towards the genius's creation, saying that she could feel quite strong mana fluctuations coming from it. Introducing his technological marvel, Gideon stated that this machine was capable of using runes to create protective barriers that could withstand even spells cast by an average silver core mage. Showing off his creation from all sides, he was proud to announce that during his sleepless nights, the latest and most advanced version of his apparatus for training and evaluating the power of punches was created. Moreover, the training machine had its own name. He was also known as Tomu. While wiping Toma until it shined, Gideon, not looking at the fact that Arthur was already warming up, said that his basic characteristics were already at the 5th level, which corresponded to a mana beast at the dark orange stage. Taking off the bracelet that limited his elements, Arthur wondered if this dummy was really as strong as a mage in the yellow stage. Gideon, who had no doubt that the baby with a body made of malagarite iron would be difficult to even damage, as long as the enemy's attack power did not exceed this level. Instead of unnecessary words, Arthur delivered a powerful punch with astonishing speed, using blue flame magic. Despite the fact that he did not have time to fully recover, the young professor managed to pierce Tom's body. Thus, he left no chance for this training apparatus to be used again. Destroyed by just one blow, Tomu fell to the ground with a crash. Looking at Gideon with a sly smile, Arthur said that it looked like it was time to level up his invention. Shocked by what had happened, the scientist could not find words and only looked in amazement at the young man with a cold sweat on his face. Meanwhile, one of the continent's greatest warriors was busy with his new duties, exploring dungeons they had never entered before. They encountered many things they had never seen before, such as monsters with great strength that had never been seen before. Turning to the scientist, Spear Byron asked if he was absolutely sure that no man, elf, or dwarf had been in this dungeon before them. The scientist confirmed his words again, mentioning that according to information from scouts, the only descent here had been blocked for a long time. As it turned out, his suspicions were not caused by what kind of monsters there were. Overcoming many obstacles in the form of opponents, he managed to find a small piece of fabric that could not have been created by the primitive minds of monsters. Upon our presence of foreigners in the dungeon on the continent of Dicathan, Byron said that everything was much more serious than they had assumed. This news had not yet reached the government council, so Arthur had no idea that representatives of an unfamiliar continent with unclear intentions were so close. Regardless of whether he found out about it now or later, he would still continue to do what he was doing at the moment he discovered traces of the presence of people from another unfamiliar continent. Although he had not yet fully recovered from his injury, he still began his training with new, more advanced Tomu that could now withstand his blow. The speed of the 7th generation was also at an impressive level, and this device demonstrated quite good agility, sometimes dodging Arthur's attacks. Having a rather impressive barrier of mana, he even tried to strike back. Although even in this state, Arthur could cope with his speed and dodge. Without limiting his power to the two weakest elements, he easily destroyed the enemy's barriers one after another. Having depleted his mana reserves once again, Tomu jumped back to a safe distance to change the course of the battle. Striking with incredible speed, he put Arthur in a seemingly difficult position, and he only managed to dodge at the last moment, crouching right under the trajectory of the twin arms of this training machine. Taking advantage of this situation, he grabbed Toma by the hand in an instant. Strengthening his body with mana, he carried out a powerful throw of the enemy against the surface without any problems. Tom, having used up his mana, was practically defeated. With his final move, Arthur easily broke off his limb at the joint. By ending the battle in such a stunning manner, he shocked Elijah into holding a towel for his friend, and a disgruntled Gideon lost the argument with the director. The disgruntled scientist, who had lost a rather serious argument, wanted to know whether the brat was really not injured or whether he had simply conspired with the director. Stretching his body, which was wounded without fighting, Arthur asked to let him rest, saying that they had probably noticed his already sloppy footwork. Pretending that these were obvious things, Gideon replied mockingly that he had initially thought he was busy rehearsing a dance for King Sapin. Having taken out his notebook, he nevertheless decided to ask if the amazing young man had any comments regarding the weak points of the new generation of Tom. There was something to tell about, and Arthur began by saying that the joints of this model were obviously a weak point, and it was worth focusing on strengthening them. Besides, even though Tom couldn't use spells, Arthur felt that if he was considered a mage, then not being able to use any offensive magic would limit his abilities quite a bit. When Gideon, dissatisfied with the young man's comments, said that he had expected Tomu to fight an ordinary amplifier and not the reincarnation of the devil himself, Arthur, thanking Elijah for his concern, replied that although these were subtleties, it would still be good to work on improving the robot's mana shield. Hearing this, Gideon and Goodsky looked at the young man with confusion, because they believed that this characteristic was already at the highest level and could not be improved. Seeing their confusion, Arthur explained that Tomu was creating a protective layer of mana around his body, and even though it was the easiest and fastest way for mages to protect themselves, it was not enough. It was no secret that this barrier would quickly break if attacked in the same place. Calling his plan a bit complex and large scale, he asked if they thought it would be better if Tomu learned to create multiple interconnected protective plates. In justifying this approach, he said that in this way, once a barrier of this type was deployed, Tomu would be able to easily restore it if a breach appeared in it. If he could use a barrier of this type, it would result in a reduction in the mana cost stored in the crystal compared to creating a completely new barrier, which would then be impractical. Having told this, Arthur froze for a moment due to the unexpected reaction of his listeners. Gideon and Mrs. Goodsky froze at his words, and the shocked Elijah was the only one who could not contain his emotions and opened his mouth wide in surprise. The awkward moment was interrupted by Miss Cynthia Goodsky asking whether his words meant that he himself could create such a barrier. His silent confirmation was very intriguing for the director, and the scientist began to write it down in his notebook. Thinking, Goodsky suggested that although it would take more time to create this barrier, its use would give more freedom than the current version. She had never thought about it like that before, and all the modern mages use the same barrier as Tomu, so the director ran towards the exit without hesitation, saying that she was going to tell the Mage Guild about it and see what they had to say about it. Thanking the young man for his incredible idea, Mrs. Goodsky ran away, and the shocked boys continued to be in the same room with the amazing young man, who did not even know that he was the first to use something like this in relation to his body and not the area, like the Wykes techniques. Seeing Gideon's face and his intense gaze next to him, Arthur asked him in confusion what he was doing. As it turned out, the curious old man was trying to see how many more golden ideas were hidden in his head. Elijah glanced at his watch and sighed heavily, reminding the young professor that he needed to hurry or he would be late for his first day of work. The academy corridors were crowded before the first class of the day. Conversation stopped the moment Arthur appeared before them, staggering forward with a cane in his hands. Turning to Sylvie, he nevertheless admitted his mistake in not listening to her words and fighting against 2 level 7 Thomas at the same time without fully recovering. At one point, the already wounded and tired boy lost his balance for the first time since childhood due to his cane slipping and flew forward. Luckily for him, there was support ahead in the form of a student in a distinctive black uniform. Arthur didn't see at first who he was dealing with, so he apologized with a kind expression on his face for what happened. As it turned out, it was Caitlin, who was just on her way to class, where he was supposed to make his first appearance as the youngest professor at their academy. Seeing his condition, she suddenly took his arm carefully and, helping him to walk forward, said that he should have rested longer. Her words surprised him greatly because the princess, who was as usual cold to everything, barely showed her emotions. It was hard to tell from her face what she was feeling. Despite this, Arthur felt that this was not indifference, but her concern. Meanwhile, in the hall for practicing magic, which was filled with chatter, there was already Feyret, another member of the disciplinary committee. He was extremely dissatisfied with the talk that was being spread here, because everyone present had come only to see whether the first year was capable of anything or not. Although Faye thought that eavesdropping on others was an unworthy occupation for a nobleman of the Eleanor Kingdom, he couldn't help but do it, because the rumors were about Arthur, his rival and teammate. The seniors sitting next to him stood out the most. They thought they would see him stutter and pretend to know everything in the world. One of them was already studying under the guidance of a fifth-year student and was going to ask Arthur a couple of questions that he would definitely not be able to answer. On the other hand, a certain representative of the famous Sapin Kingdom family complained that his father donated several thousand gold pieces a year to the academy, and they used this money to hire a first-year student. His friend deliberately stole a recording artifact from his father to get evidence. Feyret assessed this situation as extremely grave, and all that was on his mind was asking the gods to help his dear rival. The noise inside the lecture hall was loud, and not everyone heard the creak of the front door. A pretty girl, a red-haired guy, and an extremely cute mana-beast with a stern look entered inside a little late. Of course, it would be hard to imagine a more charming appearance for Arthur than in an embrace with Princess Sapina. Everyone present was shocked when he first appeared before them. Feyret was even a little confused, but admitted that he did not expect a less spectacular appearance from his opponent. Noticing how noisy the ranks were, Arthur was surprised by their disrespect. At that moment, he realized that it was related to their reaction to the fact that the princess had brought him to the training hall. Always surrounded by princesses, Arthur, removing his hand, replied that he could handle the rest himself and thanked her for her help. Attracting all the attention of the students present, the princess of the Sapin Kingdom silently and emotionlessly walked back to her seat. Standing in front of a noisy audience with Sylvie, Arthur had no intention of stopping the noise by force, as Mrs. Goodsky had once done. Instead, he decided to introduce himself, still leaning on his cane. Calling himself a member of the disciplinary committee, he did not forget to mention that he was the son of 2 wonderful magicians and a loving brother. Finishing his little introduction of himself in the old-fashioned style, Arthur introduced himself as the new professor. Within moments, most of the students began to rise from their seats and boo his words, showing great disrespect towards the youngest professor in the history of the academy. They were shouting rudely at him to get out of here. These words were heard even from the lips of the elves, who were also first years, but were very envious of Arthur's status. The rest did not want to put up with it and directly shouted that they would not waste their precious time on lessons from a first year, while threatening that it looked like a joke and they would complain to their influential parents. Watching this chaos, Arthur, covering one ear with his free hand, turned to Sylvie, who was unhappy with the situation, and said that his students were, at least, very energetic. He knew that all of this could have been avoided if one of the professors or Director Goodsky had come with him. He wasn't surprised to think that she might have deliberately skipped his introduction to try to make him feel uncomfortable about this moment. A moment later, a student jumped into the arena. Arthur looked at him with boredom, realizing what he was about to do. Having shown himself in full height, the guy, dissatisfied with his new professor, decided to demonstrate the dissatisfaction of the other students with his own hands. Addressing him with moderate severity, the young professor asked him how he could explain his actions during his lesson. With vigorous gesticulation, the impudent student announced his sudden realization of a desire to become a professor too. Looking at Arthur with excessive arrogance, he said with great pleasure of the moment of glory that all he had to do was to do the same as the young professor, simply knock his predecessor off his feet. After such an inspiring speech, the crowd began to cheer for Lester, urging him to kick the new professor's ass, making him feel what sophomores are capable of. In response, he began to brag that it wouldn't take long and they should get ready to call him the new professor. Hearing the name of this upstart, Arthur angrily uttered his name. This treatment distracted Lester from his moment of glory, and he looked warily towards the professor. Releasing his truly terrifying mana, Arthur told him to sit down. Within moments, a number of the second-year students began to tremble in fear, and the previously self-confident Lester was so shocked by the pressure that he fell on his butt and froze. Continuing his speech, the young professor clarified that although Director Goodsky had not bothered him with signing any official documents, regardless of whether they liked it or not, he would still teach this course. Pointing his hand towards the rioters, he calmly said that if any of them didn't like it, they could absolutely calmly leave this activity because no one here was going to stop them. Moreover, he was not even against allowing them to transfer to any other course of their choice. To get those present a little interested, he said he had an alternative. With his usual charming look, he offered to stay if he was interested in how this small and lame boy became a professor at the most prestigious Academy of Magic in Dikaten. Sighing heavily, the professor returned to the impudent boy who had tried to disrupt his lesson. First, he asked how long he would sit in a place where he was not supposed to be during class, after which he suggested that he either return to his seat or leave the classroom. A moment later, Lester jumped up and saluted apologetically like a soldier, then ran back to his place. The sight before Arthur was quite amusing. The students, confused by his strength, did not know what to do, sit down or wait for his polite request before he used force. He responded to this with a satisfied grin, because despite their ignorance, at least because of the scandalous news of his appointment as a professor, so many students had gathered here that there were no free places. Returning to the main topic of the class, he said that since they all decided to attend the practical training course on mana management, it meant that at least someone would find the answer to his first practical question. The question was how best to use the mana surrounding them. Hearing this question, the crowd of students began to fuss, pretending that they were close to the answer. The girl with the ponytail found the determination to voice her answer. A second-year student who had studied theory well answered that the most efficient way to use the mana in the environment was to absorb it and then transport it to the core, where it could be purified and compressed for use during battles. The answer turned out to be correct, and her knowledge even caused Arthur to smile with satisfaction. His praise made the girl very happy, and she began to glow with joy, believing that he would certainly remember her for the rest of his life and would dream about what their wedding would be like. Arthur continued her words, reminding her of the well-known truth that the difference between amplifiers and spellcasters is that the former use magic from their core through the mana channels. Unlike boosters, spellcasters draw mana directly from the environment thanks to their mana veins. Based on this, Arthur had a new question about why both needed to accumulate it in their core if spellcasters mainly used mana from the environment. The question was indeed quite difficult and left the students stumped for the second time. Even those who had previously wanted to complain that their new professor, who had only studied at the academy for one day, was probably bad in terms of magic, thought about the question. Just like last time, The red-haired student, whom Arthur began to call Ponytail, decided to answer. Trying to surprise the handsome young man again, she confidently replied that even though spellcasters hardly had to use mana for physical attacks, they still needed to use their own to manipulate mana from outside. Her second answer, according to Murphy's Law, was again correct. And Arthur added that spellcasters, in essence, with the help of certain spells, influence their own mana and create a foundation, which then draws mana from the surrounding environment. Based on what he had said earlier, he suggested asking the question of whether it was possible to determine the level of mages by the color of their core, since spellcasters, unlike amplifiers, by their nature used much less mana from it. His question put everyone in a difficult position, even the red-haired smart girl with a ponytail. They saw no other way to measure the level of mages except based on the level of their mana core. Seeing their confusion, the temporarily lame temporary professor began to smile slyly. While they were trying to come up with an answer to this question, he asked them to find 6 volunteers who already had an affinity with the elements so that they could come down to him and line up in 2 groups. He wanted to have 3 spellcasters on his right and 3 amplifiers on his left. Among the spellcasters, as expected, were the determined members of the Public Moral Committee and a dwarf, while on the left stood a human, an elf, and a dwarf. For this exercise, he wanted each of them to create a basic spell of their element. Additionally, he asked the spellcasters to avoid using wands. All participants in this modest experiment immediately got down to business. They fulfilled the conditions without any problems, and among them all, only Princess Caitlin stood out, who possessed special ice magic. Once they were done, Arthur made an unusual request for aspiring mages, asking the boosters to perform a ranged attack and the spellcasters to try to absorb their own spell back into their hand. The shocked students thought that this was some kind of ridiculous joke that would end there. Arthur's sly and carefree smile said otherwise, and they had no choice but to start trying to do something so crazy for their level. The boys set about completing the task with great enthusiasm. The amplifier that was supposed to carry out a long-range attack with its fire could not cope with the task and only waved its hand furiously. While the poor guy was breakdancing with a fiery palm, Ferret had already tried to complete the task, but incorrectly because instead of absorbing the water magic with his hand, he simply washed his face. While the other boys struggled in vain to comply with the demand, Caitlin showed small success thanks to her persistence and deep understanding of the professor's request. Looking at her, Arthur was pleasantly surprised because she was the closest to understanding this exercise. His enjoyment of watching his diligent student approaching the desired result was interrupted by a disgruntled cry that this was stupid. The hot-tempered flame user was shouting about how he couldn't understand the point of absorbing a spell that had already been cast, while the rock magic user, who had nearly broken his forehead trying to complete the task, was indignant along with him. In his defense, the dwarf shouted that everyone knew that only high-level amplifiers could create long-range spells. Instead of unnecessary words, Arthur decided to demonstrate this with his own example. Everyone knew him as an amplifier, so he created a wind bullet right in front of their eyes from his hand. Seeing the bullet dissipate before hitting the wall, one of the students started to say that it couldn't impress them since most boosters were capable of doing that after they reached the orange stage. Arthur agreed that it was easy enough to replicate with the average amplifier, so he decided to give them a chance to see what it was really all about. Without sparing the training hall, he suddenly used a little more mana, creating a powerful volley of wind magic. This volley was so powerful that it destroyed part of the wall at which it was directed. With a smug smile, he said that he doubted they had ever seen anything like this from an orange stage mana core amplifier. Seeing the shocked expressions on his students' faces for the second time, he said that unfortunately he couldn't demonstrate what would happen when a spellcaster learned to absorb a spell he had already created, although he assured them that it would greatly help them in the future. Having finished the short demonstration, he decided to give the guys some time to train and sat down on the surface nearby. Turning again to the students, he invited those who wanted to try their hand to go down to the arena and try to complete the task that had been discussed earlier. At the end of the lesson, everyone left filled with emotions, and those who were strongly opposed to the appointment of the young man as a professor of mana management practice were satisfied. Once outside, Arthur ignored the suspicious looks from his students and instead asked Sylvie if he had done a good job with his assignment. As it turned out, his daughter had been sleeping the whole time and had missed out on the fun, but once outside, she regained her energy and started playing with the butterflies. Watching his daughter laugh, Arthur told her that he had found another advantage to being a professor. He meant that he could end his classes whenever he wanted. By letting the students go early, he gave his daughter the opportunity to play outside, relaxing a little after a hard day. Her funny fall from the bench made him laugh, because despite the fact that she was a dragon in the form of a small fox, due to the shortness of her paws, it was difficult for her to catch small insects. The moment of fun was interrupted by Princess Caitlin, who asked if she could sit next to him. Trying to make fun of her polite question, he pretended to put his hand on his imaginary friend's shoulder, then said that it was already taken. The look of confusion in Caitlin's eyes made him feel awkward, and he apologized with deep guilt, saying that it was a ridiculous joke. When the princess sat down next to him, Arthur still felt awkward, because from her face he could not understand what she was thinking about all the time. After a short pause, she said that she really enjoyed their new professor's lesson. Arthur thanked her for the compliment with a smile, but the next minute was again silent, and for him this time seemed rather tense. He couldn't tell if that was really all she wanted to say. A moment later, she turned sharply in his direction and, slightly frightening the lame poor fellow, addressed him by name. Looking into his eyes, she admitted that there was something she had been meaning to tell him for a long time. Seeing her look, Arthur was a little scared that this might be what he feared the most. His face began to break out in a cold sweat at the mere thought that Caitlin was going to confess her love to him too. Thinking about how she eventually wanted to taste such a unique, albeit specific fruit as Arthur Laven, he began to fear that she would cause a civil war. Fortunately, or rather unfortunately, she bowed sharply and began to offer sincere, deepest apologies on behalf of her family. She said with a sense of guilt that this was an apology for what had happened in the Helstia auction house because of Sebastian and for how her father had behaved back then. She also wanted to apologize for her brother's rudeness in the alley and for his mistake in the recent lesson. Considering that her family had caused him a lot of pain, she didn't expect that he would respond by checking whether he was sleeping or not. Having learned the real reason, he relaxed a little and admitted that he was surprised that she was still worried about the events that happened 4 years ago. The princess explained that she had always looked up to her father before, but on the day that terrible conflict occurred, he disappointed her in many ways. In response, Arthur said that even if this was true, she should not apologize for them, and even more so feel any guilt in front of someone with whom she personally had no problems. As she adjusted her hair, she showed a little nervousness for the first time and admitted that she felt she should have done it, after which she said hesitantly that there should be no old grudges among friends. Seeing a small demonstration that the Ice Princess did have some signs of emotion, Arthur looked into her eyes with a smile on his face and asked if they had really reached the level of a relationship where people called each other friends. As it turned out, she came to this conclusion quite recently, after a situation when she, on her own initiative, helped Arthur get to the lecture hall. She folded her hands in front of her and shocked Arthur by explaining that, according to her brother, you can only touch others if you are friends. After Arthur's words and his personal example, she thought about how he had become so talented and popular, and also highly praised and discussed by others, while she had stopped because she had blamed her lineage, her magical powers, and even her appearance. While the princess, deprived of her freedom due to some complexes, was asking herself questions, Arthur could not find peace because he was not sure that the help given to him then allowed him to cross the line of permitted intimacy, especially with the daughter of the ruler of Sapern. The silence was broken by a sudden, gentle laugh that Caitlin couldn't hold back as she realized the truth about her life and how it had changed after Arthur's words. Hearing this, Arthur asked whether he had misheard or not. Leaning a little closer to Caitlin, who was starting to get worried about what had happened, he asked her a direct question about whether the famous Ice Princess had actually laughed in his presence, showing her emotions hidden from the rest of the people. Embarrassed by this conversation, the modest princess turned away and said that his first lesson was very interesting. With a slight gesture, she wondered how the end result of using the same air bullet spell could vary so much. Arthur responded to her question with feigned confusion when he asked her if this interest had really been her true motive for the conversation in the first place. Worried that he had misunderstood her, she emotionally justified herself by saying that she wanted to change the subject. Once again, seeing a portion of emotions from such an icicle as the princess, Arthur, with a smug smile, began to rise to his feet with the help of his cane, apologizing for another inappropriate joke. Instead of answering the question, Arthur said that it would be completely unfair of him to give an advantage to his smartest student, after which he winked at the princess with a kind smile. With this phrase supplemented by a gesture, he silently left. Looking in his direction, the princess began to smile again because of the warmth of emotions that the one who called himself her friend gave her. At one point, she heard some strange sound under her feet. As it turned out, it was Sylvie, who continued to watch her, and waving her tail merrily, laughed slyly at the fact that the princess had fallen for a whole series of her dad's provocations. The next class on the schedule was Professor Gideon's class, where Arthur met Emily and heard her ask him if he was okay after getting hurt on the first day of school. Although she spoke in a whisper, Arthur responded in a full voice, which made the whole situation even more infuriating for the brilliant scientist, who could not allow himself to be tolerated by such insolence. To demonstrate his displeasure, he abruptly threw the chalk he was using to draw an example on the board right at the curious Emily's forehead. Turning to Miss Watson, he decided to put her in an awkward position by politely asking if she could enlighten the class with her answer to the question of what the main component of the simplest light-producing artifact was. Emily, standing up, proved he had picked the wrong guy by talking enthusiastically about fluorite crystals and the stages this material must go through before it could be used. Gideon was so furious at his loss that he asked her to finish her answer. However, they were not able to easily get rid of the disgruntled old man, and as Arthur left, he was dissatisfied with the fact that Professor Gideon had assigned them a project for the next lesson. Hearing his whining, Emily immediately replied that she already had a couple of light-producing artifacts, after which she clarified that since he had missed a few days of school, then he could take one of them. Hearing this, the incredibly charming young man made the most inspired look and asked again if it was true. Seeing him so happy and hopeful, Emily hesitantly replied that they were lying around in her dorm unused, so she wouldn't mind helping him with this task. While Arthur was thanking his savior, they were suddenly joined by Elijah, who had been running around campus for the last 5 minutes trying to find his best friend. Having started a conversation about Director Goodsky wanting something from them, he suddenly fell silent because he saw in front of him a beauty with an unusual green hair color and round glasses on her face. Understanding what was going on, Arthur introduced Emily to his friend, who was raging with hormones every time he met girls. He was once again captivated by the beauty of a young girl from the academy, and at first did not know how to start a conversation. With a little uncertainty and embarrassment, they nevertheless got acquainted, and Arthur, with boredom on his face, noticed that they were very similar to each other. At the moment of the handshake, Elijah suddenly returned to his previous line and finished the sentence about Principal Goodsky, asking him to make sure that he immediately went to the training room after class. Hearing this, Arthur left the couple alone and said that this was a great opportunity for them to get to know each other better before they met again in the dining room. Visiting the training room in the basement of the academy for the second time that day, Arthur was surprised when he saw who was there. As it turned out, Tessia was already there, spending her free time from classes and duties as student council president in meditation. Upon seeing the princess, whom she considered her own mother, Sylvie rushed to her side without hesitation, interrupting her meditation. Tessia was as always happy to see her, and they began to hug sweetly, causing a pleasant smile to appear on the limping Arthur's face. Realizing that Sylvie was not alone, Tessia quickly found Arthur with her gaze and greeted him as well. Even though he had been avoiding meeting her for a long time, this time he was not so confused and greeted her with a calm smile on his face. Looking around, he asked where Director Goodsky was, to which the princess replied that she had urgent business, because of which she had recently gone to her office. Hearing her words, Arthur was ready to bet that it was planned from the very beginning so that he and the princess could have a conversation without prying ears. Looking somewhere to the side, the princess inquired in an uncertain voice if it was time for them to begin their training. It turned out that Arthur was necessary for her to strengthen her connection with the forest keeper, because any assimilation with the will of the beast requires a lot of effort and is often difficult to complete alone. The participation of mages with an affinity for the same element as the beast is necessary to reduce the burden on the body of the will's master, so using his mana of all 4 elements, Arthur had to fulfill this role. In fact, he was able to not only help Tessia with the process of assimilating the will of the beast, but also, acting as an improved mana accumulator, strengthen her body, thereby helping in the fight against the guardian of the ancient forest, who was trying to establish control over her core. After an hour of using a huge amount of mana, the guys were pretty tired. Falling to the ground, Arthur wearily said that this time they could not do more, and Tessia in response happily thanked him for his enormous help. Watching Sylvie having fun with Tom, Tessia decided to start a conversation that had been bothering her all this time. She wondered if he was angry because she kissed him that day. Arthur was surprised that the question would sound like that. He looked down and wondered, then admitted that he wasn't angry, but simply surprised at how suddenly it happened. In response to these words, the princess looked in his direction and asked a question about why he had avoided any meeting with her from that moment on. Biting his lip nervously, Arthur, who was in a difficult position due to the question, thought about how to answer. Thinking that a joke was the best way to get rid of it, he began to say that they shouldn't be so serious at such an age, since they had known her since she was an immature little girl. Speaking about how it was normal for their blood to get married, he said that it was not so for his family. His words did not work as he expected, so the princess, whose heart was hurt by his answer, called it all just excuses. Looking at him, she said directly that they both knew that she did not do this for the sake of a possible marriage. Showing how serious she was about the situation, she admitted that it was wrong of her to take advantage of his situation, justifying it by saying that she simply wanted to see some progress in their relationship. Trying to smooth over his guilt, Arthur, with the same cheerful expression on his face, said that she shouldn't take herself so seriously. Covering his smile and even his restrained laughter, he looked into her eyes filled with emotion and said that compared to 8 years ago, there was already a lot of progress, because she was no longer the whiny princess who hid behind his back. Within a moment, his attitude towards the situation had a negative effect, and Tessia, jumping up from her seat, loudly declared that this babble was enough for her. Looking at him, she barely restrained her emotions and replied that she didn't expect to hear a clear answer from him, but she hoped that he would at least take this seriously. Despite Arthur's attempts to stop her, the princess turned away abruptly and began walking towards the exit, apologizing for expecting too much from him. As she opened the door, she acknowledged that he was indeed strong in many things, such as magic, fighting, and wit, and he was confident in them because he knew how good he was at them. With all her might, she gritted her teeth and looked down and said that he didn't even think there were things he was unbearably bad at. Then she said that he thought that people around him didn't notice how he put on a mask and pretended to be happy, as if nothing could make him suffer. The last drops of her patience were on the edge, and as a result, she ended their conversation with the words that even at such a moment, he not only tried to take her feelings lightly, but also decided to tease her. Speaking about how he was the one acting immaturely here, she reminded him that it was similar to the situation when he rejected Lily. At that very moment, memories surfaced in Arthur's head of when he actually turned the first declaration of love addressed to him into a joke. He couldn't believe that she actually knew about it. As soon as Tess left, he began to ask himself a lot of questions about his mistakes, and even about where the elven princess heard about their situation with Lilia, and whether it could be that she herself told her everything. The situation he was in was bothering her, because he couldn't tell her who he was in his past life and how old he really was. No matter how much he wanted to meet her halfway, it was not acceptable for him. To somehow distract himself from these thoughts and emotions that were putting enormous pressure on him, he decided to do something that he was actually witty at. This was another training session with Tomu, a more advanced version whose defense was not so easy to penetrate due to the presence of magical armor consisting of many plates. Even during the fierce battle, Tess's words floated through his mind. His previously inherent composure in any situation was shaken for the first time due to his relationship with someone close to him. Finding his salvation in battle, he was very close to throwing out all his energy by destroying another excellent training robot. Luckily for Mr. Gideon, Arthur stopped at the last moment, as the robot politely informed him that his mana supply had run out. Falling to the ground, the red-haired heartbreaker, who half an hour ago had been faced with the consequences of his charm, sighed heavily. Concerned about his feelings, Sylvie could not stand aside, and as soon as he finished, she approached him and worriedly told him that he should not overexert himself so much, because he had not yet recovered from his injury. Her concern was as always opportune, and stroking her head, he thanked his daughter for her warm words. The touching moment was interrupted a moment later by a knock on the door. Opening it slightly, he saw an intrusive professor with purple hair. It was Glory, and she had come to check on him since he and Princess Tessia had missed his class. She wanted to see if he had done anything bad, but once she saw the state of the training room, she asked in confusion what had happened here. Closing the door behind him, Arthur replied briefly that he simply wanted to stretch his legs a little. After clarifying that Tessia was not there, he caused Glory to laugh awkwardly, which she justified by saying that her assumption had been wrong. Without dwelling on this awkwardness, she took him by the shoulder and, moving him a little closer, offered to go with her so that she could at least show up at the last of her 4 classes on team battles of magicians. Despite the fact that Arthur was busy training, he still did not refuse her, and throwing his jacket over his back, answered discontentedly that it was okay to go. As they walked further down the hallway, Glory still looked back, wondering why they had set aside a training room specifically for him and why it was suddenly so huge. Looking at Arthur, she also couldn't understand what kind of warm-up it was that made the men-enhanced room look like a ruin. Like the rest of the professors and the people of Dickaton in general, the longer she watched Arthur, the more mysterious he seemed to her. Before heading to Glory's class, Arthur decided to take another class, one that dealt with spells. There were no students he knew, and all the kids around him were looking at him and whispering that he was the first year who had to go to therapy because of an incident during class on the first day. The only entertainment for him was the sweetly sleeping Sylvie, who was funny to watch. As it turned out, he was wrong, and all this time she did not sleep, but trained using her own method. Arthur admitted to envying her ability because he would also like to train in a similar way. At that very moment, his communication with Sylvie was interrupted by the address by name. It was Professor Minor checking the students' attendance for class. Seeing that he had finally come to his class, the man with the monocular on his left eye said that it was very nice to see him there. During their first meeting, he also admitted that it was a joy to see him recover from his injuries to attend classes. Having looked at him more closely, in order to be sure to also assess his abilities, he asked with interest how he was feeling. In response, Arthur apologized for missing so much of his classes due to the sudden incident. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Minor decided to test Arthur's knowledge and invited him to tell the class what he knew about the process of constructing spells. Arthur, who had read magic books since his early childhood, easily explained that the process of constructing spells was to combine and transform basic spells and abilities to obtain various effects of subsequent magic. In response to his words, the professor clapped his hands respectfully, calling his excellent words an accurate and comprehensive answer. Moving down to be closer to the students, Minor reminded them that they had spent most of the past week learning the basics that they simply had to know before they could begin learning the actual process of spellcasting. Mr. Levin's laconic answer had given them a good basis to start with, so the professor asked everyone present to imagine a world where everyone could read everyone else's mind. Seeing the students' confused reaction in their attempts to look into the heads of their comrades sitting next to him, he agreed with a good laugh that it didn't sound very rosy, after which he suggested listening to his idea to the end. In developing his idea, he explained that in this hypothetical world, where a fleeting thought could make even the most sincere person seem vicious or the kindest woman seem cruel, everything would be on the surface and everyone could read it. Despite this, he admitted that he sincerely believed that such a world would become a cradle for the best magicians they had ever known. His words interested not only Arthur, but also Sylvie, and she, having stopped her training during sleep, listened with delight to the words of the professor and told her dad that this is why they are the best magicians. There was a huge truth behind her words, which Arthur did not yet guess. Interrupting the lecture hall discussion with a good-natured laugh, Minor suggested returning to the topic a little later to move on to the next question. He was curious about what the students thought about why spellcasters and even amplifiers would say their spells out loud, while some of them might not. The clever dwarf was ready to answer. He assumed that it was because if you fully mastered any spell, then in the future it no longer needs to be cast. Speaking about this, the professor specified that to a certain extent this is true, but it is quite ambitious to claim that they can master something. In fact, the words they pronounce out loud themselves affect their concentration. Thus, with their help, the magician's mind is freed from unnecessary thoughts that interfere with the application of the desired spell. Seeing the student's surprise, he decided to give an example, and it turned out to be quite funny because it concerned a case when a man confesses his love to a woman that he feels disgust towards him. The professor guaranteed that after such a thing she would at least somehow, but definitely react. The example seemed truly funny to everyone, but not to Arthur, who again remembered the recent conflict with the princess, whom he treasured so much. Drawing a parallel with the spell, he made it clear that the spoken phrase would serve as the so-called words of the spell. In response to these words, a response is expected, which takes one of the forms. Continuing to joke that if he confessed to a woman his disgust for a man, it would result in a kick in the shin and a slap. The professor caused loud laughter from the students, which cheered Arthur up, because he liked that his colleague really knew how to capture the attention of his students. What the professor had described earlier was very similar to how the thoughts of magicians influence the spell. As a result, he believed that they could ingrain their pronunciation or abandon it altogether when they reached a high level of concentration and visualization. This concept explained that in a world where everyone could read each other's thoughts, the greatest magicians would appear. Explaining the end result, he said that they would be the greatest because they would have absolute control over their thoughts. Having suggested not to lose sight of this delightful thought, the professor suggested referring to their textbooks, where one could read in more detail about the differences in this regard between spellcasters and amplifiers. The rest of the time was taken up with theory, and Arthur, whose thoughts were occupied with his quarrel with Tess, learned nothing useful. Previously, he could not even imagine that her words would hurt him so much that his whole day would be wasted. Without noticing it, evening came, and returning to his dorm, Arthur learned Sylvie's thoughts on the situation. She believed that her mother had told the truth. Defending his side, Arthur recalled that while he was an adventurer, he had met many people who hated him. Sylvie thought he was going too far, so she explained that his opinion was very important to her mother. In response, Dad, furious at this statement, asked how he could remain blissfully ignorant of his shortcomings if she was so perceptive. As he continued walking, Arthur realized that 3 students were slowly walking behind him, who were probably following him. By stopping and beginning to flex his arms, he let them know that he was not as stupid as they thought. Addressing the guys behind him, he explained that even though he was distracted, they should have at least tried to hide their presence, especially Lucas, whom he could sense a mile away. As it turned out, it really was Lucas Wykes, whom he hated so much that this time he came with a guy from the strange, noble family of Ravenpup, who had been previously offended by Arthur, as well as with some fat guy unknown to us. Looking towards Lucas, Sylvie, who shared her father's hatred for him, began to show her teeth demonstratively. In response to his words, Charles said with a false smile that they just wanted to make sure that he would get to his room safe and sound. The fat Marcus, who was standing next to him and who did not stop sweating, said excitedly that even in the academy there could be dangers. Looking at the purple-haired idiot, Arthur wondered if he was also in danger of suddenly being left without pants in front of many students. The provocation worked perfectly, and Ravepup, enraged by his words, began to accuse him of mockery, threatening that he would not leave it like that. Lucas was at the limit of his patience, so he decided to put an end to this ridiculous dialogue by grabbing Charles by the shoulder and throwing him on his back. Rushing towards Arthur, he shouted in displeasure that he was mistaken if he thought that if, with his tail between his legs, he began to hide from him, then he would forget how he ran away from him in the middle of their duel. Moreover, he also made it clear that he was haunted by how he managed to escape from his hellish cage in the first place. Recalling that incident, Arthur calmly replied that there was a hole in the ground through which he escaped unhindered. Through gnashing of teeth, Lucas, dissatisfied with this answer, began to point a finger at him, asking how he had gotten out of the cage in less than a minute than a second, crossed half the court, and still taken the attack intended for the elven princess. His insolent speech, and especially the mention of Tessia, did not suit Arthur, so in response he tightly squeezed the hand of the student he hated so much. The moment Lucas broke away, he told him that if he really wanted answers, then he should learn to ask questions politely. Continuing to talk about this, he took another step forward and with a cold look said that he did not understand why he decided that he would tell him something. Hearing these words, the evil Lucas suddenly smiled slyly, saying that he already knew the answer. Trying to somehow explain the situation, he said that Arthur had used some kind of artifact. On the other hand, he did not understand where it would come from a pathetic commoner like his ridiculous opponent. Turning his back to it, he assumed that it was most likely given to him by an elf from his class, whom he also managed to call by name and call a slut. His pathetic provocation did not cause any emotions in Arthur, because he had known Lucas for a long time and had no doubt that this scumbag would act in a similar way. At that moment, the one who was truly hurt by these words began to scream madly that Arthur was too treacherous. Clutching a handkerchief in his hands, he strained himself so much that it seemed as if his eyes would fall out. He was so excited by his feelings that he spoke words of confidence in a raised voice that he had used the same tricks to seduce Princess Catelyn. Hearing this, Arthur could not understand why he suddenly had any complaints against him. Taking his reaction as impudence, Marcus flared up. Many veins appeared on his face, and calling Arthur a man who pretends to be a fool, he shouted with a trembling voice that although he had a cute face, he was still a dirty commoner. Seeing his mana suddenly start to rage violently, Charles, worried for his friend, grabbed his hand and asked him to immediately get his mana under control. Nervously swatting his hand away, Marcus shouted that he simply had to show the impudent brat his place. Even after this, Charles tried to calm him down, but Lucas, passing by him, coldly ordered him to leave him alone. Marcus's rage grew at an incredible rate. He, losing control of himself, clutched the handkerchief in his hands and began to speak pitifully about how Princess Catelyn deserved better. Someone with the purest noble blood, like himself. Trying to avoid conflict, Arthur calmly showed him his hands and said that he had not seduced anyone, and that it was none of their business who was worthy of Catelyn. His words had the opposite effect, because by using Catelyn's name, forgetting to mention her status as a princess, Arthur only increased the anger of Marcus, who had lost control of himself and began to shout that he knew about her feelings, because she even picked up his fallen handkerchief. As it turned out, he had that very handkerchief in his hands, and immediately after these words, he put it to his nose and took a strong, greedy breath through his nose, trying to absorb every molecule of her scent. Seeing how the fat man had completely gone off the rails, the madman Lucas began to smile evilly, not hiding it from the others. Marcus, meanwhile, continued to rave about being the chosen one for Queen Sipin. Arthur and Sylvie were on guard, as they knew that something was definitely wrong with him, as the amount of mana he was releasing was simply abnormal. In just a moment, Marcus strained himself to the point that he froze, as his mana acquired an elemental affiliation with the earth. His eyes, which could pop out of their sockets at any time, became so red that one might think he was some kind of rabid beast. Crying that Arthur was unworthy of his beloved princess, he declared that the commoner must die, and then rushed to attack him. Arthur couldn't believe that he was actually going to lose control. Seeing that Sylvie was ready to turn into a dragon to smash him against the wall, he turned to her, asking her to calm down. He wanted to stop the blow aimed at him with a fist reinforced with stone, using the 2 plates of barrier magic on his hands. He couldn't even imagine that they would be easily destroyed the moment Marcus struck his first blow. Luckily, he managed to react and dodge, while the enemy's blow violently destroyed the floor of one of the academy's corridors. The attacker's hand became stuck in the surface, and dust rose up around them. Shielding his face from the dust, Arthur turned angrily to the madman's friends, accusing them of attacking a member of the disciplinary committee. Charles, who was afraid of responsibility, asked Lucas in confusion if they should try to stop the madman. In response, Lucas, in his usual manner, began to portray the very innocence, and folding his hands in front of him with a pitiful expression on his face, said that they were not doing anything. After this, with a sly smile, he added that they were generally frightened by what was happening. Arthur was angry about the situation and asked with displeasure if they really thought he would believe it. Showing his hands, Lucas replied that they were unarmed and didn't even use magic. Charles, trying to somehow fix the situation, asked what they should do with Marcus, which seems a bit strange. As expected, Lucas did not share his panic at all, so in response he asked Charles if it was he who was worried that he might lose to him in a duel next week. Seeing the silent agreement of his sycophant, Lucas turned around and, saying that either Marcus would hurt himself or their dear member of the disciplinary committee would calm him down, suggested that Charles simply leave. Putting his hands in his pockets, Lucas slyly said goodbye to Arthur, asking him to try to survive so that he would not miss their next duel. Nothing better could be expected from the scoundrel, but Arthur briefly looked at their backs. Marcus just managed to free himself and sent a multitude of stone arrows in his direction, threatening to kill him. Arthur waved his hand and used wind magic to block the attack. A moment later, a maddened Marcus burst out of the dust, strengthening his body with earth magic, turning into a kind of golem. Arthur couldn't keep up with his speed to dodge, so he used 3 layers of wind magic barrier plates. Seeing his barriers being broken without much trouble, he began to wonder how Marcus, who was at the orange core stage, could be so strong. Moreover, he had even more mana than Lucas, and he used it all for the offensive. Although it could have been a battle of attrition against the enemy, Arthur, fearing that he would die due to the loss of all his mana, decided that he would have to remove his seal. Just as his last shield was on the verge of breaking during the split seconds of that attack, he felt a sudden surge of magic behind him. Sylvie began to exert enormous pressure, unable to watch what was happening, and, filled with rage, used her true dragon form. With a loud whistle, her huge dragon paw moved towards the mad enemy. The loud sound of her blow that spread throughout the entire Xyrus Academy was the result of her instantly pacifying Marcus by smashing him to the floor. After that, she immediately returned to her previous fox form, and Arthur continued to watch the result of her actions. Looking at her with incomprehension, he saw how she demonstratively turned away, saying that she was tired of waiting. Not even a few minutes had passed when Claire ran to the scene of their battle and immediately began asking what had happened. She was patrolling the area when she suddenly felt a huge surge of mana, followed by a loud and powerful bang that shook the entire academy. Looking at Marcus, Arthur replied that he himself did not know why, but he was unbalanced and suddenly lost control of his mana. After these words, the red-haired student sat down next to Marcus and lifted his shirt, looking at his back, on which there were some runes. As it turned out, this was not the first student who lost control of himself due to this kind of spell. Marcus was immediately taken to the academy hospital, where he was closely monitored by doctors. Returning to the hospital, Arthur asked if there were other similar cases at the academy. Claire replied that there was only one, and that was while he was still undergoing treatment at the hospital. Hearing this, Arthur asked if they had managed to figure out what had happened, and then clarified the detail that Marcus had used up an absurd amount of mana, which was probably due to the symbols on his back. Claire nodded in response, indicating that they knew little and that she would tell them the rest at their next meeting. She was also to inform the rest of the disciplinary committee of what had happened. As they approached the front door of the principal's office, Claire asked Arthur to tell Mrs. Goodsky everything he had noticed during the arrest of that madman Marcus. When they were allowed to enter, Claire carefully opened the door. Looking toward the director, they both froze in place. Before her stood those who were known as the Spears of Decathlon. Arthur didn't expect anything like this, and couldn't even imagine that he would have the opportunity to see them in person anytime soon. At that moment, Claire began to shake him madly, screaming that in front of them were the spears of Byron and Alea in the flesh. Seeing their reactions, Miss Cynthia decided to introduce two members of the disciplinary committee who were also among the most promising mages of their generation. Taking the opportunity, Claire said with incredible sincerity that it was an honor for her to meet them in person, and then declared her ambition to become a spear in the future. As expected, Byron was quite cool and did not react to their appearance in any way, returning to his conversation with Goodsky, repeating his words to her that she should take appropriate measures as soon as possible. In response, Mrs. Cynthia nodded her head in agreement. Having finished their conversation, Alea and Byron began to slowly walk towards the exit. Arthur tried not to show any particular emotion, but he and Sylvie watched Lucas's older brother with particular interest. As Byron passed by, he couldn't help but feel that Sylvie was no ordinary fox. In turn, one of the two elves among the spears, Alea, passed by and put her hand on Claire's shoulder and said that she believed that she would succeed. The joy she felt at that moment was beyond words. Arthur and Sylvie looked at each other because they were thinking about the same thing. The overwhelming power of these two mages was simply incredible, and it was clearly felt. When they finally disappeared around the corner of the corridor, Arthur and Claire returned to their conversation with the headmaster and Mrs. Goodsky, calling the red-haired student her secretary, asked what such an emergency could have happened. Arthur was not against it, but before he began his story, he asked if something important had happened, because he had no doubt that the two most powerful magicians of Decathlon were clearly not here to just say hello. Sitting down opposite, the principal replied with a smile that nothing had happened that they should worry about now. Speaking of Byron, she mentioned that he was their former student, and now his brother was studying here, so he decided to personally convey the news. At that moment, Claire noted with incredible delight that she had not even hoped to see them in person. Sighing heavily, the director replied sadly that she only wanted them to bring better news. Waving her hand, she decided to change the subject of the conversation and offered to tell what had happened on the academy grounds. Arthur then went on to recount everything that had happened during the incident, starting with Lucas, Charles, and Marcus, following him after class and picking a fight with him. He especially noticed Marcus's strange behavior and the erratic fluctuations of his mana, as well as the abnormal power of his spells. Nodding her head after each of his words, the director once again became convinced that he really did have some bloody symbols on his back. After these words, Mrs. Cynthia Goodsky made a serious, thoughtful face and briefly replied that she understood everything. Seeing such a reaction for the first time, Arthur had no doubt that she definitely knew something about this. Sighing heavily, she confirmed Claire's words that Marcus was not the first to suffer, and most likely not the last. Interrupting her answer, Arthur decided to ask her if she had any thoughts about what could have happened to him. The director shook her head, answering that neither the doctors nor the creators of the artifacts knew what it could be. They had asked the Mages Guild to send some researchers to try and get to the bottom of this, along with Gideon and a couple of their other employees, so there was hope that they would figure it all out pretty soon. Arthur thought hard, because he suspected that the matter was so serious that she would probably have to hide it not only from them, but perhaps from most of the professors. Addressing the head of the disciplinary committee, Claire asked for orders for the remaining members to continue patrolling the academy grounds between classes and promised that she would try to assign several staff members to participate in night patrols. Having settled this issue, she looked at Arthur with a smile and suddenly noted that it was very good that he had recovered. She was counting on him and said that the members of the disciplinary committee would need all the help they could get from him. After these words, the director said goodbye to the children and they left. As soon as the boys turned into another corridor, the principal closed the door on the other side and heard a question from her mana beast regarding whether it was wise to involve the students in all of this, fearing that this might be what they had been afraid of the most for a long time. In response, Miss Cynthia said that if the worst-case scenario was approaching, there would be casualties in any case. With the words that they had already gone too far, she began to wonder why those people had already made their move, despite her assumption that it should have happened much later. As they said goodbye, Claire and Arthur agreed to see each other the next morning at a disciplinary committee meeting. As soon as they had walked a few meters to the next turn, they suddenly saw Byron from behind. Seeing the eldest son of the Wykes family talking to Lucas, they decided to hide around the corner and observe for a while, completely hiding their presence. They were never able to hear what they were talking about. Despite this, Arthur noticed that even this arrogant bastard stood with his head down in front of his older brother. Based on this, he only confirmed Caspian's words to himself that as long as his brother covered him, he would not be able to do anything to Lucas. And yet he had no doubt that the moment would come when he would surpass Byron and the opportunity for revenge would become real. A moment later, Sylvie jumped off his shoulder in fright. Arthur managed to get his sword out of the teleportation spear in an instant, but Alea's sharp sword, created by plant magic, was already at his neck. Being next to him, she clarified with a smile that she felt a very strong thirst for blood, and even directed at one of the spears. After these strange words, the amazing elf nevertheless stopped the action of her magic and removed her dagger from his neck. After demonstrating her power, she said that one of the disadvantages of storing weapons in a spatial ring is that it takes too long to retrieve them. Sylvie returned to Arthur's shoulder, and the young man himself, looking at his blade, agreed with her. Having hidden his weapon, he apologized, saying that there had been a misunderstanding, after which he justified himself by saying that he did not harbor any grudge against Byron and that in fact this was the first time he had met him in person. Leaning closer to the wary Arthur and Sylvie, she said she was sure he had been careful to conceal his presence. Moreover, she even felt that he had an affinity with the thought elements, which she admitted, adding that even so he would not have touched Byron with the tip of his finger. Trying to play along with her obvious words, Arthur asked with great interest how strong he was. In response, Alea confidently stated that he was so strong that it was frightening. After these words, they simultaneously, quite noticeably, looked out from around the corner, looking at Byron and his younger brother, who was ashamed of his failures in front of him. Returning to the conversation with the elf, Arthur asked what her powers were. Arthur felt a little awkward when Alea, with a funny expression on her face, showed with her hands that it was just a little bit. After demonstrating a slightly strange sense of humor in front of an ungrateful listener, Alea hit the wall and sadly said that he could at least smile in response to her words. With the same sincere tone, she admitted that she was definitely the weakest among the copies, which meant that there was a huge gap between her and Byron in terms of brute strength. Trying to support her, Arthur began to clap her awkwardly on the shoulder, while Sylvie nodded with an imperturbable face, joining in his words. Not to dwell on this slightly offensive point, Aleo explained that Byron was definitely one of the strongest on the continent, but even so, even he could not compete with her level of perception. After these words, the guys understood why she was able to sense him long before he noticed her. Their dialogue was beginning to come to an end, because Byron was already finishing his conversation with his beloved younger brother, probably the biggest scumbag of this academy. After saying goodbye, she said that it was nice to talk to him. In response, Arthur and Sylvie bowed low, and the red-haired guy thanked her for answering the questions of the pathetic student. Placing her hand on his head, she said that if her little brother were with us, he would be about the same age as him. With a gentle smile and sincerity, the elf thanked him for the opportunity to have a heart-to-heart talk. After these words, she left with Byron. The next morning, Arthur went to a disciplinary committee meeting, and on the way he saw how quickly rumors spread because everyone was already talking about the second-year student going crazy and attacking their student. Seeing this, Sylvie asked why people gossiped so much, but Arthur could not answer her unusual question. Entering the meeting room, he was surprised to see that everyone was already assembled. Seeing their sour faces, he asked what had happened. As it turned out, everyone was depressed because of Marcus's incident, because he still couldn't cope with such a loss of mana. Arthur was shocked by her words and asked in response how this happened. According to Curtis, who was clearly nervous about what had happened, the doctors and artifact makers monitoring Marcus's condition were unable to stop the process of his mana depletion. The red-haired student couldn't believe that his mana was being drained, despite being unconscious. And Claire shared her guess that it most likely had something to do with the symbols on his back. According to Caitlin, they were only able to find out a little bit. Moreover, they did not have access to that information because they immediately classified what they learned. Kai clarified that the people responsible for investigating this incident are hiding the truth even from his parents, despite the fact that they are from the nobility. A moment later, Theo intervened in the conversation, slamming his fist hard on the table. The guy with incredible strength was furious that if they had already created a disciplinary committee, they should have at least kept them informed about something so important. Clutching her head, Claire, who was no less puzzled by this problem, asked him to put his feelings aside. With Arthur finally joining their meeting, she suggested increasing patrols and changing their schedule. After the ferry meeting, Caitlin and Arthur went in the same direction, and the elf asked his rival if he was against being on night patrol with Theo, despite the fact that they did not start their acquaintance on a good note. A little embarrassed, he emotionally justified himself by saying that he really didn't care at all. Ferret stared at him in surprise as he replied that the schedule was flexible enough that he would be able to attend both junior and senior classes. The only thing that bothered him was the need for such late-night patrols. Looking at his dagger, Ferret changed the subject and said with delight that he was quite surprised when he learned that these daggers were means of communication. Looking at his own dagger, Arthur agreed with him, because he had previously thought that they were purely for show. In turn, Caitlin noted that she was more surprised by the fact that Kai volunteered to patrol alone, and moreover, took a fairly large section of the campus for himself. Hearing her words, the boys asked in confusion if she was really surprised, although her face said otherwise. Back on topic, Ferret recalled Curtis saying that Kai was notorious for slacking off on work. In response, Arthur suggested that it might be because he was simply tired of patrolling with Theodore. Looking at his favorite student, the villain continued to play with the princess's feelings and said that he was sorry that they couldn't be on patrol together. When he expressed surprise that her brother was so against it, Caitlin replied that she had only told him that they had become friends after they had touched each other. Hearing this, Arthur understood the reason for the prince's behavior, while Faye looked at him with distrust, suspecting something was wrong. After this conversation, the heartthrob went first to the entrance of the classroom and, looking around with a smile, suggested to his students to get ready for the next best lesson in their lives. As they entered the hall, Arthur remained in his professor's seat while Faye and Caitlin rose to their regular student seats. Beginning his lesson, Arthur, who was a more impressive teacher this time due to the lack of a cane, asked if everyone had had time to think about the question he had asked them in the last lesson. The question in question is the interest in whether the color of the core is truly the most accurate way to determine a mage's level. Students who tried to solve this issue and even discussed it with their parents were still not determined enough to try to give an answer. The only one who found the courage to do so was Fired, who jumped up and said that he was sure that it was possible to very accurately determine the level of a mage's power. Despite the primitiveness of his answer, The other students began to whisper that the professor had probably told him the answer. Continuing his speech, Ferret went a little wild and said that this knowledge not only made it clear how much effort and time the mage had spent on refining his core, but also spoke volumes about his potential. The poor guy's speech was interrupted by the professor himself, and after denying his opinion, he explained that if they judged strength based only on the color of a mage's mana core, then all other skills would be devalued. While some quietly laughed at the failure of the elf from the disciplinary committee, who was so confident in his answer, Arthur continued his lecture, saying that the color of the core cannot tell anything about his resourcefulness, reaction speed, combat skills, the number of spells learned, and so on. He folded his hands in front of him and said that it was akin to them judging a warrior's fighting ability by his muscles, although it would be fair to say that he was simply strong. When he made this parallel, he explained that despite his muscles, it cannot be said with certainty that he as a fighter is stronger than someone with less muscle. Naturally, even a clearly superior force can yield to the technique of performing movements, which the guys have already been convinced of more than once during their training battles. With difficulty containing his interest, one of the students nevertheless asked how best to evaluate the opponent's magical abilities. In response, Arthur said with a satisfied smile that it was easy. Instead of asking this question, he suggested simply not doing it. His words sounded somehow strange, and the kids began to look around with distrust at the professor and the reactions of the other students. Arthur's addition gave them a little food for thought, as he stated that it was better to immediately assume that their opponent was stronger. After asking them to think about his words again, he began to give an example that if they could fairly accurately assess someone's combat power based on their mana core level, then they would act extremely recklessly if they thought that they were already stronger than their opponent. Naturally, it is unlikely that anyone will take someone weaker too seriously. Some will even start to mock them in order to feel superior. Addressing all those present, he explained his speech by saying that if they had to accept a fight and they had decided in advance that they were weaker than their opponent, then in that case they would be more careful during the battle. After these words, Arthur charged those present with enthusiasm with his proposal to practice the exercise that they had learned in the previous lesson. With a kind smile, he expressed his hope that they had all practiced before the lesson. When the professor finished this training, he returned to his room and slept through the beginning of the next class, so he and Sylvie had to rush to glory. Yawning on the way, he hoped that the professor would not be angry with him. His appearance surprised Glory a little, and when he apologized and said that he was going to change, she decided to stop him. Pushing him towards the stands, she told him that he was no longer participating, as she did not want to take any risks until he was fully recovered. Even though Arthur was sent to the stands, he wasn't too sad, because at least then Lucas wouldn't bother him with his duel. As soon as they reached the top of the stairs, Sylvie jumped up and said that she saw her mother. Tessia was indeed sitting here alone and watching the team battles. Hearing the pleasant bark of a small fox, she immediately looked in their direction. As soon as Sylvie ran up to Tess, a kind smile appeared on her face and she reached out to pick her up. Hugging her joyful daughter, the princess looked towards Arthur with some caution. Seeing her gaze, he nevertheless sat down next to her and began to look down with a feeling of guilt. The silence around them was broken only by Sylvie's joyful barking, wanting them to talk after all. Arthur wanted to start a conversation, but the princess interrupted him and said that he did not need to explain himself. With a heavy sigh, she admitted that she, too, had lost her temper during their last conversation and said things she shouldn't have. Awkwardly scratching his face, Arthur replied that she was not entirely right, because among what she said, there was quite a lot of truth about him that he had not previously paid attention to. Continuing the conversation, he admitted that to a certain extent, he thought he had always guessed about her feelings, but was simply afraid to meet them face to face. Looking into the distance, he called emotions a more complicated thing than magic or battles, and therefore he could not understand them better through simple training. Speaking for herself, Tessia said that this was true for her too, because she lost control of her emotions and blurted out something that Lilia asked her to never tell anyone. Arthur didn't fully agree with her words, so he replied that in fact she was much better at managing her emotions than he was. In speaking of this, he said what he should have said earlier. His running away from her all this time, he called behavior on his part that she did not deserve. Plucking up his courage, Arthur finally looked into her eyes and apologized, saying that he would not be able to date her. As expected, these words touched not only the princess, but also Sylvie, who considered her her mother. Looking away, she tried not to show how much these words hurt her feelings. But a moment later, she had hope again, because Arthur clarified that at least he could not meet with her at this moment. The girl, surprised by his answer, looked in his direction, and he, looking away, embarrassedly adjusted his hair and confirmed his words. He suggested postponing this issue until they were a little older. Although this eased the problem, the princess, offended by his words, hit him right in the heart with hers, asking if he had really decided that she would wait all this time for his final decision. With a little panic, he sincerely clarified that he hadn't thought about it. Looking away again, he acknowledged how popular she was, and also expressed that he had no idea how long it would take him to prepare for their relationship. Suddenly, for Arthur, the princess began to make squeaky sounds as she could hardly contain her laughter. Unable to contain herself, she laughed sincerely and joyfully, asking him not to forget this promise. At that moment, he finally felt the long-awaited relief because one of the most serious problems at that time was solved. Still, the princess wouldn't be herself if she didn't find another reason to worry. Trying to somehow relax the situation before the next exciting question, she caught Arthur's attention by poking her index finger right into his cheek. When he looked at her, she asked if she could trust him. She was actually worried that after all that had been said, he might just go and start dating other girls from the academy. In response, Arthur began waving his hands, convincingly saying that he would guarantee that such a thing would never happen. Seeing the persuasiveness of his words, the princess still could not be completely sure. So with a heavy sigh, she assumed that this was more than she could count on. Suddenly rising from the bench, he expressed the hope that although he did not intend to keep her waiting too long, it would be long enough for him to sort out his problems. After these words, he leaned towards her, and placing his hand on her head, gently kissed her forehead. The heroic act, which was a truly touching moment in his relationship with the princess, haunted him for a long time. On the way to the next lesson, he could not come to his senses for a long time. Even before the class started, his face was as shocked as it had been when he had just left the team battle practice class. Looking at him, Sylvie laughed contentedly, noting that he had kissed his mother after all. Arthur asked her not to mention it, justifying himself by saying that it was just a kiss on the forehead. Distracted for a moment, he nevertheless paid attention to the lesson and wondered why the teacher had only been covering the basics of deviant magic until now, even though more than a week had passed since the beginning of the course. Old Professor Drywell, with a sincere smile, really did not rush things. She was very responsive and was ready to answer any questions the students had. One of the students was a bit confused, saying that sound, lightning, gravity, ice, plants, metal, and magma were all elements that relate to things that naturally exist in nature. Based on this, he wondered why there were no such types of mana. It was indeed a great question, so Miss Drywell happily explained that although many researchers in the field of magic had studied this question and even conducted countless experiments, no one had yet found the correct answer. According to her, some researchers are sure that for the manifestation of deviant forms of elements, a number of conditions must be met, and therefore mana directly associated with them cannot exist. However, there is an exception, and this is fire, because the mana of this element does not just appear. Therefore, many mages believe that fire is the highest form of basic magic, because its properties are so close to being considered a deviant form. Returning to the previous topic, Miss Drywell continued the story about the second theory of mana. Seeing how easily her attention wandered, Arthur was convinced why these lectures were lagging so far behind. When he wondered how Tess was feeling after their recent conversation, the sly Sylvie put a paw on his shoulder and reminded him that it was probably more than just the conversation that had touched her feelings. This question was indeed very relevant. Sitting in front of the mirror, Tessia was embarrassed by the look of her face alone at the thought that Arthur had kissed her. Even though it was just a kiss on the forehead, it was still a reciprocation of her first kiss, which is why she was so excited. Looking at herself in the mirror in every possible way, she began to think about whether this could be considered the beginning of their relationship. Putting her hands to her cheeks, she justified herself by saying that she did not want to get ahead of herself, and even thought about what their children would look like. At that moment, the appearance of their daughter with hair like Arthur's, as well as her elven ears, and also their son, who looked even more like him, but his hair was the same as hers, appeared in her head. Thinking about children, she remembered that in order to have them, she needed that very closeness with Arthur, the mere thought of which made the teenager's hormones boil to the limit. Feeling incredibly embarrassed, she turned away from the mirror again, trying to hide from herself. While the student council president was thinking about creating a full-fledged family with Arthur, two vandals began to operate on the academy grounds. Using red paint, they painted racist graffiti on the wall of one of the school buildings with evil grins, calling on people to mock gnomes and elves. This was happening in the area that Arthur was monitoring, so he couldn't leave their funny drawing without due attention. His appearance really scared the red-haired guy, and he started running away screaming that a member of the disciplinary committee was approaching them. The less agile girl with short blonde hair didn't have time to escape and was angry that they hadn't managed to complete the task. Enraged at Arthur, she immediately began to create a spell from water magic. Being an amplifier, she thus strengthened her fist and, asking him to go away, rushed to attack. For the youngest professor of the academy, such attacks were nothing, so he easily neutralized the student, who was enhanced by magic, by hitting her in the leg. The student lost her balance and fell face down on the ground, and due to her loss of concentration, her magic began to dissipate. Trying to get to her feet, she began to shout in displeasure that he had not been taught any manners at all, since he dared to hit a girl. The girl who raised her hand against the man became his rival. So Arthur, without feeling guilty, calmly replied that he was a supporter of equality between the two sexes. As soon as he began to strengthen his fist with both wind and earth magic, a real fear appeared on her face, because she thought that he really wanted to hurt her. Instead, Arthur only asked if they really wanted to test his strength. At that moment, he was distracted by a fellow patrolman. Theo had just caught the escaped youth with red hair, and holding this trembling intruder with one hand, clarified that there were no symbols on his back. Sylvie checked the student herself, so neither of them came across anything interesting. Having dealt with these ridiculous rebels, the boys agreed that Arthur would be left alone for the time being, while Theo took the two to the academy's administrative building for further clarification of their vandalism. The patrol seemed rather boring, and Sylvie complained of wanting to sleep. Understanding her feelings, Arthur gave her some encouragement by telling her that they were almost done with their rounds and would soon have something tasty to eat. They didn't even notice how they found themselves next to the territory that Kai patrols. Just as he was thinking about returning to their territory, Sylvie suddenly reported that she felt a strange mana. Arthur noticed this too, and a moment later he picked her up in his arms and ran behind one of the columns of the nearest building. From this place, he began to watch the strange guy who was in a hurry somewhere. He had a hooded cloak on his back, and it was obvious that he was trying to hide his identity. At one point, when he showed his back, it was only briefly noticeable that he had the same suspicious runes that were on Marcus's back. Stopping suddenly, he began to look around to make sure no one was following him. Arthur acted as carefully as possible, and therefore decided that it would be better to continue observation from the roofs of the buildings closest to the suspicious student. Sylvie urged him to rush after him faster, but Arthur asked her to be patient, clarifying that if they got too close, he would surely be able to sense them. Tracking this guy's energy, he knew that if there really were still guys like him in the academy, then they simply needed him to lead them to his lair. Slowly following this suspicious type, he suddenly heard a loud address addressed to him. He couldn't believe that someone had noticed him, so he looked around warily. As it turned out, it was Kai, and he, not noticing Arthur's request to be quieter, shouted his name again. Having asked Kai to be silent, Arthur hastily returned his gaze to the criminal. Unfortunately, at that moment he disappeared, and the presence of his mana could no longer be felt. Arthur was beside himself with anger, while Kai began to pester him with questions about what he was doing on his territory. In response to his words, he emotionally shouted that all this time before his appearance, he had been pursuing a man, which was possibly somehow connected with Marcus's case. When he said that he could have known where they were hiding if it weren't for Kai's actions, he began to scratch his head in displeasure, saying that even so, he still should have warned him as soon as the person he was pursuing showed up on his property. Looking around, Kai changed the subject to where his partner was. Arthur explained that they had caught a couple of students spray painting graffiti on the walls, so Theodore led them to the administration building. Given this, Kai concluded that this meant that no one was trespassing on their territory. Just as Arthur began to respond that it shouldn't have taken him long, their daggers began to glow yellow, indicating that Theo had activated his information transmitter. At this point, the red-haired mage began to get even more nervous, realizing that he had not only missed one suspect, but also left his partner in a dangerous situation. Considering his situation, Kai suddenly put his hand on his shoulder to take care of one of his problems. Speaking about the fact that they were on his territory, He promised that he would try to find the one who was mentioned earlier. After these words, he asked Arthur with a tense look to hurry to his partner in patrolling the academy. In response, Arthur nodded to him with a trusting smile and confirmation. Running towards his patrolled area, he gave instructions to his colleague to look for a guy wearing a brown robe with a hood, black pants, and high boots. In response, Kai waved at him with a smile. But as soon as Arthur disappeared from his field of vision, he began to look kinda sus, especially considering the fact that he had a bandage on his right hand with a fairly fresh wound that continued to bleed. Arthur was very late because Curtis and Doradrea, who were watching the neighboring area, had already come to Theo's aid. When he asked what had happened, the dwarf replied that someone had hit their strong comrade from behind on his thick skull, so hard that he had completely lost consciousness. Enraged by her words, Theo began to scream that it was none other than some really powerful amplifier that had hit him. The calmer and more polite Prince Curtis elaborated that someone had managed to waylay Theo while he was taking the two students to the administrative office. When they arrived, the two had already disappeared, but he assumed that they would be easy to find, since they were students after all. With a slightly thoughtful look, Arthur asked if they thought that they could have been friends of those offenders. Theo denied this possibility, saying that an ordinary student would not be able to knock him out with one blow. Based on this, it was logical for Arthur to assume that it was either a senior with truly impressive strength or someone similar to Marcus. Clutching his head, which continued to hum after such an unexpected blow, Theo confirmed his suspicions. Putting his hand on his wounded comrade's shoulder, Curtis asked him if he remembered any of the attacker's features. In response, Theo began shaking his head, saying that he didn't remember anything, although he was sure that he had managed to lightly touch him before passing out. Hearing this, Arthur remembered the fresh wound on Kai's arm, who was out of his territory at the time. When he asked Sylvie if this was true, she confirmed his words. Returning to this topic, Theo wanted to hear how things were going with Arthur and what he was doing on Kai's territory. He couldn't just tell them about the hooded guy right then and there, knowing that nothing good would come of it, especially for Theo. When he replied that nothing particularly suspicious had happened, the boys began to look at each other with a little distrust. Trying to lighten the mood a little, Theo turned to Arthur in a friendly manner and justified their comrade by saying that although he looked like he was always lazing around, he carried his load of responsibility very well. Doradrea joined in with a cheerful smile and explained that even if they thought Kai was up to something, he was actually a very reliable guy. In the end, they were unable to find Theodore's attacker, and the next day all members of the disciplinary committee, despite a sleepless night, went back to class. While in the artifact creation class, Arthur thoughtfully twirled the materials in his hands, not even noticing Gideon's intense gaze, because all his thoughts were about Kai not being able to track down and catch that strange guy in the hood. While he was wondering why Kai had called out to him so loudly, he didn't even notice how his chaotic actions towards the artifact on the table had attracted the attention of the teacher and Emily. While they looked thoughtfully at his desk, trying to guess what was on his mind, he tried to calm down, taking into account Theo's words about Kai being a reliable guy and being trustworthy. A moment later, Professor Gideon asked the scoundrel what he was doing, and Arthur flinched in fear so much that he accidentally hit Emily with his head. He didn't even notice how it ended up behind him, and looking at his creation, he simply called it junk, which he was twirling in his hands while deeply thinking about his affairs. Hearing this, Professor Gideon turned around and left discontentedly, saying that he had time to think that he was again on the verge of some incredible discovery or something like that. Emily didn't know that Arthur was the real inventor of the steam engine. Looking at him as an ordinary student, she worried that he was a little out of touch with reality. Looking at his meaningless creation, he replied that there was no need to worry, as he was just a little tired from dealing with the disciplinary committee. Thinking back on the past few hours, Arthur couldn't help but agree with her. Both in the classes of the other professors and in his own class, he thought about the events of that night all the time. Realizing that thinking wouldn't solve anything, Arthur decided to focus on the task at hand. Otherwise, there was a risk of ending up in debt to Gideon again. Emily could see very well that his project was still in progress. She nudged him with her shoulder and cheerfully showed him several already completed light-producing artifacts, saying that he could count on her help. Seeing the easy solution to his problem, Arthur began to beam with happiness, while his daughter, who wanted him to do it with his own hands, covered her cute little face and began to shake her head from side to side. The next lesson was team battles. Teamwork on both sides was at an impressive level, The seniors already had a good division of duties between the amplifiers and the spellcasters. Glory constantly monitored what was happening and tried to adjust their strategies right during the battles, giving various advice. Arthur, who was an army of one, watched all this from the sidelines. Not only he, but also Lucas did not participate in the battles because he had received a suspension of several days for associating with Marcus. When Sylvie began to worry that her mother was not around, her caring father asked her to stop whining because they would see her in the training room that evening anyway. Sylvie seemed thrilled about this, as it also meant she wouldn't have to go on patrol, which she disliked so much. Right during her own lesson, Glory decided to step away from her students. It was obvious that she was tired of all this and decided that it would be better to join Arthur and sit down next to him on a stone under a large tree. Arthur was surprised by this and asked what had happened. Sighing heavily, her colleague replied with displeasure that because of the investigation into the copies, the council had banned students from being taken into almost all of the dungeons where she usually conducted her excursions. Hearing this, Arthur thought that this meant that there would be no campaign under her command this year. In response, Glory explained that it would still be there, but compared to the places where she usually took students, the level of difficulty would be noticeably lower. With a slight laugh, she added that if he found it too easy, the council alone was to blame. Once Professor Glory's class was over, Arthur headed to the training room and quickly completed another stage of Tessia's beast will assimilation. After finishing another difficult training session using a lot of mana, he suggested that she cool down a bit next to the fountain. The water was very pleasant. Arthur and Sylvie decided to get their feet wet, while Sylvie and Tomu thoroughly enjoyed the moment, floating on their backs. After a minute of silence, Arthur nevertheless asked how her assimilation with the will of the beast was going, and whether there were any symptoms of rejection of this power. Tess looked at the water and replied that she hadn't had any more attacks since that team battle mechanics class. Nodding back at her, Arthur said that that was good, and since the old man would be in Eleanor for a few more weeks, then she should keep him or Director Goodsky informed of how she was feeling. The girl was very touched by his concern, but she asked him not to worry because she was fine. Arthur took the mere thought of her losing control again very seriously. He began to think out loud that, given the lack of rejection, at this rate her assimilation would be complete in a few weeks. A moment later, the princess interrupted him by pouring cool water on his face. In response, Arthur asked with displeasure why she was doing this, while Tess, with a carefree laugh, explained that she was simply helping him cool down. She was not against having a snack after a hard workout. But Arthur, without listening to her proposal to the end, responded in kind and also splashed water from the fountain in her face. Tess didn't even think that he could respond in kind, so he caught her off guard. The cunning boy apologized with a smile and justified his actions by saying that he wanted to help her freshen up, since she was still sweaty from a hard workout. His response started a fight in the fountain, and the boys began to have fun carefree splashing water at each other. Having finished fooling around, the charming princess suggested that they finish. Arthur, whose clothes were soaking wet, agreed with her. Seeing his strong body, the princess began to feel embarrassed, and a moment later she boiled with shame as soon as she heard a familiar voice from behind. Hearing Director Goodsky, Arthur looked in her direction with a kind smile, but after a moment, an expression of real horror appeared on his face. For the first time in his life, he saw her beaten and with her clothes torn. Seeing that she was barely able to stand on her feet, the princess rushed towards her. When she asked what happened, Goodsky calmly replied that everything was fine and she shouldn't worry. With a good laugh, she explained that she had simply dropped by the Mages Guild to stretch her old lady bones a bit. In response, an agitated Arthur recalled her words about her going to a meeting with the council. Despite this, Miss Goodsky said that even this did not stop her from slightly changing her route in order to relieve stress. These words did not calm them down much, and the princess, feeling sorry for her teacher, said that she should not overexert herself so much. Understanding her concerns, Goodsky agreed that she would not do anything like that again. Returning to her conversation with Arthur, she asked if he would be in time for his next lesson. As it turned out, she wanted to conduct their lesson with the princess in this room alone. Arthur didn't mind, since they were done with Tessa's assimilation and had no further business in the place. As he said goodbye, he asked them with a kind smile not to overdo it, since they both needed a little rest anyway. Still, he couldn't help but worry, and even after leaving the training room, he thought that Cynthia Goodsky was hiding something, and her sudden appearance in such a sad state was unlikely to be connected with excuses that were obvious lies. On the other hand, He could not interfere in her affairs and believed that she could cope with her problems herself. At the next lesson, they met Elijah again, and he, seeing Arthur's condition, learned that his friend had returned from patrolling the academy grounds very late. As it turned out, Elijah himself was also late because he attended some club meeting for the first time. During the conversation, he shared with genuine delight the news that he had become a member of the Sequential Spell Research Club, which had a large number of attractive girls. With these words, he practically revealed the truth about the reason for his sudden joining the club, which even made Arthur a little horrified, assuming that his friend had been deprived of love in his past life. There was no question of Elijah's past life, and he justified his excessive interest in the opposite sex with all seriousness by saying that they were at an age when they should find themselves and study relationships in the favorable conditions created within the walls of the academy. His speech was so loud that the entire lecture hall heard him, and the professor, who had entered rather quietly, remarked that although he would not mind hearing more about his youth, he would like to begin the lecture. As expected, all attention was focused on the poor guy. He was so awkward that he didn't know how to answer, and all the students started laughing, even Arthur. After a moment of laughter, the teacher, with a more serious expression on his face, decided to move on to talking about what had happened to their classmate a couple of days ago. Everyone listened attentively because some of them were personally affected by this tragedy. The teacher felt that in light of these events, it was important to tell them about the other side of power, which many of those present took for granted. While the best mages and doctors worked together to find out the reason for Marcus's sudden death, the only thing that could be said for sure was that his body simply could not withstand the power of the magic he used. Students have heard many times about the dangers of overloading their mana core. Like any muscle in the body, too much stress can lead to injury, sometimes irreversible and even fatal. While listening to this lecture, one of the curious girls had a question regarding the fact that Marcus was still alive even after the effects manifested. She wondered if he really couldn't be saved with mana-restoring elixirs. Nodding in response, the professor clarified that although her statement was true, there were always exceptions. He mentioned this only to cover all the variations of such cases and to warn the students of possible dangers, and not because it applies specifically to Marcus's case. Returning to the original topic, he explained that using additional means to increase mana reserves usually does not come without many consequences, and one of which is much stronger than the others, and that is mana depletion. The boys listened thoughtfully to his every word, while Arthur, who understood the nature of the mana core better than anyone, believed that the professor's words did not explain either Marcus's crazy behavior or those strange marks on his back, through which a significant portion of the mana actually leaked. The next lesson was his own, and this time as a professor, Arthur began by saying that in the previous lesson, no one had been able to complete the exercise shown a few days earlier. He decided to start this time with a hint that would help them get closer to the result. Taking a piece of paper from his spatial ring, the young professor summoned an assistant from among the second-year students. It was Lester, a cheeky fellow who began to get nervous when the name was spoken out loud. He was still smarting from the incident he had been involved in during Arthur's first day of class, and he was clearly uncomfortable when the professor suggested introducing them as two fighters fighting. The paper in the professor's hands was necessary to demonstrate the effect of some techniques. Having divided it into two parts, he crumpled one of them and asked to imagine that he, even despite belonging to the amplifiers, was afraid to approach such a strong fighter, because of which he decided to attack with a long-range spell. As an example of the spell, he showed a small ball of paper, which was an example of a normal attack that he had already shown once. By blowing it off his hand, he clearly demonstrated that the efficiency of such use of mana in the hands of an amplifier is extremely low. Rolling the paper into a tube, Arthur suggested comparing it to the spell he had performed last time, which had slightly destroyed the lecture hall. Using a tube-shaped device proved to be more effective. Spitting a small ball into the face of his already frightened student, he demonstrated the difference between the two ranged spells and different variations of its use. A funny example that made the students laugh, putting Lester in an awkward position, was a pretty good hint for the amplifiers. After that, he returned to the problem of the spellcasters and similarly found a way out of their problematic situation. Meanwhile, somewhere on the territory of the Flying Island, an unscheduled meeting of copies of Dicathen was taking place, where Alea and Byron were waiting for another member of this group. Looking around the rather elegant room, Alea shared the thought that she thought that next time she would be assigned to assist the Spear of Eye in Eleonora. She wondered if her colleague had any idea why the spear of Vare had gathered them together so suddenly. Byron replied that it was most likely related to his discovery from the dungeon on the outskirts of the so-called especially dangerous territory of Manabis. Hearing this, Alea was surprised because it was the first time she heard about his unusual find. At that moment, their dialogue was interrupted by the sound of clicking heels. It was Mrs. Very, and she, as the head of the organization of their activities, took a seat in the middle of the oval table. Considering that their meeting was small, she suggested that they skip all formalities and get down to business. Looking at her elven colleague, she explained that there was a reason why she and the council had decided to recall her from the mission in Eleanor, and then told her the news that disturbing traces had been found in the deepest levels of some of the dungeons. As soon as Alea heard that the evidence found belonged to magicians from another continent, she jumped up in shock, realizing that this was the most accurate confirmation that had fallen into their hands at that moment. Seeing her excitement, Byron added that their discovery did not mean that strangers were in the same situation as they were. The piece of cloth that the Wykes family mage found was tested and found to be made of fibers from Manabis, either of which were unknown to them or were not found in the territory of Dicathan. Based on this, Byron also clarified that he felt that the cloth was infused with mana, after which he asked if the council was able to find out anything else about this. Their common misfortune was the fact that whatever spell had been enchanted on the clothes, it disappeared immediately after they were torn. However, Spear Varai made this meeting to inform that Alea was here for an entirely different reason. Showing her determination, the elf said that she was ready to do whatever it took to achieve their common goal for the sake of the continent and its people. Miss Varai did not doubt her sincerity for a second, and so she immediately showed a map of the area, sharing reports from adventurers about unusual clusters of titanic bloodworms in various corners of the mana beast territory. Although titanic bloodworms were thought to not be such rare mana beasts, the news of their swarms seemed quite unusual. Varay explained that in fact it is not so scary at first glance, but by combining all the data received from the researchers of mana beasts about the places of their appearance, one can notice that they have deviated greatly from the routes that they usually take. Although it might be far-fetched, it was impossible not to connect the recent appearances of the rampaging mana beasts with the possibility that they had settled somewhere deep underground. Byron had already conducted an investigation in the mana beast territory, but it was still not enough. The boys came to the conclusion that, thanks to her sensory magic, Alea would be able to explore a much larger area, which would give them a more accurate picture of what was happening. It was Very's decision to let her work alone, because even though it could be dangerous, it wouldn't limit her speed of working as a team. In turn, Byron decided to continue exploring the deepest areas. Although he did not hide his excitement about the fact that the worms would gradually approach the lower levels of the dungeons located near Sapin. Considering all the risks, Varai suggested that they wait until Mika's spear finished its mission in Darva, so that then she and Alea could go on reconnaissance together. Despite this proposal, the elf was against it and justified her answer by saying that the longer they waited, the higher the risk that adventurers or students going into these dungeons would be in danger. Showing her determination, she said that she could handle it alone and would begin the investigation immediately. The next morning, Arthur, who as usual had not slept well, yawned and went first to the disciplinary committee room. As soon as he opened the door, he felt the concentration of mana in that place more clearly, and one of the committee members flew next to him with a tense expression on his face. It was Prince Curtis, and the stop to his flight was not the softest because his sister came to the rescue using ice magic. Having hit his back against the icy wall, he exhausted all the inertia of his flight and fell like a stone onto the cold tiles of this room. As soon as he got to his feet, he began to shout furiously towards Caitlin, saying that only she could have thought that it would have hurt him more if he had crashed into the wall instead of the ice. Looking at the princess shrugging her shoulders, Arthur still did not understand whether they were fighting together with their brother or against each other. Everything became clear the moment Theo rushed towards them with a scream. Urging them to not lose concentration, he directed his gravity magic towards Curtis, using a non-eruption spell. The powerful pressure pushed the prince back against the ice wall. He was forced to defend himself, unable to move to the side. Even though he saw such power being used, Arthur still couldn't fully understand how it worked in such situations. Curtis already had some experience fighting against Theo, and he did not lose his nerve after another successful attack from his opponent. Throwing his cane towards his opponent, he shouted that his standard trick wouldn't work this time. This was the first time his opponent had found himself in such a situation. Since being in the air, he had no way to dodge the prince's sudden attack. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred, and the entire stream of fire magic was directed at Theo. The rather powerful attack sent the gravity magic user flying backwards, and he barely managed to avoid being injured by using his mana defense. The prince was serious and began to rejoice at his successful attack. In fact, his clever trick even encouraged Theo, who, recognizing his opponent's success, suggested finding out who would be the winner in the next fifth round of their fight. However, this was not destined to happen, because a moment later both participants in the duel were stopped by the magic of some strings that bound them in place. It was Kai, and he apologized with a sly smile for his interruption, clarifying that it was not his decision to interrupt their fun, but Claire's order. His sudden intervention and demonstration of this power caused Arthur genuine confusion, because he did not know whether these strings were metal magic or sound magic. He could not sense his mana and could not understand how he controlled these strings. While Curtis smiled as he declared that he was closer to winning than ever, Claire thanked the boys for getting ready on time and taking their new schedule seriously. During this meeting, the first thing she brought up was that she, Arthur, and Curtis were going on a training trip to the Mana Beast territory in a couple of weeks. Speaking of which, she said that they would be gone for a few days, so they would have to reorganize their patrols and routes to accommodate that time. Kai wasn't against taking on a few extra hours of patrolling, since he was bored anyway. Joining the conversation, Ferret, with a pride that was incomprehensible in this case, stated that he also had no friends, and therefore he was also not against increasing the workload in terms of patrolling the Academy's territory. While everyone was actively demonstrating their interest in increasing their presence in the new patrol schedule, Doradrea, resting her face on her hand, watched the proceedings with boredom. Kai decided to help her show her best side, and using his mysterious strings, he suddenly raised her hand, causing everyone to think that she was also showing a desire to help in this matter. Despite the cunning, it was too late to justify herself, and Claire, who understood perfectly well that this was Kai's doing, played along with him and complimented Doradrea, saying that she did not expect that she herself would volunteer to help. As it turned out, he just wanted the honor of patrolling with her. Although Doradrea wasn't happy with what he decided for her, in exchange she said that he had to treat her after their patrol. The problem was solved, and Claire happily declared that their meeting was over. As the boys began to leave the disciplinary committee meeting room, Faye stopped Arthur and respectfully called him his rival, giving him advice that despite his great knowledge of mana theory, when he found himself in the wild, he would have to be more careful. By bragging to an A-rank adventurer that he was happy to tell him about all the hardships he had to endure during one of his trips to the Mana Beast territory, he earned Caitlin's ridicule, as she had already seen a tree rodent steal his lunch from under his nose. By interrupting his moment of glory, Caitlin caused deep discontent on the part of Ferret, and Arthur, not wanting to watch this funny spectacle, suggested that Sylve leave quickly. Taking a few steps forward, he caught up with Claire and suddenly noticed Kai, who was telling something to his new partner on patrol. Remembering how he had surprised him with his strings, Arthur asked Claire if she could sense what type of magic he was using. In response, the head of the disciplinary committee merely shook her head, saying that he was not talking about that. The only thing she knew for sure was that his metal strings were not as simple as they might seem at first glance. In response to her guess, Arthur asked if they could somehow hide which element his spell belonged to. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted, and the cunning Kai said that he noticed that he had greatly interested their no less secretive newcomer. When the red-haired mage had the chance to ask directly, he did so, and asked if his colleague would be willing to explain how he controlled these mysterious strings. Kai was not against it, but with a sly grin and a serious, piercing gaze, he clarified that if he revealed his secret, then he would have to kill the one who learned this secret. Arthur was surprised by his words and in response asked if he was really threatening him. At the most interesting moment, Kaller pushed them apart, asking them not to linger in the disciplinary committee room at a time when everyone had classes they were required to attend. Whether it was a bluff or not, Arthur was never able to find out. So after classes, as usual, he returned to the training room, which was already occupied by his close friend. Thanks to his battles with Tomu, he quickly and noticeably increased his level of earth magic and came closer to more perfect mastery of it. Despite this, his opponent was not so simple, and he, unlike Arthur, had difficulty resisting his strength. He was able to hold off such a robot of impressive level thanks to long-range combat, where he could control the enemy with spells. Even though Tomu used a mana shield, it didn't always save him from the massive amount of rock fragments aimed at him. By using the terrain to maximum effect, Elijah could gain an advantage by cornering his opponent and immobilizing them with well-placed shots. The feeling of superiority often caused him a real triumph. And this time, approaching the enemy, he strengthened the magic of the earth with a metal spike, and directing it at Toma, shouted that now he would feel the fury of the dwarves. Elijah's overconfidence came back to haunt him, and his opponent was able to take advantage of the moment to launch a truly serious attack on him. Using a newly developed development, he directed a powerful blast of fire magic towards the confused youth. It was the first time he had seen something like this at his disposal, and he froze in place, not having taken any protective measures in advance. Luckily, Arthur was watching his fight and was prepared for such an outcome, so at the last moment he saved him by moving Tomu out of the trajectory of his spell. Through heavy breathing, an excited Elijah began to wonder, since when Tom had learned to use such spells. Arthur himself had no idea, but he explained that in an attempt to shock him, Gideon simply loved to sneak into this training room and add new functions to their robot. Despite the dangerous situation, after the training was over, Elijah admitted that it was quite interesting and expressed hope that one day he would be able to see Professor Gideon improve Toma in real life. When Arthur was surprised at how long his friend had been interested in artifacts, he, adjusting his glasses, proudly said that since he could remember. Saying that it wasn't as cool as having powerful magic, he justified himself by saying that it was precisely because of this that he had never seriously studied artifacts. Arthur immediately understood what was being discussed, so he nudged him with his shoulder and embarrassed Elijah by saying that he was studying magic to be popular with girls. Despite his excuses, he looked away and admitted that he was at least a little interested in achieving his goal in this way. Saying that this was a serious matter, Arthur suggested that they add variety to their training and threw a wooden sword into his hand for training. Taking the same sword for himself, he explained that even though his dear friend was a spellcaster type, he still needed to know at least the basics of close combat. Seeing that Elijah didn't show much interest in his proposal, he clarified that it was worth trying for the girl's sake. Despite the fact that he understood perfectly well that this was a mockery, the loving gnome still rushed to the attack. After fending off a series of attacks, Arthur admitted that he was quite good with a sword in his hands. Seeing his good technique, he assumed that he had been trained in swordsmanship as a child. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so good at it. Despite his compliments, Elijah responded that his words were a little hard to believe, considering how easily he was deflecting all of his blows. Even despite these words, Arthur understood perfectly well that he was right in his assumption, because Elijah uses a minimum of unnecessary movements and constantly maintains balance, working his legs perfectly. He had no doubt that with some training, he could indeed become a pretty good swordsman, coupled with his unique metal magic. Even with such skills, Elijah still made mistakes. His temper and haste during another attack gave Arthur the opportunity to get behind him and deliver a rather painful blow to his ass. Elijah lost his balance and fell to the ground like a stick, hitting his forehead on the hard surface. As he tried to soothe his itch in his rear from the punch he'd taken, Arthur explained that he'd lost his temper and swung too wide. Trying to justify his mistake with the level of his opponent, Elijah looked at Arthur, who was extending his hand to help him get to his feet and continue. At that very moment, he felt his resemblance to some person from his memories. Remembering this, he was overcome with horror, and all his thoughts were filled with deep feelings of guilt, envy, rage, and anger. Clutching his head, he began to lose his composure and scream from sudden pain. An excited Arthur and even Sylvie rushed towards him, shouting and asking if he was okay. However, at this moment, even Elijah did not understand what was happening, and who was the source of all these emotions that suddenly overwhelmed his mind and feelings. When he felt a little better, Arthur offered to take him to the hospital, but he, pushing him away with his hand, nervously said that everything was over. After these words, he began to silently rise to his feet, justifying himself by saying that he simply had a headache because he landed on his face. Leaving the room without looking back, he said that he wanted to wash himself. Despite the worry of the sudden, overwhelming feelings of anxiety, he tried to reassure himself that it was indeed related to the recent blow to his head on the ground. When he approached the door, he finally collected his thoughts and with a kind smile suggested that Arthur meet him in the dormitory. A little confused by this incident, Arthur hesitantly responded in kind. After this incident, the next few weeks passed quite peacefully, even so much so that they could be called boring. And although the half-yearly exams were approaching, it was difficult for Arthur to attend and conduct all of his classes. But even with the growth of his skills as a mage and teacher, thanks to Tom and the other teachers, he never forgot the real reason he chose to attend the academy. Spending time in the company of great guys was filled with positive emotions. He hadn't forgotten his promise to Sylvia, so he enjoyed every moment of his new life. It was because of this that these brief moments of his daily life, spent with people he had come to cherish, became something he wanted to wake up for in the morning. Another ordinary school day, during which he told Elijah about his successes before classes, became a reason for him to think. His friend didn't pay much attention to his story and was thinking about something all the time. Seeing his confusion, he remarked that he saw that he had been constantly in the clouds for the last few days. When asked if he was feeling okay, Elijah simply shook his head and said it was nothing serious, justifying himself by saying he was simply worried about his upcoming exams. Returning to the dialogue, he remembered that Arthur would soon be heading to the Mana Beast territory with Professor Glory's class, so he wished him to try not to overexert himself too much during joint training with Princess Tessia, so that he would have the strength left for the battles in the dungeon. After this request, he unexpectedly said goodbye and went in another direction, where he had a separate course. Seeing him in this state, Sylvie assumed that he was angry with his dad for some reason. Arthur also cared that it was about their communication, and that it was because of this that Elijah became a little cold, indifferent to his stories. Despite this excitement, he was forced to continue what he had started, and, as usual, went to train with Tessia, where he could not help but be glad that recently the assimilation of the beast's will by her mana core was much more stable than before. Speaking of which, Tessia cheerfully remarked that this probably meant that all those mana beasts they would have to fight in the dungeon wouldn't stand a chance against her power. In response to this self-confident speech, Arthur suddenly gave her an instructive but painful flick on the face. With a serious face, he asked her not to get too cocky, explaining that due to the assimilation process, she would only be able to use half of her current strength. A little offended, she accused him of going to the Mana Beast's territory himself, having sealed his two strongest elements. However, her words were not fair to the situation, and he explained to her that he could remove the restrictions, while she could not. Trying to somehow justify herself, she explained that he was not obliged to coddle her like that, because he himself knew that she was still a year older than him. In response, Arthur confirmed that he remembered this, but suddenly threw his towel over his head and made a strange expression on his face. He decided to remind her of what she was like during their first meeting, so he pretended to be a frightened girl and recalled her frightened words about the animals attacking them like ordinary defenseless children. His acting was so impressive that it noticeably embarrassed the princess. She was touched and furious at the same time, so she was seething with emotions. Unable to contain her emotions, Tessia called him down and threw him to the ground. Finding himself on the ground beneath her, Arthur winked with a kind smile as a sign that he had managed to embarrass her after all. However, Tess was not going to leave things as they were, so she raised her hands with incredible pressure and said with a terrifying look that he himself asked for retaliatory measures. After these words, she began to beat him with a loud scream, and their absurd love games seemed strange to Sylvie, and she reacted to them with indignation. At one point, they were distracted by the words of a man they did not expect to see in such a place so suddenly. Grandpa Varian quietly approached them and slyly said that although he wanted the two of them to become closer, he could not have imagined that it would lead to this. Tess reacted with confusion and looked suspiciously at her grandfather for not warning her of his visit. Within a moment, the realization of what was happening gave her the answer to her own question. She began to seethe with embarrassment from the realization that she was sitting on top of Arthur, which from the outside might look a little indecent. Jumping to the side with a scream, she began to squeal in embarrassment about how Grandpa had misunderstood everything. Despite the truly awkward situation, Arthur was still calm, and having regained his stern and calm look, he asked Mr. Varian when he returned to Xyrus, remembering that recently he had not been able to escape from important meetings with the council. With a slightly thoughtful look, he replied that he had managed to get away for a while to visit his precious granddaughter, who, by all appearances, had become quite an adult. These words made Tess reach a new level of embarrassment, and she wanted to sink into the ground to escape the shame. Grabbing him by the beard, she began to shout that he was speaking too ambiguously, which made her feel awkward in front of Arthur. Ignoring his beloved granddaughter's resentment, Virion, adjusting his beard, admitted that he was a little worried about their excursion to the dungeon. Initially, he wanted to ask Cynthia to keep an eye on his granddaughter in case something happened to her core, but she was not at the academy right now. Despite this, he wasn't too worried, because he knew that Arthur would be able to look after Tess until their trip to the Mana Beast territory began. With some uncertainty evident in his demeanor, the red-haired mage looked at the princess and admitted that while it wouldn't normally be a problem, he had promised his parents that he would return home to spend some time with his family. Virion reacted to these words with unexpected delight because he saw an opportunity to let his granddaughter spend time with them. Tess became even more excited after his proposal, but Arthur was categorical and made it clear that he would not fall for his grandfather's cunning trick, no matter what he had in mind. Sighing heavily, he explained that he could already imagine how his parents would react if he brought Tess to their home. Looking up, he said again that he would under no circumstances take her with him. In the end, his words did not change Grandpa Virion's sudden plan, and he still went home with Tess, which also could not affect the situation. Approaching the front door of the mansion where their family lived, he still admitted that, until the very end, he could not believe that he took her with him. As soon as they reached the door, the joyful mother opened it and without hesitation said that they had been waiting for the two of them. Tess began to feel embarrassed by her sincere words, while Arthur was openly surprised that they already knew about their joint visit. Opening the door wider and looking toward the stairs, she made it clear that they had received news of the princess's arrival in advance. Ray, standing next to an impressive number of unexpected gifts, explained with a smile that these were the very prerequisites hinting at the princess's visit. The boys stood there embarrassed, and Alice, taking matters into her own hands, suggested that they hurry up before their dinner got cold. At that moment, Ellie grabbed her new friend by the hand and excitedly pulled her along with her, saying that she wanted to show her how well she had learned to handle the bow that their family had given her for her birthday. Every time the twin horns came to visit, Helen trained her, so she was eager to show off the results of her training. Despite the unexpectedness of such a meeting, Arthur still experienced many warm and pleasant emotions, because the joyful looks of his family were what brought him the most pleasure in this life. While they were enjoying a pleasant time together, Dickethan's intelligence was checking one of the suspicious dungeons. This was what Alea was doing, because she was the best scout among the spears, thanks to her abilities in advanced sense. But every time she found clues, the tracks constantly diverged. She was convinced that Vere's spear was right, for it seemed insane that the titanic worms could move in such a way at will. Based on the way their tunnels were laid out, she could tell for sure that they all converged in this area of the Mana Beast's territory and then continued further down to the east. Realizing that this could pose huge risks to Dickethan, she rushed forward again to find out even more valuable information. More dangerous for their continent was the enemy tunneling towards the Sappan Kingdom, so she ran to the right. In just a moment, she felt a cold gust of wind, as well as the beast's impressive mana. She had to stop because it was only at the last moment that she noticed that she had reached a sharp cliff. At the bottom of the huge chasm was a huge mana beast that was ready to attack her. She was still safe at that altitude, but even the fact that she had encountered such a monster in such a place was already a worrying sign. Looking closely, she recognized the snake of Hades, but what was strange was that it had horns, and its color was not typical of its species, because the records described that it should have a gray color with a blue flame along its entire back. Finding her in such a place seemed too suspicious, because usually the snake of Hades is close to its offspring, and there is no obvious reason for it to guard something like a tunnel. Before deciding what to do next, she immediately reported to the Spear of Vare that she had observed an abnormal Hades snake guarding a tunnel from which a huge amount of mana was emanating. Miss Vare did not know the exact reason for the Mana Beast's strange behavior, so she used a magical artifact to answer that she would rely on Alea's judgment. In asking for support in return, the elf, based on the appearance, behavior, and mana nature of this snake, stated that it was definitely a species that had not been here before. Alea could not retreat, understanding the risks that such actions by unfamiliar inhabitants of another continent carried, so she was determined to continue reconnaissance with further instructions from the Spear of Vare, supported by 50 battle mages who were sent to help her. Meanwhile, the feast in Helstia's mansion was coming to an end. While the table was being cleared, Mr. Vincent, who was again shocked by the conversation with the younger generation, with the help of Arthur and Tabitha, tried to get to the sofa, as he was so drunk that he could not even maintain an adequate conversation. Seeing him in such a state, she almost threatened that if he continued to get completely drunk every time she returned home, then she would have to stay at the academy forever. In response to her threats, her mother said that if she really stopped coming, her father would almost certainly burst into tears, since he was already beginning to regret sending her to Xyrus Academy. As it turned out, Lilia was so radical in her statements because her drunken father made her feel enormous shame the moment he started telling stories from her childhood. Having lost her temper, she even started yelling at him, because it was hard for her to cope with the feelings caused by telling such personal things in front of the student council president. Remembering the princess, Lily noticed that she had suddenly disappeared. A yawning and tired Arthur explained that she just wanted to get some fresh air, and his mother went with her so that she wouldn't get lost. His answer made her think, and she briefly replied that now everything was clear. Ellie was already just as sleepy, so Ray picked her up and suddenly carried her towards Arthur. Having handed him his sleeping daughter, he said with a sly smile that he would entrust her loving older brother with putting her to bed upstairs. He also did not forget to mention that she was indeed looking forward to his return, as she asked him at least once a day when he would arrive home. While on the street, Alice approached the princess and joined her tea party, thanking her for the unexpected but very pleasant visit. Tess, with a smile on her face, thanked her for the warm welcome and for the opportunity to have a very pleasant time. She admitted that she was very pleased to observe the relaxed behavior of Lilia and Arthur's father. With a sly grin, Alice noted that she most likely wanted to admit that it was even somewhat of an embarrassing sight. Acknowledging that she was right, the princess admitted with a sincere laugh that this was indeed the case. Continuing to drink tea, after a short pause in the conversation, she found the courage to ask how the young magician's mother felt about Arthur going down into the dungeon in the territory of the mana beasts. Her question did not make her mother nervous, because similar thoughts constantly haunted her. In response, she admitted without hesitation, with a thoughtful look, that she was worried as before. This genuinely surprised the princess, and she asked if Mrs. Alice was really worried, even considering how strong her son already was. As a caring mother, the woman, touched by this question, answered that even if Arthur were stronger than all the spears put together, she would still worry about him during every such campaign, with the risks of sudden battles. Considering how unpredictable and dangerous even the most explored dungeon could be, the mother continued to worry about her son, even knowing what a monster he was among his peers. Lost in her own feelings, she realized that she could have upset the young princess as well, so she apologized for her last words, saying that she did not intend to frighten him before their journey. Shaking her head, the princess replied that everything was fine. She also added that she shouldn't worry either, because just as Arthur had saved her twice already, she herself would do everything to protect him in return if necessary. Despite her bold words, Alice reacted quite unexpectedly, because she noted that although it was very nice of her, she and Ray preferred that she not do it. With a smile on her face, she explained that she was also a precious child to her parents, and one could only imagine how devastated they would be if something happened to her. Even though it was her son that was involved, Alice still couldn't allow the princess to risk her own life, so she politely made her understand that her own safety had to come first. Seeing her surprise, she assured Arthur's young bride that her son would be able to stand up for himself. A tense dialogue could lead to a silent pause, so Alice changed the topic of conversation to the fact that it had become somehow chilly outside, after which she suggested going back into the house. The princess replied that she would like to sit alone for a little while longer, after which she thanked Alice for showing her the surroundings of their mansion. With a sincere smile, Arthur's mother told the princess that she was always welcome here, after which she went back inside the mansion. While they were having a heart-to-heart talk, Arthur carried the sleeping Ellie into bed. At that moment, she suddenly woke up, surprising both him and Sylvie. Rubbing her eyes, she wondered what time it was, while her older brother clarified that she had nothing to worry about, since it was still night. In fact, this question was not because she was afraid of not getting enough sleep, but because she did not want the moment to come when her brother would leave home again. She didn't yet know that he had only returned home for one night. Hearing this, the younger sister asked with a pitiful expression if he really couldn't stay home longer. In response, Arthur explained that he would return in a week after practical training in the dungeon. An offended Ellie asked him to tell her a couple of stories, but he tried to slip away, making the excuse that he had to wake up quite early before practical classes. Still, Ellie was serious and, with her facial expression, warned him that she would be offended. She patted the bed with her palm, inviting him to lie down next to her. When he finally agreed to her terms and sat down next to her, his sister, with a sparkle in her eyes and delight, reminded him that he had never finished his story about how he became a professor. Hearing this, he was forced to think hard because he could not remember where he had left off. Remembering that moment, Arthur continued the story of the battle with Professor Geist from the moment he cast a fire spell that could no longer be undone. Speaking of this, Arthur surprised the girl by saying that he intervened and pulled the defenseless Caitlin out from under the dangerous spell. As soon as Ellie heard the name mentioned, she stopped her brother's story and asked with suspicion and guesswork whether they were talking about the daughter of King Sapin. Arthur was surprised by her sudden question and still did not understand what exactly she was getting at. With a tired look and some condemnation, she asked if he really saved another princess. And for Arthur, these words from her lips sounded as if he was specifically running around looking for another princess who would need to be saved. When he continued the story by saying that after saving Caitlin, he volunteered to take her place in the duel with the professor, the sly little sister smirked and suggested that he did it to impress the princess. Realizing that there was no point in making excuses, Arthur grabbed her by her sly nose, forcing her to regret her words and apologize. Having restored a fair attitude to his personality, Arthur finished this story, and he did not lie when he said that after defeating Geist, the director of the academy offered him to become the new teacher. In response to this unexpected turn of events, Ellie was surprised that such a sly man as her brother could so easily and quickly agree to such a dubious proposal. Arthur did not let her intuition down, and of course replied that he was not the kind of person from whom one could so easily get sudden benefits. Then he continued to talk about his life at the academy, not forgetting to mention training and funny conflicts with the absurd students of the academy. Ray and Alice woke up early as usual, and the attentive mother immediately noticed that Arthur had not returned to his room. The father assumed that he had already eaten breakfast without them, but they both knew that their dear son could not leave without saying goodbye. After that, they decided to carefully look into Ellie's room to make sure that at least she was in her room. This gave them answers to all their morning questions, and what they saw made them feel touched and smile kindly. Telling his stories from the academy, Arthur fell asleep sitting in her bed. Together with Ellie and Sylvie, they looked really cute. After breakfast, Arthur said goodbye to the guys and went to the meeting place with the rest of the participants in this practical lesson. Professor Glory was already there and was managing the whole process, gathering the kids into teams. Arthur was not at all worried about possible dangers, so when he found himself in the territory of the mangacaps, he suggested that Sylvie hunt separately from them. He assured her that she shouldn't worry because they would be going to a low-level dungeon, where there would be no serious danger for them and Professor Glory. Sylvie trusted her dad's convincing arguments, but before leaving for the forest, she asked him to let her know immediately if anything went wrong. Returning to the information about the distribution of the participants of the dungeon raid, Arthur looked at the white-haired half-elf because he still could not believe that Professor Glory assigned them to the same team. The arrogant Lucas was acting arrogant and boastful as usual, so he told everyone that he had been to the Mana Beast territory 100 times before, until it all became too easy for him as an A-rank adventurer. The girls were delighted with his self-confidence, because his words fully justified the glory of their great Wykes family. As he passed, Arthur mockingly ruined his moment of glory by mentioning that he had heard from an adventurer he knew that his vaunted adventurer's license had been revoked. Ignoring Lucas's reaction, he moved on and greeted his friends from the student council. Dissatisfied with his behavior, Lucas could not leave these words and ran up to him, grabbing him by the shoulder. Trying to put pressure on him, he assumed that Arthur was simply jealous of him, but in response he heard that in fact he was simply telling the truth. Enraged by yet another cunning provocation from his enemy, Lucas became so furious that he angrily clenched his fist, ready to use mana to strike his offender. Seeing this brewing conflict, Clive interrupted their tense dialogue. He stepped between them and with a displeased expression on his face stated that before they entered, they needed to resolve such communication issues and choose a leader for their team. Spitting to the side with displeasure, Lucas said that this issue could not even be discussed, since there was no better candidate than him. In response, the boys unanimously said that Tessia should be the captain, which made the princess rush about in surprise. Seeing her nervousness, Arthur explained that thanks to the student council, she already had experience in a leadership position. which was enhanced by the fact that she was a spellcaster with medium radius magic, which would help her keep an eye on everyone at once. The guy's cheerful arguments for this choice left Lucas dissatisfied, and he simply walked away in the other direction. Meanwhile, all organizational issues were closed, and Professor Glory, mentioning the students' abilities, asked them to be sure to use them for advantages in battle. After reminding the guys about basic tactics and team formation, Glory led the guys inside the dungeon.